We got this cool new vehicle for the group chest. It's a staircase on a car. You know,
A
very
mobile
cool.
sniper tower.
That's right, Ty, for sure on some breacher on snipers, right? So we had one, and it got stolen, and then someone brought it back, and they packed it inside the hangar, right? Because hangars are where vehicles go, obviously.
Yeah,
And then
I
Jared
parked my
there,
scooter in here, dude.
I parked my car. My car's right over there in the golf cart, you know. And, we park cars in the hangar. That's where they go. Jared decided to come in and write a parking ticket for whoever rented it, who was Casey. And it went to traffic court, and the worst judge possible, Judge Harvey Lit took it, and he said it was a good tour.
Voldemort. What a bloody God's green
Yeah.
earth.
Yeah. So,
You say Voldemort?
so then we kicked Jather out of Grapeseed to become a nomad, and then after a couple of days, we had a conversation. I tried to, tell him what was going on, and then he refused. He refused to see that he had made the mistake, and he said that he doesn't write the rules. He just enforces them. And I said, what about officer discretion? He said, I don't get it, and that's a Grapeseed sin. We can't have that,
You know, that's where I learned my lesson. Yeah, in fact, I still haven't apologized to the sheriff. I'll get on that, by the way.
That's good, that's good. Hello, Dag. Hello.
He's a little bastard, he is, honestly.
What, the
He hasn't
sheriff?
changed. I tried.
Do not say that about the dog.
Sorry, are y'all
No,
having a
not the
meeting?
dog.
No, it's an interview.
No,
Feel free to
come
join
join,
us.
come join.
Come join.
Oh, okay.
Talking
Yeah,
about
Marcel
the
wanted a tour of
grapeseed dog.
grapeseeds, so we came to see you guys.
Oh.
Come join. We're talking to Di, interviewing him for a job again as a
Policeman 2.
policeman 2, Di Boogaloo.
Hey,
Okay.
What a comeback.
Di, I
too
have a
early.
question. If you were to
Yes.
be hired again, would you would you continue to eat people's lunch left over in the fridge? Because there was a lot of people complaining that they saw you rummaging through their snacks, opening up their food, and eating it, taking just one or two bites out of their lunch that they prepped for the day, and then putting it back in there and then telling everybody you think someone ate their food.
Absolutely. Anything you want me to do, most maple, I'll do.
They're running on the eastern
Dad,
side of
yeah,
the building.
God bless. Like what? If
Orange.
give me an
color.
example of what you would do for me.
Oh, I bury a body.
That's not okay. Unless it was like a fallen officer at a funeral, right,
It was a
Dave?
fallen officer in the
Yeah.
field. I tell people
They
take
had
it
That's
to
all
really
bury.
nice. I'm.
Someone
from
fell and
Wales,
had
I
to bury.
know to
That's so
dignity
nice. That's so
That's good.
nice.
Would you listen to Harold?
till I die. Do I die for my own
You are dead, though. Everybody gets a question, Casey. Don't waste a question, would you? But listen to me. You're gonna ask a question.
I'm on like a line of questioning, damn it.
A little greedy, don't you think?
Yeah, but
I think I-
beef, you
know
go.
what,
Casey doesn't
you
get a
know,
question. You're
How
up,
many
beef.
baby carrots can you fit in your pockets?
Oh, bloody hell. Now I got these long ones. Now I got my left one I had to sew up on my patrol pants. And baby carrots.
Yeah, a baby carrot.
You ever think?
Hey,
Yeah,
Avocado, if you want to
don't know how many you could fit in those pockets.
western,
but-
north, or eastern
26
north
each
side,
pocket.
we're looking for a female pink hair.
Wow.
That's a lot of carrots,
Standby.
Steve.
I
However,
like rookie numbers. You gotta bump
Do
those numbers
believe-
We're
up.
at a 1080.
it would be
I
reduced
raised
to
it.
23 once I moved my legs. Because 2 and 3 would fall out.
That's, yep, I like it.
You done it before?
Acceptable.
Yeah, he's coming back to the call.
Acceptable.
I'm in Friday.
I'm a Friday. All right, Casey, have you got your question?
No, someone else go.
Yeah, right.
Oh, hi, Nora.
Oh, no.
Nori, you get to ask him a question.
Do you sleep on your stomach at night, or do you sleep on your side, or do you sleep on your other side, or do you sleep in weird places? You sleep
I
upside
sleep.
down?
I sleep with the dog. I would do. You don't need it. I just sleep. What do you want to know about? sleep with a double-barrel shotgun aiming at the door. So you know.
That's all
Nori,
I
can you
needed to
sit
know.
next to Di?
That's all I need to know.
Wow.
Okay, well, we can go through the guests as well as we're gonna say. Kiri, you got a question for Dave? Kiri, read your facts.
Yeah.
Kiri,
Ranger facts.
read your facts.
Ranger facts.
State police officer Fox, not the
Ranger
king.
Yeah,
Facts.
facts.
Miss-
Ranger
Miss-
facts.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall.
Oh, hey, Robin.
Your facts.
We're moving on to Mr.
Oh,
Marshall.
that's spaced
Cure
out.
facts.
Mr. Marshall, do you have a question for Mr. Di Davis?
Sure.
No, mate.
Yeah.
Davis with great.
Marcel?
Do you tuck your shirt into your pants or your pants into your shirt?
Well, I talk anything I can in my pants, to be honest, at my age, boyo.
Wow, that makes sense, yeah.
I got to.
That's a good answer.
That's
Read.
a good one.
Day, what age did you step here and start saying whatever popped in your head? And how many family members have you made cry ever since?
I think it was on my 43rd birthday. My wife had everyone over from Tonopandi, and I bloody ate Tonopandi. Right? They all came to Abergavenny. They just bloody sit there. They wanted to play this video game called Atmosphere, which was a board game. But it also used VHS, which stands for Video Head System. And I was having a laugh, and then one of them had to go, and he had a piss in it, didn't he? He would to go and have a piss in the bloody video machine.
What? They're pissed on it?
Oh my God, I can't have more.
What the fuck would they do that?
Oh, no.
Horrible.
I saw it at David's end. I said, you fucking twat. You get out of my living room. You take your Ferrero Rocher and you can ram them at your stupid wife's ass.
Oh my gosh.
Why you go?
Die.
Did you say 43 years old?
He pulled a pickaxe on me.
Who pulled a
It was a
pickaxe
little
on you?
mini one. What? He threw it at me and it went into the wall. It went fadunk. And I said, oh, you're fucked up now. I had a fucking fist
Oh,
fight
you
all over the floor.
profanity.
Darling, I was punching him in his head. Oh, great days. He missed my family.
I love
Wow.
That guy Steve did that?
Did you say you were 43? I just want to confirm.
Oh, no, when I was 43.
Oh my God, that's only one more
Don't
year
know
for
how old
me.
I am, to be honest. I think I'm 83 now, but I'm still a chicken little.
Wing, chicken.
You got at least 100 years left, right, Dad?
God bless. God bless.
Ah, great seat.
Average. You got question for Di Davis?
Yeah, I have a question. Before you left, there's a lot of allegations that you're committing elder abuse against older deputies. How do you plan to apologize to your victims?
Oh, well, it's only Jatha, so absolutely not, and yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Rigsby.
Well, I was kind of spaced out for half of whatever the hell was
Rigsby.
being said here.
Come on.
Oh my
Di, how have you been? I've missed you.
Oh, grape seed 83. I've been bored. I've been in the tower watching you all hiding. I was resentful at
You
one
that
point.
lump in the beanbag?
I was.
Oh my God. That's why I was uncomfortable.
Polystyrene
very
womb.
I slept on top of that thing so many times.
I know.
like 3 times.
That's what us Welsh are good at doing, getting in little places like little goblins.
Wow. Okay. That's nice. Jimmy,
Hey, I'm Gemma.
you got a question for Di Davis for his interview?
I'm not an employee.
You're
I
a
don't think I'm allowed
grapeseed. You're a grapeseed celebrity. You know, you're an honorable guest. You know?
Oh, okay. Di,
Grape seed?
What are your opinions of me?
You're the greatest person in grapes, my
Oh
darling.
my goodness.
That's
my
so nice.
darling. Honestly, I wish you my own. I would love to have you in Wales. We would have great fun. I'd took you up the mountains and we'd have jumped down. We would have chased some cows. We had some beef burgers.
We're gonna chase a
We're
cow and then
eating
have a
beef?
beef. Oh my
Oh,
god.
I love a bit of beef.
Sorry, beef.
Okay. Dad, what
Don't
would you
eat
do if
me,
we told you
Dad.
that Gemma actually quit grapeseed the other day because Jeff yelled at her?
I'm so used to it, and that's God bless you, Gemma.
Thank you, Di.
Honestly, I'm very confused of what your employment has been for the last year. And if I was someone hiring you for an unrelated job, I would question all these bizarre
We stopped
gaps in your
documenting them.
resume.
We stopped documenting them.
What the hell?
There
At
we
one
go.
point, she just.
Yeah, well, this one's real. This one's lasting.
You want me
so
to
freak
document
all
this
of you
way?
guys. Yeah, document it.
Please,
Gemma,
Gemma,
come
please.
on.
Document it.
Gemma,
Yeah, no,
Gemma, come
document
on.
it. Yeah, go ahead, freaking
Gemma.
document it. If you guys don't freaking believe me, I
We
don't
believe
freaking
Gemma.
do.
You're so
Gemma, do it for the girlies, Gemma.
Come on, you're being so sensitive.
Freaking document it. You're sensitive. Freak you, Moose.
Why the what? Why would you say that to me, to my face, right now in front of Di? Di's here. There's children here. Di.
Horse
There
maple.
are no children
Yes,
here.
Dad. Yes, Dad.
Horse maple.
Casey's here.
So next up is Addie. Addie's question, you know.
Oh yeah, this is a very serious question. It's been a hot topic in Grapeseed while you've been gone, Di.
Norwegian.
And, what's your opinion on Ristabrød?
Oh, one of the greatest movies I've ever seen.
Wow, well said.
Di, that's so
I
And
will be honest.
oh,
I fucking love toast and bread. Toast and bread.
wow. And last but not least, Robin with the final question.
Hi, Miss Di, if somehow you still had your old foot lying around somewhere, would you ever reattach it?
Old foot?
One like a blown ass.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Oh yeah, my leg. Oh my god.
Oh,
Di, don't look down.
Don't look down.
Di, don't look down.
Don't look down.
I forgot it was gone.
He's had phantom leg this whole time.
But if you could have it back, would you have it back?
Oh.
So if it could be sewed back on? Missing a toe?
Okay. God bless. We're gonna discuss the results of these questions, Di.
Wait, what about the dog? Does the dog get the question?
No, it doesn't speak English.
Yeah, I know it.
Hey, she can ask questions. Project, speak.
Hold on.
Di Davis.
We'll let the dog do a question while we discuss. Answer the dog, Di.
Project, ask your question.
I just said. Do I like what?
Di Davis.
Di Davis. Di
The moon in
Fired.
the
Interesting.
Oh, wow, we take it.
Peculiar.
Mumble.
Okay, Di.
Mumble.
We've actually come back with one last question. Would you accept an offer to rejoin the Grapeseed Sales Department as a deputy?
Does this answer your question?
That was stunning.
Whoa.
We got him, guys. We got him.
Guys,
Di
oh!
Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh,
He's
look at
never
the
gonna
little
die.
dog.
Whoa, look at him shake his little ass.
I can wiggle.
You can
Oh,
wiggle.
they
leg
can
as well.
make
That's very
no
impressive, you
problems.
know.
I trust. What the hell?
Die, you wiggle too much! Die, stop wiggling!
That was just a
Oh,
prank. I
oh
can
my
do it
God.
now. I
Oh
can't
my
believe
God.
it.
Don't do that
Yeah,
again.
you crazy. crazy
Do not do that
boy.
again, Dad. That's
That
dangerous.
was good. I like that. Do it more often.
Why'd you ring
You
yourself
really
out
are
like
an
that?
old gremlin, aren't you?
Anyone have any
Yes,
food?
good question.
Oh, great.
That was a
great.
good-
Darling,
that was
I'll see you
good.
all in a month then.
Oh, see you tomorrow, Dave.
Dad.
I'm
Alright,
talking.
see you
I got an
tomorrow.
answer. I want to crack some skulls.
Okay, Dad.
Where's the public complaint?
I got
must
it.
Get 9 confirmed kills today.
Oh, you freaking got this die.
That's my
We can go
life.
get
right
Oh,
some.
now.
I painted my
Carved it.
picador.
My
Do you wanna
life
see
right
it?
now. Oh yeah, that's my
I'll go
life.
get
Well.
it. Excuse me.
I'm so proud of you,
What?
die. You can feed
I
your
remember
Hey, are we doing
MacBook.
this tab?
MacBook.
Yeah, he's going places.
Oh.
No, no,
Are we doing this tab? Ranger and myself
did
and
they want
Jeff
to tour
Hatch?
of the Grand Stage?
I can't see it.
We like
Yeah, do the tour.
position ourselves
MacBook.
in
That's
different
right.
parts of the station.
Yeah,
Be
everybody
like,
should be in a
"Oh,
different
welcome
room.
to my spot.
Kojak, you want the
Yeah,
tour?
yeah,
Want the
yeah,
tour of Grapeseed? Oh, okay. She doesn't want the tour. You want to give the tour?
I'll show you the way, my boy.
Oh, she wants to give the tour. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Where are we looking first?
Boss, I'm doing a tab station for a fellow Eddie Rose.
Okay,
I
we're
just got
following the dog.
Dice rehide and everything shut it off if you want to help him get shut it off. Yeah.
Like MDW.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, MDW just shut it off, sure. Dad, we got an SOP on the second floor. You have to crouch if you're up here,
Everett.
okay? You gotta crouch if you're on the second floor.
Hi, puppy.
You gotta crouch. Just
Oh, my
just
God,
crouch.
that dog is so dang
That's
cute.
it.
Is this not crouching?
Just
are you?
crouch. You know,
Hey.
no, you could go even lower.
Oh, could you?
I bend those knees.
Yeah.
I don't know
Just
how.
crouch. That's it. All you gotta do is crouch.
Well, no, I
That's
was gonna
it.
see where you are to meet up.
Yes, just crouch. Yes.
All right.
I'm
Yes.
I'm doing
I'll
it.
give you
Yes.
$50 for it.
Okay, welcome to the second floor of the Grapeseed Station, and we are bumping into Beef. Hi, Beef.
Oh, hey, I was just up here sitting in this cool chill spot. You know?
Yeah, this is one of our break rooms for people that
Wow.
chill and watch the television after a long shift. We've got my favorite TV where we watch the Hot Fuzz right here, and it's a good place for people with.
It was on speed.
And here
Sounds relaxed.
we've got the Buck Club corner. This is where we host the Grapeseed Buck Club. The people that read books.
Oh, well,
People like to use it for paperwork,
Oh my
and
God, I
the
love
P&T like to use it for the little
Anyone
meetings.
hungry?
Right there. Right there. This
Nice.
is the Grapeseed Hedger Entrapment Form.
Uh-oh.
It's also the kissing booth, and it's
Whose
also
eyes are that?
Gemma. That's Gemma.
Those are
Wait,
Gemma.
She's head of HR.
She's
But
looking
she's
into my
not.
soul.
She hasn't quit. She's head of HR. The Norwegians have also claimed it.
Guy,
From
the inside when I could destroy it from the outside.
Just a big quiet door.
Dad, they're calling you upstairs.
No, just a
Are they
big.
stuck in the shaft? Do you want me to bring the broom?
Oh gosh. Yeah. We've got an open
What's
plan
your
setting
sign,
in the
Dad?
department, so it's a very large. It's great. So this is some of the desks of the deputy. Every deputy in the station gets a. Ah! You're violating SOPs. You've got to crouch.
Crouch, dude!
Hey, watch your head.
Not
Get
when
away.
Watch your head, dude!
You gotta do it,
Yes,
Dave.
Saul.
You've got to sketch, sure. God bless.
Crouch! Can he crouch?
Boss, my
Yeah, he
knees
can-
don't work
he can
that
do it.
way.
Oh, your knees
Yeah, but
crawl.
okay.
You gotta crawl then if your knees don't. You're gonna
Yeah,
hit
can
the
you
beach,
cry?
Dad.
Just cry. There you go. God bless.
Come on, Dad.
Come
we
on,
go.
Dave. Now move forward,
Oh,
Dave.
God. There we go. He's,
I'm
uh-oh.
not as young as you.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is
Come on, Dad, you got
Grapeseed
this.
admin
Oh.
assistant Queen Dan. This is her desk with all the wine. She's got a problem. Don't tell her. It's, this is the one place you don't have to cry because you've got the cool open balcony. But sometimes I stand like this and I look over at the people down below and I'm like, wow. Everything I see, it's mine. But they have my hands and we built it ourselves. God bless. This used to be an empty hangar with a plane, and now it's not an empty hangar without a plane. God bless.
Empty beds, empty beds.
Yep, Dad, good work. Sure. Then up here, hold on.
Kojak, there are windows that are you size. You can look out.
This is
window.
a new dad.
Oh.
Because people kept on going in my office, which is above us. So I got the desk so people can bang in the door.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello there.
But this way, everybody.
I don't think the dog can climb.
Got my cane.
You want me to give you uppies? You don't want uppies. Oh, is that too high for you? It's scary. Oh, it's okay. Do you want to share a beef?
We'll only be up here for just a minute, or as the higher up we
We might have
go,
a medical emergency
the lower
at
we
the
have to
Meta
go.
Brewery.
So
Don't
this
want
is
to get the nosebleed.
yeah, this is a crowd only zone because the roof is really low.
Oh my god.
Yeah, crowd only zone.
I didn't hear.
I'm gonna go back down. Oh
No,
my god.
so
oh
let me
my
show
god.
you. Stop.
Is he okay?
This is my office. I'll allow it. No, you don't have to. You can crouch, but this is my desk. You want to see my wallpaper with my wife? This is so beautiful. Look at this.
My wife.
That's my wife. You see
Your
that?
wife.
And my wallpaper, my computer.
Oh.
You see?
That's all right.
And then you got a poster of Sabrina Carpenter behind you if you like her music. You know, she's like, this is her, right? That's her in the floor. John Osher Jr. came by the station and he died in a fire. And then we got sued by John Osher Sr., but then we won, and he paid us $80,000 because we found out that John Osher Jr. actually tried to fake his death so he could separate from his family, but then he accidentally died. And then, you know, we put up the posters because John Osher Jr. left Sabrina Carpenter. So.
It was an elaborate scheme turned
Down we go.
tragic.
Okay, the attack continues. These are some of our desks that no one has claimed yet. We are going to do an auction because these are window seats, right? You know, the prime real estate. Like I said, every deputy gets a desk, you know, but, you know, this is the mugshot wall where it's got a bunch of our deputies' heads and heights because, you know, we just put them up. We started just scribbling people's heights, right? Yeah. It's also the grapeseed gun range. Those are the targets, so just watch out. Watch out, right? Here's the
We don't do it at the
grapeseed.
same time.
Yeah, not at the
That
same
would be
time.
bad.
This is the grapeseed overflow drink tank. It's the best shell in the state. It looks like a break from like a pirate ship, you know. It's my favorite. Oh. The bars, you can throw caps through them if you need to throw caps at the sash page. Sure. Yeah, that's the shell. Downstairs we go.
Arnie, did you say something to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, food and
Cool car robbing. This is a receptionist desk right here.
20% discount.
DA's desk is right here. And this is IT's desk. This is where you do like the virtual reality and all of that stuff.
Is their monitor broken? It's somewhere-
Yeah, we just put the program on the right side where it's not broken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Program television.
Yeah, you got the grapeseed bar right here. It was built in honor of Bradley Cash, grapeseed senior
Television
deputy.
program.
He was killed in the line of duty,
had a
and he was a
television.
raging
Did you
alcoholic,
have
so
a
we built this in
television?
his memory. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, I have one in my motel.
Yeah.
Some
And then
people
also
have-
his
I'm sure
fiance.
she would have loved it.
Well, Brantley is on the right. That he was fiancé with
Fred
Ashley.
McDonough.
She's on the left.
He
She
flew
died a
out of
couple
a
of weeks later from a
hotel
mountain
window
lion.
once and it
And then we
landed
protested the
directly on a
mountain
cat.
lion and the training department. And then Grapeseed got
And there
exiled to
was
the Ire
no
Fields.
glass in it.
Die!
So it only.
Die!
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, that is the Bradley corner.
Yes, yes. This is
Alcoholic coffin
yeah,
died
this
of
is,
that.
we call it Cash's Corner. And this is Deputy Candace DeFitch Beer Pang. She's also an alcoholic. She's in rehab. Has been for the last year, but she'll be back soon. I'm sure. I hope. We hope. We hope. We hope. This is the captain's office. The other one. You know, it's where we also process people. You know, sometimes, you know, got the software. You know, you've got my investigation right here. This is top secret behind you.
Oh, okay, I'm not looking.
Oh,
You can look at it, but if you just know that if you tell anyone about it, You could get kidnapped by the IAA or the FIB or the CIB or any of the three-letter acronym agencies, okay?
I'm going to the Eclipse
God
Medicine.
bless
CID
you,
too?
Bradley.
If anyone
No,
Come
we're
on,
good with
sure.
CID. They've stayed in their lane. You know, they're aware that I've had the longest
Yeah, I'll join
investigation in state history. But you know, we stay out of it. You know, we're okay. We're okay. Yeah, we're okay. And that's the sheriff. It's the sheriff right there. You know, and then I got a picture of the sheriff, so I always look at him. You know, it's, God bless. We got the
Reverend, I'm
sheriff.
gonna go help with
This
this
is us
pistol.
where you see the people step. God bless you. Outside, everybody.
the
The
hash
car's
house.
going outside. Oh. This trailer right here is the Grapeseed Morale Office built by Grapeseed
wanna help
Deputy Big Ass Alexander Zimmerman. Inside is the CID HQ. So we got, this is where the detectives like to
Oh
do
my
their,
God.
like, you know. That's a cargo bab. Ah, what's hot eye? What's hot?
My butt's a slippy.
It's where the detectives, you know, they do their little investigation. The cargo bab, that's a terrorist on the Grapeseed Top 10. We'll get to that later. That's them blowing up a jet from the U.S. military above the Grapeseed a couple of weeks ago. It was, yeah, they're at number one
goodness.
targets. And the next room is where they do the meetings, like the briefing, you know, like we've got an operation. It's also observation for interrogation. You know, we've got very clear glass.
Is the soundproofing good or?
That trailer is completely soundproof, you know, so that's a
Oh.
privacy. This is the place to go if you want like a private meeting.
Okay.
The glass is very expensive, so at the moment we've just it's
Oh, is someone hungry?
I don't know.
That's the
Somebody's
sound of
fucking-
wheels.
God bless the sound of
I
wheels.
saw whales. The
You
animal.
did?
Yee, I saw a humpback.
This is Arnie Eager's office right here. That's one of his. Deputy Franklin. This is his office with the roller coaster. And we got the hot tub. You know, you got die.
He's a silly boy. Oh, I'm just playing with him.
I love
it's a good
dogs.
boy.
He's one of the best
it's a
dog
good
Hey,
players.
boy.
she is your superior.
She's a good girl. She's a good girl. America! That's American flag, that is.
God bless. God bless.
Oh.
We've got the hot tub for when people have a really bad long deep. I tell them they're resting there. Yeah, that was roasted. He made though. Die. We need to get you a
That's a
wheelchair.
Paul. The flagpole. Why are we at off mast, Donald? Who's died?
Winter died.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we got the car case in 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
45 minutes to the winter car case.
I'll provide security from the eaves.
God bless.
What
Go
you
to the
say?
locker room. I think the sniper's in there somewhere. Just like in my locker, okay?
Oh my God.
And I got to go and get all my gear
Make
back
sure
as
you
well.
grab my one and not the tranquilizer that I seized off Jartha because he bought it without permission.
You little bastard.
Yeah.
Is he
Okay.
fired, by the way?
I fired him, but then the LSPD hired him, so...
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah. Upstairs.
Aww.
Upstairs.
Ooh. It's nice.
Yeah, this is the super pad at the morale office that we've got the coolest bridge in the state, the raw bridge, like Indiana Jones.
Can you go
I-
past that girl? I'm worried you might
I
fall
would.
through.
I'd be careful with the damn.
Yeah, you just kind of spaced out. Oh. Oh.
Oh, she's doing a lot of jumps.
Come on, she did it.
I would say first animal, but we had a cow stuck on the roof the other day, so.
A cow?
Yeah. Got the coolest photo ever, though. Yeah, take a look at this. And then
Did it get down?
eventually. And then. Take a look at that, oh.
That is an amazing
78
photo.
channel, channel
Oh.
3.
That is exceptional.
Suspect down, stand by.
Oh. 78 channel 3, but they said suspects on.
Oh.
They said suspect's on.
He said 78 and then said he's down.
Where did
I'm
Dai go? Is he
monitoring
up
it
there with
all.
you guys?
He's at the locker room if you want to grab him.
Yeah, I was thinking we could, me, unless you're going court case, me, you, Beef, Nora, and Dai in the Buffalo.
Yeah, we can do that when I'm done with the tag. Get out there first,
Rain,
though,
do you get
because
EMS
I'm a
running for
witness
Candy
for the
Shake? Do you
cat
get
case,
slapped
so
in the
I'll
head?
join you, like an hour or so, okay?
Oh, yeah? Okay,
Yeah, I'm one of
we'll
the
see you in
first
4 hours
witnesses.
then.
Well, no, I'm just, okay. Bye, Nara. Bye, Beef. Bye,
It's just
boss.
the one suspect, right?
She was looking around up there. We saw desks up
Confirm
there
just the
too.
guy I have in custody right now.
Wow. Yeah, that's Gemma's desk and a couple others.
Okay.
We got the barbecues on, and we got the pizza table for the pizza break, and then we got the 25-ton inflatable two-man car wash, wacky wavy dancing guy with 1.5 horsepower, weather-resistant blower, 18-inch diameter for outdoor decoration, for advertising, business promotion, wacky wavy, man.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, one of my favorites. I like how he just like he just throw a bend there, he just moves his hand around.
He's just vibing.
Yeah. It's another spot we like to do for meetings. Sometimes we get the weekly meeting right up here, but the department's, it's too big for the weekly meeting to be there these days. This is
Yeah, I
mostly
think the
past
only
this.
places that I ever really saw up here were the treehouse, the little
EMS is on the way.
tower next to it, and where
Go
you
for
have all
big brown heaven.
the animals. That's all I ever really saw.
There's a lot more that
I'll
meets the
document the
eye,
vehicle.
I never got the
already got
tour.
pictures.
Yeah, there's a lot more. We're not done. You got the
gotta
hand
use that,
rod sign
Yeah,
that
no,
I realized if you put something over the ND, it says hand rod like my name.
Sufficient.
Yeah,
We
that's right,
heard
we
one
are
of each
saying.
from one.
Yeah, we got the
Yeah, we're
volley
code
balls,
4,
but the squeeze farmer me a Shandine and
We're all
plugged
code 4 on
them,
the
so,
78.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll relay that on channel 1. Good shit, guys. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Hey, I'm sorry.
I hear volume.
Channel 3,
I'm
they're
so
sufficient.
sorry, Dad.
They're code 4. Suspect
Hello,
in
most
custody.
maple
Enough
You want to get in the car with
seed.
us?
What have I done?
We haven't done nothing. You want to?
You've
wanna-
done nothing, bruv. I got to get in my gear pack. I'll go. Can I have a shotgun?
No, Dad, you can't.
we're gonna go around. We're gonna go around.
Yeah, yeah,
We're
alright.
gonna go around.
Okay. We're going around, girl.
This is the front entrance, but it's also the back entrance because everybody treated the north side like the front entrance for a year. So now we just have two fronts. This is the southern front entrance. It's a good place to park if you're going on patrol. If you just swing it in here for like your equipment, you just park your car here, then run into the armory. We'll get to the armory, but that's the good place. And then we've also got the car park. That's if you're putting your car away, or every one of the bikes or the motor, And then one of my favorite things right here, we've got the two murals painted by my daughter, Daisy. She's an artist. We've got Creep Seed Season 2, which was, well, we kind the second batch of Creep Seed. We got the Creep Seed Season 1 mural back there. That my daughter saw, she's so talented. That's, you said Ratchet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got Ratchet. There's also Pig Trishas, and that one is the little piggy. I think, you got a lot of great guys there in the right. You see him with the tickets.
Oh yeah, I see him.
You see Skylar there with the goggles and the helmet. I'm trying to watch
Wait, where's the pig? Maybe
Patricia's in the season 1 over here.
Oh, I thought you said there was a.
Yeah. The pig's here.
Oh, she's over here. Okay.
That's
I was
Big
looking over
Trisha.
there for the pig.
That's Big Trisha. And you got Gemma in the middle in the car on the left side. You got me on the right. Morse with the blue helmet. Just people you might recognize from today. You got Everett there with the hair on fire. Robin walking around with the baton. Who else have we seen today? Olivia. That's a tractor.
Oh no, it's a tractor. It's a tractor. Okay. I was like, they just have a train. That would have been cool.
That's Olivia, one of their key named handlers. In the middle. They're just using their range. They're just using their range.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they let me know on the Greepseed radio. Yeah, they're just using their range.
Is Ramona here? I think I see her
Ramona's in the with
she's on a dinosaur.
with the raptor because Louis Bloom of their apparel used to call her Raptor. I don't know why, but that was her nickname in like Shift 3. for quite a while, you know.
Okay.
Well, it was Yoshi for a second.
Who's the one singing? I see someone singing on
That's
someone's
Gumtree.
Hi.
You know, she's from Australia. Maybe I don't know. She's made. I can't remember. I don't know. She's.
These are really well done. They're very beautiful.
Yeah, my dad is very talented. You know, she does short hair.
Where's
you know?
Casey?
He's a part of season 3. You know,
okay.
Yeah, you know, she's my dad. You know, she.
Go on
A
and see
little
if that's not
acting,
physical
like the
data.
little acting, you know, to do the drawing and the computer, it broke, so she's not able to do them anymore. Yeah, but step pretty cool, yo, pretty cool.
Hi, Dad.
Yeah, I want to see when we get all the new handlers and everything trained up, if we can kind of get like a big either like a photo or some kind of like artwork done of like all the canines and all the handlers and stuff.
Oh, that'd be exciting, you know.
Yeah, it'd be really nice.
It'd be nice to have a deal where you just get like every single canine together, you know. Okay, isn't the number like it's like 15 or something? It's.
Well, I was actually, since you added that tag, I was looking through like our actual like canine dogs.
Yeah.
And there's so many that I've just never seen before. Like
There's
I
a
don't know
lot of
who-
them that I
I've
think
never
they-
seen
oh,
Svetlana. I've never seen Cluster. I've never seen Rocky. I've never seen Bailey. I've heard of Ajax, but I've
I
never
only
seen
know
Ajax.
Rocky. I don't know from those, and I, you know, I can count my days off on my hands, you know. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen a lot of these dogs, so I don't know if you know Harold, but Ramona did recommend me to take over Canine.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday at
and,
the high command meeting.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I'm excited, but I'm trying not to get too excited.
You're willing to do that?
Oh yeah, I love Canine.
I got a question. Do you think Canine would be better suited to have one lead that's of the overall division, just 3 shift leads that are working good as you know, with the, like the wider department command and leadership?
So personally, I feel like as long as the lead has people for checks and balances, I think it's okay. You know, people to run things by. I don't necessarily think that there needs to be 2 leads. I think one and having.
No,
you
I
know,
don't want
3
2
people
leads. I want a lead of each shift and then no leads.
Oh. And then no leads?
Yeah, I went there for Morta. I was just looking at Keenan and I was like, would that also work? It's case by case basis with each certificate, right? I think the bigger ones like CID and then also, I think Canine would probably fit into that. I mean, also, you know, like you said, you know, having just one direct lead, you know, I just, you know, I can look at what happened in the past, right? What went wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Grandma 041
I mean, I don't know about Kate. I'm gonna be honest. Kate was sort of before my time. But I didn't hear good things. I will say that. Nothing I heard about Kate on a working level was the best. The dogs, the diet she had them on, things like that. She never consulted with the vet, had them eating things that they shouldn't be eating, and only that. So just a lot of not so great things.
Oh my god.
With that said, Ramona, she has done a lot for the department. Honestly, I don't think it'd be where it is if she didn't.
Yeah, she did a lot of fantastic stuff, and
yeah, she
especially
did
in
a
the
lot
last
of
couple
really
of
good
weeks,
stuff.
she's not setting it up for failure. She's doing a one last big push and really helping it hit the ground for you know, the future.
Yeah, I've been helping her with a lot of it and getting we're planning a little canine academy actually, and we're gonna run the you know, new trainees through it, and I've been taking, I think today's the first day in like a week where I haven't had a canine trainee with me, where I've just been able to, you know, patrol as normal with a canine. But I do personally think having one lead and then supervisors in each shift would be good for canine.
How many supervisors per shift would you think, or?
Well, currently I think, at least from her recommendation, was having Bundy and Ace. Bundy would be shift 2, I believe. I've never seen him later or earlier, so he would be shift 2. Ace would be shift 1. At least I don't see him ever in shift 2 too much. So it would be looking for somebody in shift 3. I think that would be my main thing, is making sure shift 3 is covered. A lot of people forget about shift 3, but I want to make sure that there's somebody in shift 3 that people can go to. So it would be 3 total.
We're just cleaning up from another scene.
The suspect that was on scene is following behind you.
Dead
No.
form. Any more assistance is going to be like a couple mic or just clean up the scene.
But that's what I was thinking. If you have like any opinion or insight or anything, I'm open to hearing it. It's not just, you know.
All I know, well, it's case by case basis at different certificates, right? They have different needs and, you know, they work at different speeds and whatnot. Mortar, for example, at one point had like 5 supervisors in shift 1, and it was ridiculous. Some certifications work with just 1 supervisor per shift. You know, some shifts work where, you know, you could almost look at it like me with Grapeseed. I don't want a lieutenant in shift 1 because I view like lieutenant as like the head for that shift or whatnot. So I want my lieutenant. Realistically, I would want captain shift 1 and then lieutenant in shift 2 and 3. I would almost want the same for certifications, because sometimes you have a set lead in shift 2, for example, and then you have a supervisor in shift 2, and then the supervisor just gets circumvented, sidestepped, you know, a lot of, you know, decision making just goes to the set lead, and then it kind of like undermines them in that position compared to
I'm
the
listening, by the way.
supervisor.
Sorry, I'm getting a weird phone call and I'm trying to find out who it is.
Okay.
Oh, it's Robin. Sorry, I didn't have her number saved, so I was like, who the hell's calling me? She's never called me before.
Oh, Lord.
Happens.
But yeah, I actually, I'm gonna be honest, with motor it was really confusing because there's just so many supervisors and like leads, and I was just so confused.
I mean, that's kind of like
when it came to motor. I think with canines, I'd want it to be very much more ironed out. You've got a person who's leading it. You've got your 3 leads in each, you know, supervisors in each shift, and they will be training you and things like that. You report to them when it comes to canine stuff. You can ask them questions, you know, whatever you need. You know who your 3 are, and you know, even if say like
No,
you know,
supervisors
Marcel
above
got
us, too.
canine, for example, or you got canine, and you know, you were awake out of your shift. There's still a supervisor you can talk to. You don't have to talk to the one that's in your shift. Like,
Oh,
you know,
100%.
they're there to help. I think it gets really confusing and just kind of like, well, I don't know who the hell I need to go to when there's like 5 supervisors and different leads, like so many different leads. Like it gets really confusing when there's so many. Because reality, you know, you don't need that many.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I've been saying it with the wider DPS. If you really wanted a not convoluted, you know, you'd get rid of Capra, Senior, and even Lieutenant, and you just have, you know, base people, 1 supervisor position of like Sergeant, and then you have, you know, the top dogs are unified at Captain, right? And it goes the same way with the certifications. I think it would almost be better that you just have, you know, your base certified people, your supervisors, and then your unit lead. You know, job done. You don't have all these different titles and positions, so people know who to go to. Now then, it raises the question of, do you allow base handlers to be trainers, and it's like almost like an FTO set
Anybody
inside of
who
it,
would be
but they have to be a
a,
supervisor, right? Or
Yeah, so from the way it is now, I'm not saying that it would have to stay that way forever. But the way that it is right now, if you're not a supervisor for canine, then you are not training, basically. Though right now, supervisor is kind of listed as trainer instead. So the current trainers are myself and Ace and Bundy, and then Ramona is canine lead.
Yeah.
Is how it is currently. I feel like when it comes to actually training handlers and, you know, training dogs and things like that, that's something that I had a conversation with Miss Faraday, actually. And we thought getting our handlers to help with like dog trainings and things like that might be very useful, because there's no, currently, like the vets don't do any dog training. or anything of the sort. I saw that Paw Hub did, which was a little confusing because I think Paw Hub is just all vets. It's a vet-owned
Pretty
business
sure,
that
yeah.
offers training. I don't know. It confused me. But there are dogs that aren't friendly towards people or officers. And so trying to like rehabilitate and get those dogs trained, I think would be something that, you know, we could offer as canine handlers and stuff like that.
Yeah, oh, well, there's perfect job for it. I wish the vets did it, but
Yeah, I've
they don't do
talked
a
to them.
lot.
They said that it doesn't really fall under them and that, you know, animal control, they said Jerry kind of just gave to them because, like, he wanted it to kind of stick with like the vets, I guess. I don't know. So they kind of run animal control, but animal control doesn't deal with training. They just kind of are supposed to deal with training the animals, I guess, and like catch them and.
But they don't got the
Yeah.
tranks. They don't got.
Oh, well, I know Anna does at least.
Oh,
She's got
that's
trank.
nice. That's nice.
Yeah, she's got a lower dosage one for
I
like.
wonder if she's got SOPs
smaller
for those.
animals. I don't know.
'Cause we don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because we had that situation with the deer, and I was a little cautious about taking out the tranquilizer gun because we don't have any SOPs on them.
Yeah, technically you did violate SOPs, but I was there and I would have
Yeah.
said, no, you're not. You know, I was listening to the radio, and it's, you know, yeah, Ranger, yeah, I trust your own discretion.
I made the judgment call because
yeah,
we
it's
couldn't get
completely
it
okay.
safely out of the road.
I watched you not able to do it, and that was the correct call, and that's why I didn't say anything, you know? The only SOP of the tranquilizer right now is we have the tranquilizer, don't touch it, you get fired. Even captains can't touch it. Faraday's gonna make the SOPs, and that's like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, so, you know.
Yeah, I already got rid of it. Like I put it in the.
I throw it in a locker, not a trash thing, you know, make sure it's
Oh, I did
secure.
put it in my locker, but I was gonna talk to Miss Faraday and explain the situation because I don't want to hide that I did it. You know.
No,
what I mean?
100% you shouldn't. You know,
It's not a secret that I did it. I'll own that. I just.
I don't think you can get in trouble for it.
Yeah, there was no other way to humanely deal with the deer. It was not getting out of the road. It was in and out of traffic. It was going to cause an accident, harm to itself, other people.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I felt like that's what I had to do.
Yeah, good guy. You know, when you do bring it to it, just say that, you know, Captain Aaron was on video and didn't question and, you know, talked to you after and, you know, said it was a justified use. So if she does have concern, it can be directed my way instead of your way. But, I don't know, as a ranger, maybe bring it up that, you know, the desire for the SOP for it would be nice, you know. I do think
Yeah,
it
I
should
think
be
it would be really
Ranger
nice if-
equipment. I don't want it. You know, I mess around with animals, but you go
I mean, it
talk
could
to
be a
Anna.
thing where
I love
it's
calling in
kind
the
of
people that
like-
specialize. You know, like you know,
It could
rangers
be a
and
thing
the
where it's
vets.
sort of like if there isn't a ranger around to, you know, get one and help, then maybe, you know, a captain can give permission or whoever can give permission for someone else to take one. I don't know. I'd have to talk to Miss Faraday about what she's writing and has in mind for it.
Certain people can enact the
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I was a little worried about it because I'm gonna be honest, Casey and them, they're all screaming at me. They're like, "Trank it! Get the trank!" And I was sitting here like, I'm gonna get fired because I know we're not supposed to touch the thing.
You're not gonna get fired. It's all
I was like, this is how I lose my job trying to save a deer.
Otherwise, DOC can absolutely help.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it is.
I do not want this to be another case of a bunch.
All right, we're actually gonna take Kojak to the hospital. Apparently, Danny is awake.
Whoa,
He's been in ICU.
That's
yeah.
exciting. You know? Yeah, I guess.
Apparently he's awake. So yeah, we're gonna go. Also, before we go, real quick, I wanted to ask you before Robin started calling me and confused me. Do you think that 3 supervisors and 1 lead is too many people?
the response on channel 10, coordinate with them.
And when I say 3, I mean 1 in each shift. So like, so that there's at least 1 person covering each shift.
Well, sounds
And
appropriate.
then the
George.
lead kind of just, you know, goes between shifts as needed.
Yeah, sounds appropriate, sure. But if you've only got supervisors with permission to train, then it's not enough.
Well, the supervisors would train handlers. I mean, no, I agree. You're not wrong. 3 people to train a bunch of people is not usually enough.
Yeah.
We could do a role for trainer or something like that. Like, Skylar has actually been showing a lot of initiative and has been, I know she just got canine, but she's very confident in like herself and she's really good with the dogs. She's probably somebody that I would look for, to pushing to like a trainer role within canine. I know she just got canine, but like she's.
What's it to be? They're just
she's
natural
solid.
fits. You know, we've had people that were like, oh, they just became a fan of yours, but they're so solid that it's like you want to push them up and put them in a position that's more appropriate for that scared me, sure.
Yeah, she's been solid kind of like from day one. Like she took initiative, just started taking the canine. Like I didn't even have to tell her like, hey, you're handling this traffic stop. She'd just get out, just start handling the canine. I was like, okay. Like she's solid, she's confident, she's good with the dogs.
That's right. You know
very confident that she'll become a trainer.
Oh, excite the dames off. Wow.
Alright, perfect. Well, thank you for giving me that insight. I definitely think a role above handler for like trainers would be a good thing too.
Yeah. You know.
So
I
that it
always
doesn't
happy
all
to
just
talk
fall on
about
like
this stuff.
supervisors or leads.
Yeah. That way supervisors
Not
can
that we
focus
wouldn't
on
be
the
a part of it, of
supervisor
course.
part, but I mean, they would probably want to be
But it would
heavily
give us more
involved.
time to, we'd be able to delegate and focus on the things we have to focus on. That no, that makes sense. I appreciate your time, though. Thank you for giving me that insight.
Ways.
Kojak, did you want to say goodbye to Harold? Yeah.
Can I do a pet? I know some of the dogs.
Oh,
they
you can
don't
do a
like
pet.
them.
I have her on break right now, so she's just calm and chilling.
Oh. Wow. Hello. Yeesh. I was just talking earlier that gotta get my beds for the Steamers. Yeah, because someone stole one
Yeah,
of the
Chaos.
beds.
I brought Chaos over. She's sleeping in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she really likes it here.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, sure. Yeah,
So you guys gotta stop feeding her. We wait.
That's
She's
a Skylar
65
thing.
pounds.
That's
She's 65
that's
pounds.
a Skylar thing. That's
All right, I'm gonna have to talk to Skylar about
I
that.
think something's wrong with the scale.
You think it's the scale's fault?
Yeah, I don't think the scale's measuring correctly. Everything the light touches.
No, she has a issue, Harold. He's trying to enable Chaos's yoinkies tendencies. You can't enable her.
She's already a felon.
She is. She's got petty larceny.
A misdemeanor.
She's got a criminal record, Marcel. You can't keep enabling her.
It sounds like a trainer problem.
Oh my god.
Who trained her?
I don't know. You see, a lot of our dogs come from a facility where they're already trained. We haven't had to retrain any yet. I'm saying yet because I'm assuming the day will come where we will have to, but not yet.
Yeah.
So far, they've all been pretty solid.
That's good, or? Yeah. One of them's gonna mess up, and who's it gonna be? Who's gonna mess up?
It's gonna be you, Kojak? It's gonna be you?
It's gonna mess up?
No, it's not gonna be you.
I don't think so. I think Kojak.
Oh, she's giving you the business.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll let you go. I gotta prepare for this khaki, sure.
Thank you, Harold.
Danny, I see. Hello. No, we'll finish the turret champagne. I gotta show you the ICU, the stage room, the armory, and the locker room.
I thought we were done the tour. I'm sorry.
Fuck, no, there's so much. We're finishing the champagne. Okay. Bye-bye.
Took the jump and holding eastbound and picture perfect. Continuing northbound on picture perfect. We are right, slight 50 with a local south.
Trial reminder.
Left eastbound on Westcook Boulevard. Continuing eastbound on Westcook
We're at Estensburg.
Hello, Great Seed.
Be careful.
Hi, with Dashi.
Hi, Yuri.
There's loads of groups here around.
What day is it today?
1, 2,
Left eastbound on
Saturday.
3,
Bum.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
continuing eastbound Howard, crossing Power.
I still can't believe that I smoked Osiris like that. That was so funny.
We're going to be taking west eastbound on Glory Way.
What's up, Momo?
Right southbound on Bridge
See if
Street.
this gun's hot.
Holding right southbound now, continuing on Bridge Street. Into Nicola Ave. Southbound on Mirror Park.
You gonna paint eggs? Ooh.
Yeah, right southbound on Mirror Park Boulevard.
Do you need 77s?
I got
No
one
small
away. Can you do
talk?
one more?
Or 76?
Yeah, I don't like it.
2 times occupied.
How do we have a car park here?
We're continuing now, holding right, going to be westbound on Capitol Boulevard.
Since we got units dispatched, can we get a channel for this?
TAC 2, TAC 2.
Every day change.
Yeah.
Who's this here 311 stuck in the top right of dispatch? Oh, no, it's gone.
I did still see it, yes.
Yeah, when you do a 311 on Creek Card, it stays up there forever.
See ya.
Good. Oh, okay.
But also good to know. Hello, Harold.
Hello. I think 311s on a Creek Card just get like categorized as active, so it just stays stuck up there. Hello, Channel 10. Is this the winter channel?
I'm slowly walking to the courthouse.
What's your 20?
Courthouse.
20 resistance?
Or are you talking to Harold?
Legion Square. I think Arlo said he was going to pick me up at some point in time.
Okay, 10-4 occupiers, I can pick up.
Units inside the courthouse, be advised, we've got tow truck drivers trying to take the cars.
Kidding me?
God bless.
I'm gonna step outside and handle it. We also got several individuals inside the courthouse already masked up. We might need some officer presence to get them unmasked and then frisked.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just come to the clock in bell real quick?
C-2276 back to the courthouse.
Alright, how many officers do we have inside that are going to be testifying or were detectives for this case?
29. You got 3
Looks like
inside
there's
there.
4 officers that are related to this case, potentially. Alright, I want 2 non-testifying officers to remain inside. Get at least 1 of you upstairs, 1 of you downstairs. We can have 1 or 2 up front, and then for the most part, everyone else can break off until it gets time for the verdict. They aren't going to try anything stupid because they don't want to fuck up their case. So we shouldn't have any problems during the case. It would just be the verdict that we're going to call everybody back to help provide coverage for.
Yes, he was asking for help transporting. We have transported everyone down, correct?
Affirm.
They're all on bail.
10-4.
No, there was one person that's not on bail, actually. I wonder if tow would try to tow this. Where it says police vehicles only.
Hey.
Hello. What? What?
Oh, I don't know if I parked there if I knew. There's a person going in.
Like
Look,
what?
he's
Like what?
towing
Okay, but
police
like
cars.
if the, what does the blue thing say over there, Sin? What does the big blue thing say?
Police vehicles only?
I guess, look at the car. Look at the car. What's the car?
Yeah, but
What's
do
the
you
livery on
think
it? What's
he's
the
gonna
livery?
care about that?
What's the livery, though? What's the livery?
Yeah, I can't
Take a
see
look.
it from
Take
here.
a look.
Blue police car.
It's LSPD. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Oh, okay.
I think it's. I would honestly. I'd like to see
God.
them. I'm gonna take a photo of the plate because I like to see him. You know.
That's good. Actually, that's smart.
Police vehicles allowed to park on or adjacent to government facilities, i.e., police departments and hospitals. And what's this building?
Police department. Oh
you
my goodness.
You see that blue one right there? This
Yeah.
building's got like Lego pieces with signs on it. It's great. Oh, we need those.
Best one with grapeseed, honestly. Be good.
Yeah, we just saw a tow person over there towing someone's car, some police cruiser.
Why? Ah, they didn't see it.
Ooh, perfect.
Oh, like another one. Yeah.
Ooh.
They're hungry, eh?
Yeah, sharks.
Yeah, they're coming down here just to fuck with PD.
Just like the old days, eh?
Oh, Cap, just quick reminder, if you see, careful how your cars are, when you
Oh,
park
don't
them.
worry, I already packed mine, and I'm testing a
Okay.
theory.
Some tow drivers just tried taking some of the police vehicles here.
Yeah, no, like the second you like hatch. Yeah.
Alright,
I got
situation
timestamp
has been
freaking
handled.
pictures of my car. I
I
know
parked
which-
mine in the ramp that says police vehicles only.
I think they're good on security, but I'm here for support as
I'm
well.
here to support. Winter was one of ours as a part of the DPS family. We support each other.
Mhm.
Out of the county, you know.
It's also important that we show face.
Now, I had Jason Park call me earlier asking if I was a deputy because I'm wearing the short sleeves. I'm like, no, I'm a probie, but Harold said I can wear the short sleeves.
Yeah.
Listen, you're a deputy regardless, okay?
You know. Am I gonna lay eyes on this person?
You've met him before. What are you talking about?
I haven't met him since.
Sorry.
Well, that's who he is, so deal with it.
Yeah, all right.
My concern is not about me and him. My concern is about you and.
We're fine.
Are you sure?
Please.
Yeah, I don't know what. You walked up to me and you started.
You said you're fine, but you don't know. You said You said that she's
good.
away. You're not sure about what's going on. Well, I don't like that. I don't
You
like
think
the
the
sound of
you
that.
think the courtroom's the appropriate place place for this?
Yes,
Oh,
it is actually because everyone's standing around looking at their fucking tablets like a bunch of lemons. So now's the time to spill the tea. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm eavesdropping.
We appreciate you coming out to support us, gang.
I told you she was hot today.
No, listen.
Ignoring you now, Eva.
Whatever, fool. It is fucked up.
I mean, you came into the courtroom, did a beeline for me, and started yelling at me.
That's right. I am going to.
Even though I
I'm
didn't
whispering.
do anything.
I'm whisper yelling at you. I'm whispering.
Eva, Paco, you got this dog.
Listen, I've been locked up
Honestly,
for almost
here's
4
what I
weeks.
think. I think you're
I'm
just
on
mad
one
at
right
me.
Radio check channel 10.
10-2.
Is it on my lap?
All right. Do we have any officers that are testifying on the channel?
Mercy's on the wrong side.
Hopefully I get manslaughter, fool.
I am.
You know why? Because I have aim, but I'm not suicidal. Why would I blow up the gas station?
You can always go on the second floor.
Ashley?
I'm just here to walk.
Can I squeeze on the other side of you?
Are you yelling that part?
She's not, but she's not wishing me get quiet enough that I don't hear it. But apparently not, you know what, you and Captain here.
There's echoes.
Well, well, that's unfortunate. 'cause I'm
My phone
whispering.
in dispatch. That might be a good idea.
Oh.
I'm gonna come pick you up from DPPD. I'll be there in a minute.
I'm whispering right now.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, that's
Good. How are you doing?
This is more energy and anger I've seen out of Eva. You have like 4 weeks of energy.
I'm being called to the stand.
Happy to be here, to be honest.
Okay. Bean, DJ, Harold. Who else is being
I
called
took
to
a
the
nap
stand?
to
Do you know?
unwind after earlier,
It's
but
myself, Harold, Bean, DJ. Let me double check. Christine, Harold, me, Deontay, and Edmund.
thank you.
What was the first name? Sorry.
This is a cadet.
That's what I've been saying.
Bean, DJ, myself,
Total man.
Harold, and Mercy.
See, why did someone say 5 officers then?
One might say
I'll go
that
10.2 get
Stephanie
this
is on the
keep up with the court
defense.
case.
They're calling her as a witness.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
But,
then.
we haven't seen her.
Let's see. We got Iridescent and myself, Arlo. That's 3.
We appreciate you.
Who else?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Get it like me.
Giving up Vivi.
I might be taking.
We love a court case starting at midnight.
No one's been searched. Come here.
How many fucking judges are doing it?
Don't know, Walt.
It does kind of look like a Connie. You're right.
Good night, Orny.
It's out.
This could be toasted.
Shout out to everyone sitting on our side of the court. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
That's mostly the outfit.
Good one.
Boo! Really, it's the hat. Like, it's the hat plus his outfit. If he took the
fucking
hat
angry.
off, he would look like a lot of other things that
angry.
aren't, a carny or someone starting a
Ah.
band. But, the outfit plus
Hell,
the hat,
look at
that's what really
oof.
sells it.
And shoe match.
I mean any harm. I did that crime in my PJs.
Look at this.
Hello?
You allegedly.
Why would you know?
Is he crying?
Fucking.
I don't think they took a photo.
So,
remember that episode of Rugrats?
We're screwed. You know what? They'll probably take out half of them too. So.
They should put that on display.
trying to run out the room.
Giving commentary to the whole court case. I mean, I'm with it. I'm just.
It's
asking.
not me. They're whining? Not whining or anything. You kind of just kind of leave it, man.
I'll do the same.
My screen froze.
Okay.
I'm not gonna die.
Do the same.
I'll try and send, animal control, but, normally if it's just... Let's get this thing started. Yeah, it's probably a stray.
It is that time. Oh, right. I should buy some books.
Yeah, we like strays, but, if it's not hurt or anything, then...
Good thing that we got this fine gentleman here to sell us books.
Why would you do that? Would you do that? But... fucking hope not. I'll have your job.
I'll talk to you about rap stacks. Stacks aren't good just because they have.
Alrighty, can everybody hear me?
Guys, what if we go up?
Yes, no.
Yeah.
And then have a heart attack out of stress.
Beautiful.
Nice.
In that case, we are calling the matter of the state versus Eva Bashir et al. Into order. This is criminal docket number 48486 in reference to incident number 48381. Very first thing, let's get started with state. Do we have any pre-trial motions?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, defense, do you have any pre-trial motions?
I have 3.
Great, let's hear the first one.
These are all motion to strike. I'm gonna go through each one. We'll go one at a time. The first one I would like to address, I would like to motion to strike the partially the testimony of Ashley Lockhart in incident report 48381, specifically the part where it based a timeline based on photos and forensics. This is predominantly a collection of evidence, not any sort of field notes that would be indicating that the individual made these remarks off of their experiences here. It is purely to the foreseeable person looking at this case to be a collection of evidence for prosecutorial matters, something that this person is not able to do. And more importantly, this individual is not being called to testify and is providing physical evidence or a timeline of events that cannot be cross-examined by the defendants under the Confrontation Clause. This part of it, as I am not allowed to cross-examine the validity of her timeline, would make it against my client's constitutional rights to due process. We ask that this part of her testimony be stricken and only the part above that be admitted under the record.
Oh shit. Hold on, let me. Fuck, I'm gonna jump over. Oh, nah, I missed. Hold on. I can't make it, man. I can't make it. I can't make it.
Bro, sit your ass down, dog.
State, do you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, they could have called the officer themselves as a witness, as well as the officer, I believe, was one of the ones that went down in and assisted in creating the snapshot using the evidence that was actually on scene. So this was her finding when they went through the scene and put it together. She's an officer. This is something that she does.
I love the passive aggressive chuckle from Sadie whenever she does these things.
I did. Yeah, I waved at him.
I had to take a piss, dog.
He's a real one.
Ashley, are you on frequency?
Huh?
Sorry, other Ashley.
10-4, what's up?
I'm gonna allow that to
Is your
stand.
cruiser marked 59?
Essentially, it's
834, I think.
Okay, well, there's that
it
LSPD
essentially
cruiser
aids the prosecution. However, we are going to review all that evidence ourselves, and it's not being taken as the same weight as just general testimony in an officer's statement.
My next motion to strike, same report. It will be the narrative debrief section of this. The primary officer is not even mentioned. It is questioned whether or not Harold was the one that wrote it. It is by by virtue a hearsay statement. We have no idea who made these, whether it's factual.
No, negative.
We have no idea
I
who
don't have
created
a
it.
right
Can't
to
cross-examine that either. Or that narrative debrief by the primary officer was also valid in the creation of the report. It is all used as trial evidence to try to establish that they were not aggressors in certain areas of the situation, which again, I cannot contest that on behalf of my clients. Would be against their due process rights.
What?
So the narrative debrief for that just to be excluded from being mentioned in court today.
Sorry, 10-9 die was on radio on main talking.
What?
So just out of curiosity, we don't know who wrote the narrative. Is that the claim?
Correct. This is Harold ? We have no idea who wrote that. As far as that,
We don't know who wrote the narrative. We have no idea. We have no way of finding that information out.
It said Harold ? What do you want me to do? Listen, all right, I tried. All right.
Who did it?
Next one. This one will be a lot quicker. This one will be a motion to strike the song being used in evidence against the defendant James Jeffries. I would argue this is collateral evidence, unrelated to the issue at hand here. They may claim that it's the lyrics about the song, but nothing about it would be indeed incriminating to the point of needing its inclusion. I think we just stick to the facts of the alleged shooting here and.
State, do you have a rebuttal?
A moment, I'm looking for it. Where is that listed in
Reports attached as evidence at the very bottom one.
48475 is the exact number. Sorry about that.
8475. Hold on.
I probably should have done a bigger debrief. But it was on the docket so quickly.
Honor, the song is pretty relevant as to the fact that one of the suspects is singing about things that, general people wouldn't know exactly what happened during said robbery. Things that weren't released at the time. So yes, it does have relevance.
I just now noticed the image that Montag put on the screen that Harold did the narrative. Now I understand what. Yeah, I was sorry. I was reviewing everything in the case.
Should I put the question mark?
get to the row.
Just like that. Never. It's Point Break style, dog.
We're going to allow this long to stand. However, essentially, we're going to listen to it. We're going to consider its potential contents. However, we're not going to consider officers testifying to how they interpret the song. Essentially.
Yeah.
Other than that, I have
Is
nothing
this for
further.
the
Thank you.
deputy that died that I didn't meet properly?
Yes.
So sad, very sad.
Yes.
Sad, very sad.
Yes.
Somebody
Very
talk about them.
sad. Very sad.
Alrighty, I be doing a lot of talking. I'm gonna let Harvey Lint read the statement of charges.
Okay. Statement of charge reads as follows. The Department of Public Safety responded to an act of robbery at Calais Construction involving 4 suspects. Upon arrival, officers encountered a vehicle parked outside and made contact with the suspects, who falsely claimed to have a hostage, referring to it as a Tamaguchi. 2 individuals exited unarmed, and it was confirmed that there were no actual hostages. Lieutenant Meyer authorized a breach. Law enforcement attempted to apprehend the suspects using less than lethal methods, at which point the suspects opened fire. A large-scale shootout ensued, resulting in all 4 officers on the scene being shot down, one being Deputy Winter Stark, who passed away from injuries along with 2 other suspects. All 4 suspects were involved in the robbery, attempted escape, and are being charged accordingly with robbery, accomplice to murder of a government employee, and attempted murder of a government employee. Additionally, Mark McCann, Paco Vega, and Ava Bashir were found in criminal possession of a handgun.
I'm free to go. There's nobody named Mark McCann. All right. Does either side have any further motions prior to moving into opening statements?
No,
Not at
Your
this time,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Right. Prosecution, we will open the floor to you to start us off then. And after openings, do the indictment.
Okay. This case involves a violent and deadly confrontation that began as an act of robbery and escalated, of course, into a full-scale shootout with law enforcement, resulting in the tragic death of Deputy Winter Stark and the injury of multiple officers. PD did respond to a robbery in progress at the gas station involving 4 armed suspects. Upon arrival, officers located a suspicious vehicle outside and made contact with the individuals inside. The suspects falsely claimed to be holding a hostage, referring to the toy Tamagotchi, 2 individuals exited the building unarmed, and it was quickly confirmed that there were no hostages present. With that information, a breach was authorized. Officers attempted to apprehend the suspects using less than lethal methods. In response, the suspects opened fire. What followed was a large-scale gunfight, which all 4 responding officers were shot down. 2 suspects were injured. Deputy Winter Stark succumbed to the injuries sustained in the line of duty. The evidence will show that all 4 suspects were actively involved in the robbery. Their coordinated resistance during the breach and their attempt to flee the scene, they now face charges of robbery, attempted murder of a government employee, and accomplice to the murder of Deputy Winter Stark. The state will establish beyond a reasonable doubt that these individuals knowingly participated in said robbery, an inherently dangerous act that any reasonable person would understand carries the risk of violent escalation. Tragically, that risk became a reality, and it claimed the life of one of the state's finest, Deputy Winter Stark.
All right, defense.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen of the court, the esteemed panel, my contemporary Crossout, Ms. Kai, thank you all for being here. It has been an honor to present this case to you. I want to add something real quick before we begin here. I think maybe for a little bit of your information that we go on here, I think it would be a unfair assessment to say that my clients were engaging in gunfire with the police. As you come to find out very shortly and through forensic evidence, testimony, the lack of spine by the police officers, I think it's more of a safe assumption that the police tried to shoot the marabuntas.
What?
So, let us begin. Here a situation of alleged armed robbery by the defendants. Here, and they come there to try to make peace with them. Knowing it's at a gas station, look around you. What do you think of at a gas station? You think of tanks and gas pumps and all these different sort of things when they're trying to allegedly get this money out. And the officers responded to it. Outnumbered, without any worry in the world. Established contacts were made. Apparently some people were unarmed. People were just standing there, willing to talk, willing to have a conversation. How we can avoid something like this from escalating in any sort of capacity.
It's definitely the PD's fault, but also it's kind of like legally it's the criminal's fault.
You have a group of individuals that are dead set on making sure that everybody makes it out okay, as any officer would. I mean, and including the defendants allegedly. They were all working together, but all of a sudden you hear something come over the radio. You hear somebody, a lieutenant, talk over radio and say, "No, we need to breach it. There's no hostage." Not minding the fact that, there could be something that could go wrong, but nothing was going wrong.
This is why I think Twilight should be demoted.
To break that chain. They wanted to make it lively. They thought it was way too safe to be around in this one. Instead of going about it a peaceful way, instead of continuing how things were worse, Lieutenant Stephanie Meyer took it upon herself to say, "Everybody breach. Everybody go shoot him, go apprehend him with guns drawn." And of course, you have to back up and say that, "Oh, of course, we went in there with non-lethals," but you have other people saying that, "Oh, we came in with pistols. We wanted to tackle him, wanted to beat him up." Fire ensues, a completely natural response to such heinous and unforeseen behavior that was clearly not talked about. It leads to another, and then a second horde of officers are called in. Dog trying to get a bone. They really wanted to get this kill, Your Honor. They really wanted to kill my clients. Unfortunately, in the process of trying to get a headhunt on these gang members they so desperately are afraid of, they decided to act quickly. We had Captain Harold and Danny O'Shea and 15 other officers show up, guns drawn, and start blazing, unloading magazines of fire at the gas station. Or just, and by their own narrative, decides to pick him up, wants to flee, but one thing leads to another, and then kaboom. Explosion. Everything is on fire. It hasn't been clear already. Let me make it clear right now. I'm not the one that's being the defense attorney today. I think I'm more of like the prosecutor today. Put the cops on trial because they murdered Winter Stark. Captain Harold did. Danny O'Shea did. Lieutenant Stephanie Meyer did. Not these guys. They didn't want to do any of this. Classic case of causation and how that gets broken. To show you that murder makes absolutely no sense in this predicament, especially for Eva Bashir, who was handcuffed right away, didn't fire a bullet. Materialiated. That's right. She had her hands behind her back and she materialiated in a shooting she didn't even start. She just watched the whole thing down. Doesn't that sound ridiculous, Your Honor? We're going to show you just how ridiculous they are, because there's more to this cancer. With the cops. Thank you.
Damn, yo. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, right.
Alrighty. To read each of the defendant's charges. A lot of defendants and a lot of charges, so this will take us a little bit of a second. Either defendant yourself or through your counsel, please either plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest. Eva Bashir, to the charge of robbery, how do you plead?
Sorry?
Eva Bashir.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Alright, to the charge of criminal possession of a handgun, how do you plead?
Not guilty, I guess.
To the charge of accomplice of murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
To the charge of accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Already. Mr. James Jeffries, to the charge of robbery, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I just noticed something. Alright, to the charge of murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And to the charge of attempted murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Mr. Paco Vega, to the charge of criminal possession of a handgun, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Of robbery, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
The charge of murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Charge of attempted murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And lastly, Mr. Mac McCann, to the charge of criminal possession of a handgun, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
To the charge of robbery, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
To the charge of murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And finally, to the charge of attempted murder of a government employee, how do you plead?
Definitely not guilty.
Alrighty, in that case, we'll be continuing with everything in contest. Let me ask my co-counsel or my panel here a quick question.
Oh.
More. I still need that photo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fuck.
Thank you.
Alrighty, in that case, state. Would you like to call a witness or point out evidence?
Calling a witness.
Who would you like to call?
And Beamed.
Alright, Edmund Bean, come have a seat.
Boo.
Man in the center aisle, this is your one and only warning. Remove the mask.
Boo.
that? Remove the mask, sir. Yes, you.
Just a bear.
It's
Sonny, can you scoot over real quick?
I'm just a little bear.
Sorry, can you scoot?
Little
Sorry,
bear.
sorry, move. Sorry, move. Sorry.
Ow!
Jesus.
Get off! What was
That was a big
for?
tag.
What
Of
the
those.
fuck?
Raise your left hand, please.
Throw it back.
Thing to say.
He literally threw the book at him.
Getty B.
Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you. Hard.
Man.
Witness is sworn in.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and rank for the record, please?
I am Edmund Bean, senior officer with Del Perro Police Department.
Were you dispatched to any location on Calais Avenue on the date in question?
Yes.
What was the nature of the call or alert that brought you there?
A store robbery in progress.
Upon arrival, what did you observe outside the Zero Mart?
Objection, narrative. Calls for narrative.
Can't hear you.
I'm talking to you. Hey, objection is overruled. However, witness basically answered just explicitly what you observed. There's a line that you can cross into narrative. If you cross that line, we'll stop you.
Blue Stratum, masked individual later recognized as Mac McCann, and Eva Bashir with a gun.
Okay. Did anyone appear to be armed?
Eva
You
Bashir.
just said, okay. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. What actions did you take once you saw the individuals outside?
I waited for backup to arrive on scene.
And once contact was made, what was the interaction like with the masked individuals?
It was cordial. You know, like, weird as it sounds, as dumb as it sounds, you know, it wasn't like, you know, hostile or anything.
Hmm. Okay. And were there any negotiations taking place at that time?
I don't recall.
Didn't hear that?
I do not recall.
Were there any identifying features or behavior that drew attention to any of the individuals on scene?
James Jeffries was wearing a robbery outfit. He just had like a little, like, you know, black mask over his eyes. Obviously it was him. That was a big thing that was talked about on scene. McCann was, you know, wearing, you know, his Marabunta stuff, his eye patch. It was just in the background. I wasn't really focused on her.
the suspects were leaving the building, were any of them being questioned?
I'm going to object to lax foundation, Your Honor.
State, do you have a rebuttal?
Asking for a specific, we're going in a time frame.
Sustained as to lax foundation.
The suspects leave the building at any point in time?
James Jeffries left the building. Went back inside.
And did you or any
This
other
is gonna go on
officers
so
question
long.
Jeffries upon his exit?
I'm going to object to calls for
Oh my
hearsay
God.
impartial to the other officers that questioned him. He wouldn't be able to know what officers we're talking about. I'm just kindly asking that he talks about his experiences with questioning, Your Honor.
I'm actually going to overrule this one from the back. This is a fun moment of hearsay. Hearsay requires that the statement be admitted for the truth of the matter. Basically, we have to observe the facts of it. Mr. Bean here testifying just that another
Mr.
officer
Bean.
asked questions doesn't prove any facts to this court, so it inherently isn't hearsay.
Fair enough.
Want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, repeat the question, please.
Okay. Did you or any other officers question Jeffries upon his exit? What was that?
Yes.
Who questioned him?
Both me and Winter.
Okay. And when you, what was it that you were questioning him about?
He was doing a robbery, and why didn't he have a better mask that concealed his identity?
Okay. And in the report, it is noted that you were instructed to breach the scene. What prompted, or do you know what prompted that decision?
That they did not have a human hostage. Well, not human, an alive hostage.
Okay. And what role did you play once the breach was initiated?
I walked over to McCann. Well, I guess I initiated the breach. Patient breach.
Okay. What occurred when you attempted to detain McCann?
I tackled him down, tried to get cuffs around his wrists. He swatted them away, pulled a gun, and I don't remember what happened after that. Well, he aimed it at me and then blacked out.
Okay. State has no further questions for the witness.
Alrighty, defense, your cross.
I wonder if they're gonna
Absolutely.
focus on the Twilight thing.
All right, Mr. Bean. Previously stated to on direct examination, didn't you tell us that during the negotiations when you made initial contact with them that there was it was very cordial in your own words? Isn't that correct?
I said it wasn't hostile.
Is it fair to say that it was cordial
I don't see
during
him
these
anywhere.
conversations initially?
Objection, Your Honor. Statement of testimony.
If I may, Your Honor.
Overruled. It is on all 3 of our records that he used the exact word cordial.
Want me to repeat the question, Mr. Bean?
Oh, yes.
Isn't it fair to say that these initial conversations between you and the individuals outside was cordial?
Yeah.
Now, when you arrived on scene, initially when you arrived on scene, who were the original officers with you besides Winter Stark?
What do you mean?
Okay. Besides Winter Stark, was there any other officers with you when speaking to these people, or actually, I'll rephrase that. Winter Stark, was there any other officers on scene with you during these conversations?
Yes.
Who?
Who was that?
Deontay Jackson.
The only one, Mr. Bean. Time.
Remember.
Mr. Bean, do you recall giving instructions to Deontay Jackson that he would be overseeing the scene during these conversations? Can you recall? Sorry, can you
repeat
rephrase
that answer, Bean? I didn't hear you.
Yes.
You did do that. Oh, and why did you do that?
Wait. That was for the scene lead thing. What was the question you asked that before that?
I basically just asked if you were sure it was just Deontay Jackson, and you said yes. So
yeah, all right.
Bean seems fucking
do you
out
recall,
of it.
I'll re-ask the question because I didn't hear it. Do you recall telling Deontay Jackson that he would be overseeing the scene while negotiations were taking place? Why did you? Why was he instructed to take the scene lane? Is there any reason?
I was first on scene. I decided I would negotiate and that Deontay would order units around, scene lead.
Now, at this point, was there any radio communications between you and other officers involving the scene?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. Do you recall if there was any other officers that were not physically present at the gas station communicating with you at any point during this time?
Yes.
Who were those people?
Stephanie Meyer.
You recall what Stephanie Meyer was saying to you during these negotiations?
Why is everybody hating Candy Maple?
Yes.
What was she saying to you?
They don't have a hostage. You should probably breach.
Uh-oh.
Now, actually, I'm gonna confirm my code for counsel real quick.
What's up, Hogan?
That's mine. Honest with you, somebody struck it, and I'm not gonna move it 50,000 times. Just tow it.
Indicating that you did breach this building. Did you follow the orders of Lieutenant Stephanie Meyer?
Repeat the question.
judging by the what happened following her stating this, that you guys just reached the building, followed that order, didn't you?
We're good, dog.
Yes, I followed the order.
Okay. Wait a minute. Didn't you just tell us that Stephanie Meyer wasn't there when this was said to you?
My God.
Yes.
So, did it occur to you to state to Deontay Jackson to say, Officer Jackson, it's not a very good idea for me to breach this building from an orders for somebody who has no idea what's going on, especially if it's cordial? You didn't say anything like that, did you, sir?
Uh-oh.
Not recall.
Uh-oh.
Well, you had the ability to make that decision on your own because you had firsthand witness of everything going smoothly. Isn't that right, Mr. Bean?
Uh-oh.
Repeat the question.
You had the ability to speak about that to Deontay Jackson, but you didn't.
Your Honor,
recall.
leading.
We're on cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You let me repeat the question, sir?
Not recall.
Okay. Mr. Bean, how does it feel knowing that you could have saved Winter Stark's life if you had just spoken up for yourself for once in a while?
Objection, Your Honor.
Withdrawn the question. No further questions.
Shit. I swear to God.
He's a murderer, dog.
I swear to God.
I wasn't
Just
paying
letting him
attention.
get
What
bullied up there.
just happened?
What's this guy? I swear to
Alright, state redirect.
Also, it wasn't an order to breach. It was a suggestion.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Yep, wasn't an
Alright,
order.
Officer Bean, you may step down. Please
It was
leave
a
the microphone
suggestion.
behind.
It kind of was Bean's fault.
Boo, boo.
Rain will collapse channel 3.
Yeah, I did. I went back
State
to channel
your
1. I'm
next
gonna
witness.
call it in a second.
I would like to call Deontay Jackson.
Alrighty, Mr. Jackson, have a seat.
No relation, dog. You would never be caught.
He really did. I don't know if it was more Twilight's fault or Bean's fault. Both of them. I feel like those are that's a career-ending mistake for both of them. Resign and run it back.
Raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, on the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Danielle?
Man.
I do.
Witness is sworn in.
Next time.
She's actually a secret block. Like, actually.
Could you state your name and rank for the record, please?
Senior Officer Deontay Jackson.
I got her ICU text message.
And were you dispatched to the location on Calais Avenue regarding the robbery on the date in question?
I was.
When you arrived at scene, how many officers were already present?
1/2. And the second one was arriving literally the same time as me.
Okay, and what did you observe when you approached the scene?
I observed Bean approaching Mr. Well, I didn't know at the time, but male in shorts, bandana.
Start using the mic.
First car. And then an individual female with a gun in between two cars at the gas station door. and then and then I saw. What did I say after that? And then I saw Winters walking towards the gas pump.
Okay. Did anyone on scene ask for scene control to be delegated?
Yes, it was asked for me to be scene lead.
And what were your observations of Officer Bean's actions during this time?
At that time, I found my car and I said that I was going to take pictures on scene. And then from that point, I don't recall from that point exactly what I did.
Let's make sure the witness is using the microphone if
Ah,
possible.
thank God.
I am. Maybe it's because I'm sitting down. Wait.
What the fuck? Salt, brother.
I tripped, sorry.
Is that better? Hello?
I
the
can hear
same.
him. I mean, yeah.
So quiet.
This guy sucks.
Speak with your chest, sure.
you, dog.
Speaking with my chest.
Had a weak ass chest,
Got a
bruh.
weak little chest.
Explains the
You must
PD
have got
department.
caught, didn't you?
Okay. So was there any change in communication channels
He's
while
just
you were
weakly
on
spoken.
scene?
Yes. There was a switch of radio channels.
Who gave the instruction to move to a different radio channel?
Give the instruction.
And after switching channels, what actions did you take?
After switching channels,
I cannot hear him.
continued to take pictures and await for further instructions of the
We're back.
negotiations.
Okay. And did you document any individuals or activity while on scene?
I took a handful of pictures before the scene continued.
Okay. And how many individuals did you observe near or inside the store?
2 individuals outside initially, and then 1 inside through when I started taking pictures.
And can you describe the individuals that you identified?
The one individual who was I believe he would have been the main negotiator. Shorts. He had shorts on. I think they were black, blue. Can't remember the colored T-shirt. A blue bandana on. Female on the outside. White and colored shirt, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then later, the male on the inside with a black and colored mask and black and white striped shirt. I think he had shorts on, but I can't remember.
Okay. And when you observed them, did any of them appear to be armed?
The female.
Objection. Never mind. Actually, withdrawn.
Okay. What were those individuals doing at the time you observed them?
When I first initially saw them, or when I was just taking pictures?
You were taking the photos.
The male was having a conversation with Bean. The female was really looking after that box of Tamagotchi, the box of toys, whatever that box was. And the third male individual was going through the shelves inside the store. He did come out at one point, but at the time when I first saw him, he was going through the shelves inside the store.
Okay. And any communication made to confirm whether hostages were present?
They said something about a box of what I don't know the literal name of them, but it's like something gotchis.
Your Honor, if I may, can we? It's Tomagachis. I want to hear him say it. I want to hear him say it because it's funny.
So can you say it one more time for me, please?
Damagachis.
Damagotchi.
There you go.
Is that entertaining for you?
Yeah, it's very entertaining.
You get
Thank
your kick?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did.
Thank you.
Or I infringe on
great.
copyright.
Okay, now, who made the inquiry on whether or not there were hostages present?
I do not recall. Oh wait, sorry. Which in regards to in initial negotiations? Or sorry, can you repeat?
Yes.
Well, I assume obviously Bean would have asked about the hostage to the negotiate.
Beyonce's the kind of guy to perjure himself by accident.
Okay. Did any of the individuals exit the store during the negotiations, or did they stay in the store the whole time?
The only person I saw exit the store was the individual with the black mask and the black and white striped top.
Okay.
Everybody
What
else
did
is
you observe
outside.
about that individual's actions after they exited?
They were standing behind the car. I think it looked like they maybe went into the back of the front car. I don't really know. It seemed like he may have been carrying something. And then he was outside for a little bit, and then he walked towards in the store.
Okay. And was an order to breach the store given?
Yes.
Who issued that order?
Can you repeat?
Issued that order.
Make sure you're, opening your mouth just a little bit before you start speaking.
Who issued that order?
Guys, I'm in my car, but on the back of a tow
Lieutenant Meyer.
truck.
What did you do when that order was given?
Wow.
I stood still for about
Errol, do we have anything that drives
second?
cars out at
Quick
Grape
second?
Scene?
second and a half. Had a thought, and
What was the thought?
action had already started. So I followed my fellow officers in to try and apprehend the suspect.
What happened when you attempted to assist with the detaining individuals?
I was shot.
What occurred just before you were injured?
I had gone to the female who was distracted, confused. She was knocked down. I went down. She was knocked down, I believe. And then, like I say, I got shot from somewhere on my right hand side. And that's all I can remember.
And you said that you were taking photographs prior to the shooting occurring. Were you? How many photos were you able to submit as evidence? Do you recall?
I think I only took, I think it was 5 photos in total. I named every single one I took, and I numbered it after. That was the total amount of photos I was able to take.
Okay. And what time frame do those images cover in relation to your arrival in the breach?
I think it's anything between 70 to 90 seconds. Can't be 100% sure, but no more than 90 seconds, I think.
Okay. All right. I have no further question.
All right, defense, give me like 30 seconds before you cross.
Not a problem. Take your time, Your Honor.
You did good up there, so don't worry about it. That they were going to do that, and that's why I said to answer that way, so you did good.
All right, defense, you may begin your cross.
Robin.
Before I ask anything further, Mr. Officer Jackson, before the events that transpired on, let me get the date for you. I'm very sorry. Before the events of March 29th, 2025, how many store robberies have you responded to that you were the lead officer on scene up to that point?
She objects, right?
Quite a few. I don't have an exact number.
He's so quiet.
More than one. Repeat that. I'm sorry.
More than one.
More than one. Okay. Now, in this particular situation that you arrived on scene at, could you describe what the location was like?
It's a gas station on Calais Avenue, Cross of Innocence. It's a gas station that's got a convenience store inside. Till ATM, gas pumps outside.
Isn't there, in addition to gas pumps, propane tanks on the gas stations usually?
Possibly.
I can't hear him.
Okay.
He's so quiet.
Okay. Now, touching on everything that you've talked to me about so far, these are all flammable liquids that can cause an explosion, isn't that right?
Correct.
You're in these facilities with flammable liquids that can cause explosions. It would be ideal that you don't try to escalate situations around these objects, isn't that correct?
To an extent, yeah.
Now, at the point of negotiations, you it was said previously by Edmund Bean that for a time you were the lead on this this particular store robbery. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that was correct.
Just to refresh my memory real quick, can you please remind me why you guys switched radios? Sorry, switched to a separate radio channel.
Yep, I made the call to switch to a radio channel because officers had called out that they were either on the way or just arriving to scene, and I didn't want to keep the main frequency line used, so I offered to move us to a different radio channel to keep the lines clear.
I see. Now, Mr. Jackson, while negotiations were taking place, was it to your understanding that that things were going smoothly and then there was no indication of violence?
I couldn't hear what was going on, but by the looks of it, there was no immediate danger. But I can't confirm what was being said at the time.
Now, remind me again. So then, out of nowhere, Stephanie Myers comes on radio and asks if there's any living human beings held hostage at this gas station. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact words she said.
Okay. Something to that effect.
She asked regarding the hostages, if they were hostages.
Hey,
I don't recall the exact words she said.
Hey everyone, it's Kendrick.
Now, at this point, when that radio communication came over, that was when Stephanie Meyer was nowhere even near present at this scene. Isn't that correct?
At this time, I don't know where she was. Can't confirm where she was at that exact time.
Okay. To say, though, that she wasn't on scene with you at the Calais Avenue gas station.
I can't confirm personally where she was. I didn't look for her, so I can't confirm where she was at the time.
Now, you previously told me numerous times on direct and cross-examination that you were the lead you were the lead officer on this particular robbery. When this radio transmission came over to breach and clear the building, why didn't you explain to her that everything else was going smoothly, that it was not required?
He only had a second or two. Bean didn't follow his order. Throw Bean under the bus.
In that time, I didn't make that call for that reason.
You didn't have the window.
It wasn't made.
Throw Bean under the bus.
I don't have a reason.
What?
You had the absolute authority and capacity to do that.
He didn't have the
especially
capacity.
since You
Bean.
had the peripheral view of the entire situation. It would
Oh
make
my
the
God.
best judgment on scene as the lead
I
officer.
think
Isn't
cops
that
are
correct?
really dumb.
Yes.
So you would agree with me in saying that it was a horrible, terrible mistake against your training to have somebody else interject into your scene and make a brash
Throw Twilight
decision
under the
like
bus.
No.
What?
I
I'm
don't
throwing them
agree
under the bus.
that Someone should interject, and that's a horrible decision. That they should interject to make a decision. I don't agree that that's a bad thing to do.
Nobody should interject into a crime scene when there's explosives at a gas station, especially since they don't have the full scope of something going on. Isn't that right?
I'm throwing everybody under the bus.
Explosives or not,
I would have. Jesus Christ.
the experience of someone could always be vital going into any situation.
You and your contemporaries at the scene never said to Lieutenant Stephanie Meyer that this isn't a good idea.
He didn't
and
have
that
the
we should
endo.
probably hold off before any sort of breach and clear should be escalated, as to further not cluster the scene. Isn't that right? You said nothing like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
It's not good.
This specific question hasn't been asked, but it's very similar. We're gonna overrule, but make sure you're not just hammering the same point from slightly different angles.
Okay. All right. Are you able to answer the question?
Oh no, am I?
Yeah, you're able
yes,
to now.
Can you repeat, please?
Sure. I'll rephrase a different question since it was something. I think I got my point across there. Wouldn't it be against your better judgment as a police officer who's dealt with multiple of these store robberies to let willy-nilly Lieutenant take over your scene that you're in control of because they're more experienced than you?
Okay, firstly, to correct, there is no willy-nilly lieutenant, okay? That's my lieutenant, so just remember that. And that's the way I think. She's not just going to take over a scene.
Oh,
She has
God.
Insight and knowledge, okay? So I go into that knowing that this person has more knowledge than me to go into this scene.
Yet.
So when it comes down to it,
Trying to do civil.
I listen to advice. Okay, something, sometimes, you know, I can put my feedback in this moment. I didn't have enough time to put my feedback in. I listened to someone that has the experience more than me in this situation, in the small time that I had.
I'm on the highway.
Okay. Before I go confirm and ask one final question, well, okay, sir, then wouldn't you agree, at least on a general basis, that you should take the advice and the experience of an officer that is currently present with you in a very nuanced scene as opposed to someone that has not even seen
On
it
the highway
whatsoever?
by casino.
You're so far.
Can you repeat that just a bit slower?
Sure.
Nora's so
Come in,
funny.
Nora, stay there.
Is it fair to say, on a general basis, an officer who is physically present with you in a specific, nuanced crime scene have more insight and opinions to render to you as opposed to someone who is not physically there and is actively asking questions?
Yes, and in that aspect,
Guys, I built new shelf.
Then followed the officer who initially went
When I was fixing my internet the other day.
Individual armed. We then obviously
After having it in a box for like
escalated
7
from
months.
there. The unarmed individual obviously went forward, but initially he was unarmed. My officer didn't shoot. We may have escalated, but we didn't make a propane tank blow up. That was not in our interest. We didn't create fire or anything to make it blow up. So
He's yapping.
I followed him into it because I knew his mindset.
You just said that you guys escalated.
Yeah.
So there was no impending threat of harm until you and your contemporaries decided to kick down a door.
He escalated
without
to
any
less
violence
lethal.
spreading. Isn't that correct, sir?
Why
Escalation doesn't mean creating a firefight.
Oh my
does
god.
Mean it does
I'm
mean
ripping my
escalation
hair
when
out.
you decide to go with lethal weapons and start tackling and beating people up at the front door.
This is why
But we didn't fire.
I should have prosecuted
Mind
this.
listen, we didn't fire.
I would have
So-
prepped these guys
so-
because they're just being bozos.
to bring that forward, there is an escalation. You could shout at me and I could slap you in the face. That's an escalation, but that's not going to blow up a gas station, is it?
He's being
Gonna blow
so
up a gas
snippy.
station?
All right. I'm gonna go confer with my co-counsel.
Okay. Can I shot the tanks? It was either him or JJ. Prodigal son, I'm loving the slash me more senile than before.
Give me 10 more seconds around. I am very sorry. Okay. It was previously stated by you that you made the identifying factor that no human hostage was at risk of violent injury at this point in time before a breach and clear. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if those are my exact words, but yeah.
Okay.
Breach and clear focus is crazy.
Protocol to breach and clear a building when alleged assailants are brandishing firearms without any physical threat to a individual held in their captive or other officers. Is that in your protocol?
Can you repeat that exactly?
Or I can rephrase it a little bit for you. Is it protocol for you and other officers when attempting to negotiate to attempt to
Police
breach and
SOP,
clear
police
when
SOP.
there is no indication of a threat of a hostage's life or other officers?
Your Honor, going into the section of police SOPs, and that would not be a blood.
God bless. It's maybe because he specifically said protocol. I feel like I haven't seen a big court case like this in a while. Huge turnout. Guys, this was scheduled within 20 days.
We're gonna go ahead and overrule.
Would you like me to repeat the question, sir?
Yeah.
What?
Sir,
Okay.
as a person who's done multiple of these negotiations by your testimony, is it normal for officers or standard procedure to to attempt a breach and clear on people brandishing firearms when there was no indication at that point in time of a physical threat to either a hostage or police officers.
But in the new SOP.
Case by case basis, every situation varies.
Ask if it's a standard protocol.
Violate your bail in the courtroom.
Generally speaking, though, Mr. Jackson, you want to avoid any sort of violent altercation with alleged assailants at any point in time, isn't that right?
I can avoid violence. I will avoid violence.
So by doing this with no active threat, you would be essentially going against the principles you agreed to, isn't that right?
Can you tell me the principles I did agree to?
You agreed to the fact that the principle of not having any sort of violence, if applicable, is ideal.
Where is that written down? I just want to know, like, you're saying I agreed to this. Where did I agree to this?
Objection not responsive.
We can.
We're all witnesses.
My God.
No.
It's back with that.
We're gonna sustain to non-responsive.
Get it
However,
out.
It's non-responsive because the
It's
witness
gonna
seems
meow
to
load.
not understand the question, making it vague. So go ahead and rephrase the question.
Sure. So the actions
It'll be
that
me
took
and then
place
Alice.
on March 29th, 2025 was the contrary to your belief that violence should be avoided as a precaution if applicable.
I think if violence can be avoided, if it can be avoided, it should be avoided.
Okay. Let me confirm with my co-counsel. This will take less than 10 seconds. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Alrighty.
That means we're up, guys.
Redirect.
Honor.
After I pee.
You say that it's reacted with non-lethal. What exactly does that mean when you're reacting to non-lethal? Non-lethal.
Reacting to or reacting with non-lethal? Sorry.
Reacting with non-lethal.
Reacting with non-lethal is basically taser. That is basically less lethal.
May I object to facts, not in evidence, Your Honor? In his own statement, he said that he pulled out a pistol after he put away his camera. This is not non-lethal, and any statement made herein is just conflicted from his testimony alone.
I'm just stating what.
Hey,
less
wait for
lethal.
the judiciary to decide, or wait for the bench to decide on the objection before you continue witness.
Sorry.
I don't think so.
Yeah?
Code zeroed on this salt flats. I'm running a burger
Oh
shack.
no, I'm at the bowling brook. I thought you were in the car the whole time.
Oh my god.
It's okay. We'll be here a little bit.
We're going to sustain the objection. It's not contrary to his testimony, however, it is contrary to his written statement, which is evidence that's been submitted by the state.
I have no further question.
Alrighty, in that case, Officer Jackson, you may step down. Please make sure you leave the microphone behind. It's very expensive.
I don't think it is her last day. She just resigned. Got no time frame for when she's leaving.
State, your next witness.
It's
true.
Harold Stockard-Well.
Jump on the gun a little bit there, Harold, but...
Yeah, but it was cool to get the name as I worked up, you know? Shit, I was going up, so...
Alright, have a seat.
I don't trust this chair, but I try.
Raise your...
Real quick. Montag, while Harvey's throwing him in, is the technical term redirect or recross?
I don't know.
It would be redirect, because recross was
Raise your left hand.
third round of, or fourth round of questioning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Mantis?
Yes, I sure am.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and rank for the court?
Harold Stockard-Well, Captain of the County, Grapeseed Sheriff's Department, and the Los Santos Sheriff's Department, pending rename and rebrand.
Okay, thank you. And were you dispatched to any emergency calls on Calais the day that Deputy Winter Starks passed away?
Yes.
And what type of emergency was reported?
Multiple shots fired cars and officer down cars within the exact same time frame of a couple seconds. They were popping up like a machine gun. Like, there were so many.
Okay. And what did you observe upon arrival at the scene?
Upon arrival, I saw multiple people on the ground. There was cop cars with the lights on, sirens going. There was people running around, crazy. The people were they were dressed up, a criminal, like one like a burglar, and others wearing like white clothes. There was a shirtless fella. There was a couple of them running around, and there was a lot of wounded people. And one of the people grabbed another wounded person. Yeah, that was the immediate thing I saw.
And did you see any individuals near any of the officers on the ground?
Oh, they were practically on top of him. You know, everybody on scene was around the entrance of the gas station, outside of the building, outside of it, yeah, and next to a black Stratum.
And can you describe the appearance of those individuals?
I see one was shirtless, another fella wearing white. The guy in white, he was hiding another fella, who was also wearing light clothes. And it was just those three that I immediately saw. He was hiding him like a little baby, like he was hiding a little baby,
And what were they doing when you saw them?
The guy who was heading the little baby suspect, he kept on trying to open the door of the Stratton, but I think he left the child lock on. He kept on trying to open the door, to put the suspect inside. And the other guy he was just running around like a little headless chicken. He was running in circles, looked like in a big panic as if the remorse of what he had just done.
Did you engage with any of the suspects at that time?
That's right. Upon driving towards the scene, I had said that Danny was in my car because we were having a sit-down talking about the affairs of other politics at the department. I said to him, Daddy, we're gonna be the first ones on scene here. Take a look at the GPS, and there was just the officers down, and there wasn't any other units that were nearby. So I said, get ready. And then I grabbed my firearm and I went, and so did he. And then we arrived on that wall on the northern side, which is by Innocence and Khalil. It's like a little half wall, and I was right there. Upon arrival, like I said, I saw those people there that I just described, and that's when I started engaging the suspects. But the fellow was holding the guy like a little baby. I'm pretty sure he used his own friend as a shield because the amount of times that guy got shot at, he should have been on the ground like his little baby friend. But I think he used his baby friend as a shield, so he didn't go to the ground. But the other suspect, the shirtless fella, well, he got a gun at this point. He started shooting at me, and it was a big firefight. It was crazy, There was bullets flying everywhere, but, lasting a good 20, 30 seconds between myself and with Danny and the shirtless fella. The guy was BBing the suspect. He put him on the ground, and he started engaging. So it was two of us and two of them, as there was no backup nearby, and like they claimed for 15 people. And I was communicating on the radio. I was like, shots fired at the gas station. Give us him. The guy got shots fired. The one's wearing white. That's you gotta make sure you're loud on the radio so people, they wake up, because a lot of people they don't pay attention. So I was getting at Dan, trying to communicate what's going on while there's bullets flying. Danny was engaging at this point. We're having the firefight. And I'm engaging the fella in the white, and I think he runs into the store, or he's behind the car. His exact movements I cannot recall. All I do know is that I moved up to this little concrete platform that's got an EC unit on it. You can see it in one of the evidence photos, and I took cover behind it. At this point, I'm engaging the shirtless fella who hits the ground, and the other guy's still up, and the shirtless guy, he starts crawling with his gun in his hand. So I make sure he stops doing that. By eliminating the crawling attempts. You always go for the gun in the hand, because that way they no longer got the gun in the hand. God bless. Then we got the last suspect, or Danny's still engaged, and I'm up at the AC unit. I'm communicating because I got better cover. When suddenly, as I'm reloading my gun and Danny and the last suspect are fighting, boom! 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 There was at least 5 bombs. There were explosions everywhere. There might have even been more bombs, like 7 or 8. There were so many bombs. It was crazy. It was explosions. I was on the radio this time. I was relaying this. I was like, there's explosions! Oh my God! I said, oh my God, on the radio. You can ask everybody. It was horrible. At that point, all you could do is like sit in cover, keep your head down. There's fire at the heat. I can't even describe the heat. It was like when you open an oven, when you've got the pizza in the oven, and you've got glasses on, and you open the oven, and then suddenly your glasses fog up from the big heat. There was so much heat, and then the silence. The silence. The explosion stopped. Daddy was okay. I was okay. There was no movement from the suspects. At this point, a couple other units finally arrived. We were finally no longer alone. We had backup. I was up on my little tower with the concrete, and I said, okay, we've got one outstanding suspect. At this point, I still thought the suspect around the car was still okay. Either they ran behind the gas station or ran inside. So I'm like, there's possibly an outstanding. I'm up there. I've got Overwatch and the wider scene. So I tell people, let's breach and clear the building. So we get 1 or 2 officers. They start running in. And they clear the immediate gas station. They say, no suspects down. I'm like, oh my God, no suspects up. There was no one in the station. So at this point, I dawn scared from my tower. There's fire and flames everywhere on the ground. It's like a war zone. The cars are blown up. I see injured people. There's blood everywhere. And I go towards the entrance. And that's when I see him. A suspect that I thought was outstanding. He was on the ground at this point. Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay. And now, what actions were taken once the scene was declared secure?
Well, at this point, when it was realized there was no suspects outstanding, I said, okay, EMS, you got to get that shut out. They said, everybody, we need to get out of this scene. There is still fire on the ground. There's still embers. There is still unexploded propane tanks. This is too dangerous for the triage. Everybody knows gas stations around here are very volatile. The possible chance of a second explosion hitting the gas station was very high. And I did not want the EMS, the responding officers securing the suspects in the Don Delios to get exploded a second time. So I say, let's move everybody across the street. Let's get people secure. I want everyone across the street in 60 seconds at the Korean Plaza. At this point, I had assumed first scene command, and we were getting everybody secure. We were across the street, and upon getting to that nice little spot by the Korean Plaza, I said, okay, EMS, I need you roll down straight away. It's code 4, which is police for A-OK. And we also, I get out the other stuff like evidence, make sure people do that, and what's left of the cars, and we're at the triage at that point.
Okay.
I can't believe he's letting me
Were
there.
any individuals transported to the hospital?
After we were at the triage for a while, everybody was given the first aid, and the EMS arrived. Every single person involved was transported to the hospital for treatment, yes.
And now I have another question of you.
Okay.
As captain of the sheriff's department, when officers respond with less than lethal, what do they use when they are responding?
Typically, if they're going for an apprehension with less lethal, they're going to be trying to apprehend the suspects with tackling, tasing, making sure they're verbalizing, that, describing what's going on. If necessary, they could also use the equipment of batons and flashlights and possibly their own fisticuffs to beat on a suspect for the apprehension.
I have no further questions at this time.
Point out, Harold was allowed to go on for 500 words of my notes without a narrative objection.
Yeah, I was surprised about that, my Jack. I was very surprised. Yeah.
All right. Am I good to continue, Your Honor? Okay. Well, Mr. Harold.
Hello. Who are you?
To remind me again, you were were you with one Ranger Danny O'Shea when trying to arrive to the Calais Avenue gas station?
That is correct. We were patrolling inside of my police buffalo.
Okay. And to remind me again, how were you made aware of the situation unfolding at the Calais Avenue gas station?
I was on Channel 1, and suddenly we received dispatch alerts of Officer Dawn and shots fired. As stated in my first couple of questions, it was like, beep, 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 and then some of them said, Officer Dawn, Channel 2.
Okay. Now, you previously told us on direct examination that when you initially arrived on the scene of the Calais Avenue gas station, you observed individuals picking up other comrades and are trying to transition to getting inside of a stratum. Is that
That's correct, yes. They were attempting to get inside the car, put people inside the car.
But during that point, not at any time when you observed all of this, were they actively trying to shoot you to get away?
Oh, no, no, they were not.
At that point, when you arrived with Ranger O'Shea, they were of no threat to you. The only thing that you had was that there was shots fired in the area. Is that correct?
Shots fired on Officer Dawn, and suspects stood on top of the officers, yes.
You say that they were of no threat to you at this point, but you also told us on direct examination that you engaged the suspects after following this. Isn't that right?
That's correct. I engaged the suspect who was just shot on fairly yours.
Okay, Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to put a different image on the board. It would be defense exhibit. It would be Harold Stockhard Well, casings number 3EE1. It's my evidence.
Casings or projectiles?
I'm sorry, it would be casings. I'm sorry. Mr. Harold, do you recall being in this vicinity while opening fire at the Calais Avenue gas station?
Yeah, that's my little half wall, and then to the left is the concrete tower that I was talking about. And I put up the Buffalo probably to the right of where you see those casings and the right side of the foretorp. And then if you look really closely towards the wall, you can also see a couple more casings. That's where we were engaging the suspects.
Now, I know it's going to be kind of difficult to look, but if you could look behind you at the TV so you get a closer look at it.
I'm looking behind me.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Now, you previously told me here on cross-examination they were of no threat to you while trying to enter
I
this
didn't say
vehicle.
that.
I know it might be a little bit difficult, but if you're able to, are you able to kind of recollect where the stratum was from that image? You think you could recall that?
Yeah, you'll see the little gap. If you look really closely, you can see two gas pumps, right? And you see a cord in the middle, and you can also see two newsstands, right? And there's also two little bits of blood. That gap right between the newsstands is where the stratum and the suspects were. A nice little window for me to shoot at.
Nice little window for you to shoot at. But in that nice little window for you to shoot at, isn't there two gas pumps?
Outside of the window, yes.
From such a narrow point of view, it would be very dangerous to shoot at anybody in the presence of flammable objects with the margin of error being so small. Isn't that right?
I don't know. Maybe if you're bad at shooting your gun, but a crack shot like that, stack it red. I don't. That's like work. If you're hitting the gas pump, and with that amount of clearance, it's because you don't really know how to use a gun.
And you say all this because it wouldn't be very good for you if you just wildly shot between two gas pumps to try to shoot people that weren't firing back at you at the time. Isn't that right?
It wasn't wildly. It was precision shots and suspects who just shot on, far out of yours.
Right. If you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, I would like you to put. Actually, let me 1 second. It would be Harold Stockard Well projectiles. The other image, please.
Look at that.
Mr. Harold, do you see the two green indicators in that the sea of blood samples collected?
That's right. That's right.
Keeping in mind from the previous angle that you were shooting at from here, those two bullets landed so close to that to the gas pump to the right of that orange traffic cone. Isn't that right?
Also close, but the gas pump blew up when I was up top, and not when I was down below. And also close, but not at it.
Wouldn't you say because of the restricted access or line of sight that wouldn't be dangerous to the gunmen as well as officers, it would be generally unwise to return fire in this area from such a distance away?
Dealing with a situation of deadly force and active gunmen is a heat of the moment, split thinking decision that every single person has to go through of deciding, risk versus reward. And sometimes we have to take the risk to get the reward. Now, there's a difference between reckless and necessary. Hence, lights and sirens on a police chase. Reckless, but necessary.
So you found it necessary to shoot at fleeing suspects instead of just chasing them away uh, inside of your vehicle, but instead you decided to shoot near the gas pumps.
Sure. That's how you want to word it. I decided to open fire on the suspects in a window that they didn't have the opportunity to repel out those firearms and gun myself on. With Danny, as we were the only units on scene.
Now, isn't it fair to say that letting them flee this specific line of sight would be generally better for the safety of officers closer to the gas pumps as well as the suspects you're attempting to arrest?
It could be, I'm not denying that, it's an ideal location for a shootout, but we don't get to pick where the shootout was because, unfortunately, the suspects opened fire on the less lethal arrest attempt.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to transition towards the aftermath of the explosions.
Okay.
Did you previously state to us on direct examination that that you were instructing bodies to be moved to across the street to the Korean Plaza?
That is correct. That's correct.
All right, wonderful. One of those individuals that you were trying to transport over there, Winter Star.
It was every single individual. Winter Stack, it was Deontay, it was Bean, it was Candy, and it was the five suspects that are behind you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Harold, when you were transporting specifically Winter Stark, were you able to get a close up look at Winter Stark while she was being carted across?
I was not the one that personally transported her. However, once we had arrived at the triage and every single person was on the ground, and I was organizing, making sure we had LEOs do first aid on these downed individuals while we awaited for the single EMS that was on duty to arrive. I know for a fact it was called out that Winter amongst Deontay were called out as critical, and that there was a LEO with Winter the entire time attempting to save her life. Imagine that, but like 5 times in like 1 second. That's what the dispatch was earlier.
Okay. Now, from this point, did EMTs arrive to the scene?
Yeah, the single EMS on duty did arrive to the scene. They were directed towards the critical patients, as stated, Deontay and Winter. There was already officers with those people, and the EMS got with them, tried to secure them and stem them. Do the basic procedures they do before transport. They moved Winter inside of an ambulance. At this point, I stated, let's make sure we have an officer in the ambulance with her. You can see in the statements, cannot recall the exact name, but it's in one of the areas statements that someone was with Winter in the ambulance, attempted to keep her alive the entire transport to the hospital.
Okay. Did you ever go to Eclipse Medical Tower when they were being transported?
That's right. I was the arresting officer for GG. And I was obviously, everybody still involved in the scene, so I was at the hospital floating through the ward, the emergency room, and then also the surgery room where Winter was dying.
I see. To your knowledge, was Winter Stark going any emergency treatment to I guess resuscitate her or tend to her injuries? Were you present for any of those?
She went to surgery. I can't recall exactly what they do. I did read through the coroner report after, but to my knowledge, to what I exactly witnessed, I could not see under oath what the doctors did in that room. That would be for the doctors.
Okay. Speaking of the doctors, were you physically present during the autopsy of Winter Stark?
I floated in and out.
Objection, relevance?
Thank you so much.
She's not even counsel.
I'm sorry. At this time, I'm going to ask for our late entry as Sadi is not feeling well suddenly.
I have no objection to DA's office is DA's office, in my opinion.
If you deem it that Tammy can be the, to take this one, I do have the rebuttal to the objection whenever you're ready.
We are going to allow Tammy to enter because the DA's office is the DA's office, the state is the state. I do want to hear your rebuttal to the objection.
Absolutely. The reason why this is relevant is because his name has been mentioned as an officer involved in the autopsy report, and I want to know what his involvement in that autopsy was.
He is not a medical expert.
That is not what I said.
As long as it is actually there, I want to allow the question.
Yeah, he just asked, were you
Yeah, I mean, he can just answer
there?
whatever he physically observed.
Yeah.
We're not asking him, about medical stuff. Just whatever he physically observed.
Yeah, and if he to testify in that, would be strict as fucking opinion of a layperson, honestly. A layperson to medical.
Harold is a layperson.
We're going to allow the question. Harold can testify to his involvement and what he witnessed, but he cannot testify to any medical opinions.
Why not? Call me a
Because
layperson.
medically, you're a layperson.
How
You're
dare
a
you
law
call me a
enforcement officer.
layperson? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I retract. I'm so sorry.
Need to repeat the question, Mr. Harold.
What did I observe? One of my deputies dead after being gunned down during a shortage. And then the doctors were like, "You want this repaired?" And I was like, "Okay." And then I also had one of my deputies get involved with like the first step, as we do procedure when you have a DOA, documenting the possessions, creating like a little report that's attached, and that was by what I asked Arson, as I needed to focus on the processing of my suspect in custody, JJ, and the rest of the suspects to make sure, we dotted our I's and crossed the T's as we were all dealing with a felony situation.
So regarding the autopsy, were you physically present when it was being conducted?
I don't think so. Maybe I walked in and out the room a couple of times, but I didn't just like sit there and watch them do all that crazy doctor stuff.
Provide any commentary or remarks regarding the investigation to the individuals conducting said autopsy to give them information.
Confusing relevance.
Rebuttal.
I mean, we've already talked about that it's relevant to the fact that he is his involvement, and as far as it being confusing, I mean, not even a millisecond after it was issued, I feel like the new state prosecutor here is just trying to undermine something because she can't understand it and not Captain Harold. That doesn't sound like a him problem. That sounds like a her problem, Your Honor.
The state doesn't find any offhand remarks relevant to the investigation or the autopsy at all. Harold making offhand comments during such time, what does that matter?
Okay. So the way that objections work in the courtroom, you can assert an objection. If the court would like a rebuttal, they will ask for one. We're not going to be going back and forth unprompted with one another. Do we understand, State?
Understood.
All right. Give us a moment.
You managed to simultaneously say that more polite and more firm at the same time. I was going to.
I would be inclined to say any offhanded.
I've got a question.
That doesn't matter. You're a witness.
I just want to know the name of the liar. I don't know this guy's name.
Aaron Fusar.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
I would be inclined to say that, so the reason that the defense is asking this question is that any commentary that Harold may have made during the autopsy could have, gone into a finding of fact by the coroner.
Yeah.
So it's relevant, but Harold has also testified that he doesn't even remember being physically present during the autopsy, so he's probably going to say, "I don't recall," and then we're going to be stuck in a loop. So let's make sure we don't get stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
Just the thoughts off you. As far as the vague objection, Harold doesn't find it vague. Harold understands it, therefore, I overruled on that, yeah?
Yeah, vague and confusing is whether the witness has the ability to comprehend it, and the witness seemed fine, so.
Hey, overruled as far as vague / confusing, the witness understands the question. Overruled as far as relevance. However, don't just spin tires on this one point. If
That's
you
big
feel it's
butt.
necessary, don't
I'm
do it.
drinking the hell out of this Tango. I got cherry flavored.
Okay. I'll make it very, very brief. Okay, I'll try to rephrase it in a way that's very simple to the point. Mr. Harold, in the times that you went in and out during the conduction of the autopsy, as you previously testified to, did you provide any additional information to the people doing the autopsy?
I cannot recall.
One moment to confirm.
Okay.
Oh my god. It's almost like we predicted this.
But I've already had that written down.
What's wrong with this chair?
Finicky.
It's a very finicky chair.
So there's a trap door beneath it, so be very
What if you put like a stool on it?
And I think it also has like one of those ejection seats that'll throw you right into our chair, which is really funny.
Your Honors, if you wouldn't mind, could I have a sidebar with the prosecution and you guys as well?
Do I have to leave the seat after I just got in it?
No, we'll go off to the left hand side.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
God. Thank God.
Just
Gather around
to
the court clerks and Pike.
to address it real quick, there's no further questions for Harold.
Oh, thanks.
You can leave, yet there might be a redirect.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay seated. Well, now that it's just me up here, happy Easter, everybody.
God bless.
And not to the
They're not doing
suspects.
like a-
Not to the
like an
first
Easter egg
suspects,
hunt?
though. Yeah, we're doing an
Like,
Easter
I don't
egg.
think
We're
it's
doing an
out.
Easter egg hunt tomorrow at the farmers market. And we'll hopefully have some eggs to hide around grapeseed. That'll be nice. Yeah.
I wish Happy Easter to you, Harold, even though you don't wish it back.
I don't like you right now.
Okay.
Guys, how did I do? I can't believe they didn't ask anything about Twilight. They should have. I would have thrown her under the bus. Fuck them. I don't know if it's like my bench trial experience watching like the big 3.0 cases or Littleman experience. But I kind of like, I have that understanding of like what to say and what not to say. Most of the time, it's just the truth or it's dancing around the truth. And he also let me, he fucking gave me like, he gave me a platform to smoke him. He didn't say like non-responsive or witnesses like hostility, the bullshit. I don't know objections. I learned a couple of them during 3.0, but during ONX, I've like decided to be like, ah, fuck it, who cares?
All right, defendants, huddle up.
I gotta play out. I gotta play out. And then you want to hand get together? Go, defendants. Where did the grapeseed stack go? Nora, moose, beef. Oh, they just broke the stack.
Send it.
Hi, Harold.
Hey, Brock, I got your phone call. I'm calling on the witness stand at City Hall.
Oh, you're in court. Don't call me back right now.
What did you
no,
need?
no,
What did you? What's wrong?
don't
What's
call me.
going on?
Call me after. Harold, call me after
Well,
court.
they passed it. They passed it. I've got a window. That's
Okay,
it.
did you hire anybody to this government
No,
the gap thing yet?
The chief, he's so yoshi. He's got to get it done. He's got to. We got to get access from the chief. You know.
Well, I got access, but
You
I
got
don't think
access
it
to
does.
hire people.
Harold, I
bitch?
don't think it does anything.
Yeah, just peas him. They just get peed.
They can't do anything though.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, at all. That's the hard punch. You want a janitor be able to unlock every single police department? That's crazy. Why would we want that?
Well, I guess so.
I don't
I
want
guess
that.
you're right.
Yeah.
But like, how are they supposed to janitor shit if they can't get in the door?
We just let them in. You know, maybe we'll get like a cat flap, a dog die. You know, we'll throw them a rope and they'll climb up the balcony. I don't want a janitor walking around the station.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Well, I got access, so if you need to hire anybody, I'll do it.
I mean, you got access. I should have got access. Did he not
I
give
just
me
need-
access?
The chief was walking out the door, and I'm like, oh, we need to hire this guy, and then he goes, oh, I'll have you do it. It's one of those things that like he had an ADHD moment, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna hire you, or I'm gonna give you
Better
access
give
to
him
hire
the
this guy.
issues. If I don't have access, we're gonna have issues.
You're not gonna have access.
You didn't give me
You're not gonna have
access.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
don't- you don't- you
protest
don't.
the LSPD. I hate you.
No.
Oh, is this Mike still on?
Yeah, fuck the LSPD.
Oh, I quit. I love the LSPD.
I know.
Yeah. I'm on the stand. No, I don't. I can't see that.
That's crazy. Just punch himself.
Hey, welcome to Hardstock and Well. Ask me anything. How goes?
You hate them?
Mike?
Hey, okay. Hey, Fly, Edmund, or Ashley, one of you three. Eva, what's up?
I just started Hard Ask Me Anything. Come
I'm in
on.
line for the AMA.
You've got like 5 seconds. What's the question?
What was your movie when you were a teenager?
Favorite movie when I was a teenager?
They didn't have movies back then.
Yeah, they do. We didn't get a cinema till 2006. I was told that there's apparently more than 3 Star Wars movies. I thought it was just the one with there's the fella with the red face. Then there's the big fight with the crazy people in the gladiator arena, and then there's the lava place. Oh. But apparently they made some back in the 70s. I don't know.
Second 3.
I don't know.
I
Apparently
don't
there's
know if
more
I-
after 1, 2, 3.
I don't know if I said
hate
it
how
on
good those
the-
movies were.
What?
Don't
There's
know
a
if I said it on the
re-release.
microphone, but he's all set. I have no further questions.
Oh.
Alrighty. 2 things. One, I want to basically just
Thank me. Aren't you gonna thank me?
What happened in the sidebar for the audience, or does it not really matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I typically speaking, we don't, but there's nothing really private or anything there, so.
Alright, state your redirect.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
Oh.
Alrighty, in that
Turn the
case,
mic
Captain,
back
you
up
may
for
step
nothing.
down. Leave the microphone behind. Good luck.
Wow.
I'm gonna get some food from Cracker Barrel. Does anyone need anything?
Please.
I want some
Captain.
food.
Okay, there was only 2
Alrighty,
people.
State your next witness.
It will be calling Alice Meyer.
Bro, how did only 2 people ask for food? You just missed me testify for like an hour. It took so long. I kicked them. Yeah, I know. We're going for food. Get in.
Oh, wait,
Come on,
don't lose
Robin.
security.
Yeah, it's fine. Just get in for food. We'll be back in a minute, sure. There's loads of cops in there.
What was the verdict?
It's not, we're still on stage. We got a test of my beach toadcaster there. Oh, look at that! Look at this! I put this out of speaker here. Look at this. Look, it says. What does it say?
Police vehicles
Police
only.
vehicles only.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's.
And new customers only.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like a multi-day court case?
Wow, I have got a white car. That's so cool.
That's not how that works. We're the ones with the white car.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, why do they have white cars? It looks like an unmarked car from here.
Yeah, let it be, or. No, so states they're going with tours, and we have 5 witnesses. They're on the last one, no. Must be even 5. Hold on. Yeah, we got 5 witnesses. I was number 3. So I think they're calling up Dr. Mercy, Alice, Mercy, expert doctor, and then also Alice. She did the scene recreation with the evidence.
You're doing a prisoner transport right now then for it.
I don't think so.
That's what they called over radio.
Well, they did just do a big sidebar.
Yeah, they asked for a prisoner help with a prisoner transport. That's where we showed up.
Maybe one of the suspects has to go. Radio check.
And 2.
So why is there a transport now? Is one of the suspects leaving or something?
One of the suspects that had a very limited period of availability.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is it Eva or is it one of the others?
Yeah, it's Eva.
Happy days. I missed paycheck day yesterday. Robin,
I have my car.
did you read the notice and the MDW?
No.
So a couple of things. Audit season's over. You know, the big audits and all that stuff. So the rank freeze is ending, and the big shake-up of the command and the supervisors, blah, blah, blah. So that's ending in for Monday. So interim lieutenant ends on Monday for you. You're going to be promoted to one of the funeral lieutenant, seniors. And then when we recreate the new promotion structure, which is going to be even more unified, hopefully we'll pass you up pretty quickly. But the good news, in the meantime, is the chief, the sheriff, and Metzger all want you to actually create and run EOD. I told them about the SOPs, and they said, let's just get it added, because you've already done it. Yeah, so that's a big success, or?
Huge.
Yeah. Yeah. But also, like I already told you, senior, there's not going to be a lot of them. So, I know in Grapeseed specifically, we're going to have to pretty much give a lot of, capital sergeant responsibilities to people. Because, the hard thing is, but yeah, I wanted to make sure you know, because that means tomorrow is like your big last day. So, do something with it, sure. We'll officially end it at the weekly meeting that we've moved on to Monday, okay? The Gravesy meeting Monday, 5 p.m. EST. Now, I'll see you after the trial, I think. Are you joining the trans bridge? Bye, babe. Yeah, bye, babe. She didn't seem disappointed.
Alright, 576 Boulevard.
11, same traffic.
6619 traffic.
Remember if he was put in surgery or not? I cannot recall that.
It has no further questions.
Gracias.
Defense, you're gross.
Thank you. Is it Miss or Mrs. Meyer? I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
Just call me Alice. I hate it when people call me Mr. Mrs. I hate that so much.
Okay, that works for me.
You're feeding him?
Thank you very much, Captain.
All right, Alice.
Yeah, Lord, that's Ashford Ford.
So when you arrived at the Korean Plaza and providing aid in a supporting role, were you the one that escorted Winter Stark to safety from the gas station?
I was not, no.
To your knowledge, do you know who it was?
Ani.
Don't recall.
At that point, when we were at the Korean Plaza, were you before the EMTs arrived to take her in an ambulance? Were you able to get up close with Winter Stark at that point?
At the time, no.
At the time, no. You know if any officer, to your recollection, did that?
I believe someone did. I can't remember who all was there.
Your knowledge, before she was loaded into the ambulance, was there any efforts made as far as CPR or any other extremities to
Yes,
to tend to her wounds? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Before the EMS arrived,
I believe there was.
you believe there was, but are you not sure?
It's just that I can't remember. It happened a while ago.
Okay. Just to follow up on that, do you recall who that may have been?
No.
Were you before you formally got to be with her in the ambulance? Did you know of the injuries that she sustained? Okay. When you did arrive into the ambulance, did you with Miss Stark? Did you observe what injuries she had sustained? To your knowledge.
EMS told me to perform CPR, and right over there, she had a wound to the neck.
I'm sorry.
Again, make sure you're opening your mouth, taking.
What a
taking
twinge
a
to
deep
say about
breath of air
Harold,
before you
guys.
start talking.
Understood. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can ask for clarification from my other panel members for what I missed.
Now, Miss Stark,
becomes first in
inside
the
the
pronounced
ambulance,
Calais, wins a prize.
was it fair to
This will
say that
continue
you
City
were
Hall.
pretty much like directly next to Miss Stark while she's being transported to Eclipse in said ambulance? Did you have to be told that she
Harold
had
testifying is a
sustained
fever
injuries
dream.
that may include gunshot wounds before you realized that she sustained such wounds?
I was not told.
Harold
it
was good at
gunshot.
storyteller.
I just saw the blood leaking from her bandages.
So when she was in the ambulance, she was already bandaged. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The airlock! The airlock! Yeah, I thought it was closed. I thought you had it closed.
I'm trying.
As far as her body itself,
You're
was
gonna
there any
rub us
signs
back and
that
let it stop closing.
the body was in any sort of capacity moving or trying to, I guess, have some
Rush
sort of
up to it,
function?
rush up to it.
From your observation. Recall that. Okay.
Alright, that's one.
Was there any indication that there was a pulse or no breathing?
I was told by EMS is to
Alright,
do
we're gonna break off.
CPR.
Okay.
Don't really recall the rest.
Iridescent.
Okay.
Copy.
Let me confirm.
I'm also gonna break off.
Like a twin
Copy that.
stem.
We'll take it from here.
Elias, like a twin stem. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Crazy. Not good.
All right, Miss Miss Alice, were you aware of any holdups or discrepancies that may have delayed EMTs from arriving at the scene?
Don't know.
You don't know. Do you any?
It's
Okay.
I'm,
You know.
the state's gonna strike that or ask to strike that as it's speculation.
If I may, Reba.
Sure.
Yes, so they would be, as their emergency services, they were definitely over radio communication. They were trying to move all these bodies to a place, especially the critical ones, to a safe space. They probably would have had, it's reasonable to assume that officers would also be in contact with emergency services, coordinating how to get them there as soon as possible. And if she was knowledgeable of any discrepancies or if there was a delay from that EMT to arrive, it would be okay for her to testify to that. I'm not expecting her to have a detailed dissection of this, but, you know, if something was there, then I would like to know about it.
Oh, Lucy.
Or may I? Here.
All right, airlock secure, prisoner secure.
Thank you guys for your help.
The way that the question was phrased
problem.
was, were you aware of any holdups? Not yes or no, factually, were there any holdups? As such, it removes the speculatory nature of the question, so overruled.
Re-answer the question, Alice, or would you like me to re-ask it to you?
It was already asked.
It was already
and
answered.
On question, it was a motion to strike, not necessarily an objection to the question
okay.
itself.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, yeah, your next question. Here you go.
Okay. As far as when you guys were in the ambulance with Winter Stark, was there any discrepancies that may have delayed her transport to Eclipse Medical Tower?
Or objection. They're really skirting on the line of the notes that have been removed from evidence. I feel that he's really sitting on that line.
Honor, if I may.
I was gonna say. We're gonna overrule at this time.
Miss Alice, you want me to re-ask the question?
Yes, please.
Any discrepancies when you were in the ambulance or any delays that would that delayed Winter Stark from arriving at Eclipse Medical Tower?
No.
Hang on for just a moment for your next question.
I wouldn't be surprised if Eva gets time served because she didn't go on bail.
You may continue defense.
Gunner. Miss Alice, you previously stated to us that she was bleeding from the neck while she was on the stretcher inside of the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told us here on through cross-examination that you were and direct that you were only instructed by the EMT to administer CPR. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You saw that there was bleeding from the neck, but why didn't you take any additional precautions with first aid to pressurize the wound that you so clearly saw in the ambulance?
I told the EMT and he told me hold pressure to it.
So which one is it? You said that it was only CPR and now it's pressure. Are you mixing your story up? Can you keep your story straight, ma'am?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm mixing it up.
You just want to interject things to make yourself look better.
Objection, Your Honor.
Withdraw that question.
There's no question to withdraw, counselor. You know that.
Let me go confer with co-counsel. Further questions?
Alrighty, state, would you like a redirect?
I have nothing. Unless you do.
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, in that case, Deputy Meyer, you may step down.
Mercy has been able to come back, so she is available now.
Right.
Wonderful.
Your next witness.
That would be Mercy.
Mercy.
It is Mercy. Okay. All right. Mercy, it was
Mainly what we're looking at is we need that cause of death, which is the bullet to the head. That's what we're looking for.
What is her role in this? Is she just like a chief?
She's a chief of medicine.
Okay.
Yeah.
She just oversaw the report. Okay.
Raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you? Harb. Witness is sworn in.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, there, Mercy. For the court record, can you state your name, occupation, and rank within thereof?
A good one. Oh no.
Name is Mercy Schilling. I am
Oh,
a chief of medicine.
what did Alice have to swear on?
Regarding tonight's court case related to its incidences and the medical reports attached as evidence, what is your general role in these medical reports?
Objection. Actually, you know what? Withdrawn. I want to see this one.
Sitting as a chief of medicine, I sit as an interpreter to our especially medical autopsies for court proceedings where other doctors aren't able to attend.
What kind of autopsy was this report attached as?
Is a DOA, or dead upon arrival.
Do you remember who the DOA was?
That was Winter Stark.
During this incident report, or within it, what was discovered to be the cause of death?
Cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head that had made its way into the brain.
How was that determined?
Look at the line
I'm
of
gonna
injuries.
object to. I'm gonna say for calls for speculation. She was not the one that conducted the autopsy. She cannot make that determination. She can only inference what was provided on the document.
The bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
You wish you were on the panel?
I don't envy their position, but I don't mind being.
It's not necessarily asking her to speculate. It's more so asking a expert witness to expertly interpret a report which they are an expert of because they're an expert in their field. It is also on the court record that Mercy is smart and also an expert.
Fair enough.
Yeah, go ahead if you remember my question.
Yes, as a neurologist and a person that specializes in forensic medicine, you look at the line of injury, you look at the treatment, and you look at difficulties that were processed. And looking at the line of injury, as well as the stabilization and treatment, it would be determined the gunshot wound to the head was that was the fatal blow.
What other signs of injuries were there?
You had signs such as a gash to neck, to shrapnel, which led to a lacerated carotid artery. You had shrapnel to the thighs and lower legs. You had burns to the skin of the 3rd degree.
In your expert opinion, would there be a way to determine the time of death before or after these pieces of shrapnel were discovered?
That'd be indeterminate.
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I don't believe. Sorry.
That would be indeterminate due to the sequence of events being within the same time span.
State has no further questions.
One moment, see, I'll look at my notes here, Your Honor.
Hey, Cross.
Yep, absolutely. Hello, Dr. Schilling. Thank you for being here. So I want to direct your attention predominantly to the report. As far as the autopsy findings, is it true that that there was blood found underneath the fingernails?
Relevance?
It's in the autopsy.
Yeah, no, relevance to the death, though.
Hang on just a moment.
We're going to go ahead and overrule the objection. It is that information is in the main body of the report.
Are you able to answer the question, Dr. Schilling, or would you like me to repeat it?
No, I did answer it. I said yes.
Okay. It was also indicated through the autopsy by Dr. Olivia Kelly that there was blood around the arms and hands of the victim. Isn't that correct?
She stated that hands were covered in blood.
Is there any indication? Actually, no. I'm gonna withdraw that question. Now, Dr. Schilling, if there is
trying to get
if there's
what we
blood
got
underneath
for
the
now.
fingernails or any blood on the hands, is that any indication that the victim was physically cognizant to the point that they would be trying to protect their body from the wounds? Is it
That
possible?
is indeterminate
Why is it indeterminate?
because I cannot speak as to what the person was doing to get the blood on their hands. It's indeterminate if it was possible at that time.
Remember that bullshit?
As far as
metaphor
the
fought?
severed
I got
artery, is
taken
it
out.
state anywhere in the autopsy of how this is how it was severed?
It can be deduced that it was due to the gash to the neck.
Based off of the two bullets that were found, one being within the right lung and the head, the gash in its origin is not from a bullet. Correct.
I does not believe so.
Now, Dr. Schilling, in your examination of patients, is a gash? Can a gash be called by simply falling down after simply falling down to sever an artery from the ground?
It's Los Santos. Yes, it can.
I love Dr. Mercy.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my meds for 1 week as a thank you.
Let me confer with my co-counsel here.
Mercy's the right one to handle all this shit.
Absolutely.
Hey, Roland, when's your first case?
You gotta eat. Who's hungry?
I've eaten. I just
Okay.
ate.
One more question here,
You
Dr.
brought
Schilling. Is
first
it
on me.
possible? Is it physically possible for an individual who has been shot in the head, presumably by a 9mm bullet within 10 to 30 feet away? Is it possible then to survive the gunshot wound?
Los Santos, sure.
Wait, was it Bean?
Okay.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, okay. Did
I
did
see.
he give you food?
Previously
If
testified
someone
to
has
that
food, I would appreciate it.
that blood was pouring out of the artery area as opposed to the gunshot wounds. Actually, hang on a minute. Let me confer with my co-counsel. Withdraw that question. I'm very sorry.
Thanks for the raid.
Three left.
How many left?
3.
Is it really?
I should have objected to speculation.
Bro, I wish I wasn't here.
And that
So what?
30
11 and a half hours in.
bullet
I wanted today to be like a nice 6 hour.
You still got 3 left.
Holy fuck! I got a reason for it.
I'm freaking whipping through this.
Oh yeah.
7.
Okay, you got this. The easy.
Oh, like 4 of them I just said fuck
16
it
hour?
and put them away.
Nice.
Well, I looked at them and I'm like, it really doesn't need anything, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
Defense has no further questions.
State has no further questions.
Mr. Harry! Mr. Harry!
Yeah, hi, Beef.
Mr. Harry! Mr. Harry! Moose Maple
Hello.
come on to Babe Seed Radio and he said that Metzger fire him!
What?
Yeah, he won't answer my phone call. He said, I'm going 42 for the last time. Metzger fire me because he had to call Metzger. He was going to call Metzger to tell Metzger that Matt Breeze should run highway. He can't fire Moose. I'm going to cry.
I'm Sam Bush isn't fired. I'm gonna shut this off, Beef. To stay calm, okay? I'll fix this. Everything's okay. I know. Everything's okay, okay?
Okay.
I'll fix this.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Yeah.
It's very good you sent that text, because I just got a phone call without reading my text, and you're cruel, Carl. You know how much power you've got, Carl. I got people crying in front of me saying that Moose is gone and everything's falling apart.
It's just Moose. I like to mess with Moose. You know this.
You like to mess with all of us. I think once you've come back as deputy director, you know what Creeps It really is. We're just a punching bag for everybody, and you'll just keep messing with us, Carl. You got strings and you're pulling our legs, Carl.
No, I sent you a text because I told you that, hey, I know he's going to call you.
He didn't call me. He just told everybody in the Grapeseed video he's going off duty because he's fired, and no one can reach him on the phone.
I hope he understood when I said you're fired. God bless.
Have a great rest of your lives. Love you all so much. I'm fired from most people.
Oh, let him know. I'm just kidding. Jesus.
Okay, I gotta
figured
cut
he
him.
knew.
I gotta cut him. Come on, Carl.
Harold.
Hello. Now we're in head. Bosh. This guy broke everything. If he killed the Grapeseed group, I'm gonna murder him. Although I did subpoena it last week, so I've got all the history. But I really do not want to have to lose all that history. Alano, thanks for the raid. Thank you. God, it's hot in here. I hope your stream was good. It's been so great seeing Robin again. I feel like it's like imminent that we're gonna have a day soon. It's just fucking wild grapeseed shit. I feel it brewing after the last couple of days. $6 degrees and it's not 6 degrees in here. It's 22. Probably 6 degrees outside. PC said 6 degrees. Where the fuck did it say that? Bro, the phone is so fucked right now.
He's a very fucking good lawyer.
Why is everybody out here? What's going on?
Recess, I think.
Oh.
This is going on.
I
They're
can't lift
bitching
over
about
stuff
us
again if I need to.
being on bail. So.
We'll try again.
Who's
They
back?
just try to.
The people who are the defendants.
Oh. Okay.
Decided to
Come over here,
not appear.
Lorenzo. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, come here. Lorenzo, come here. Come here, Lorenzo. I need you to tell Harold what Rigby said.
My sweet Lorenzo, I heard about what happened.
Huh?
I heard how he's gotta go.
Rigsby?
No, Lorenzo. I heard how he's
Lorenzo's going to Italy.
Yeah, he's going to Italy.
He's going on
you know?
vacation, yeah.
But
He's coming back.
what Rigsby said that he's going away forever.
What did Rigsby say to you, Harold?
Yeah, Lorenzo was like, leaving to go back to Italy and doesn't know when he'll be back. Why?
That
What's
true?
What's going
Lorenzo? Lorenzo?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm going to Italy.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, eventually. I you know.
Yeah, but you don't know when, right? It could be ages, right?
Yeah, it's an indefinite amount of time. That's why I call it off.
Yeah, Lorenzo told me something earlier. There's some wild misinformation that Rigsby told him about how she wants to transfer to the Rangers because you
What?
called her the. Yes, apparently she told Lorenzo that
What?
yeah, she told Lorenzo that you called her the dumbest fucking deputy that you've ever hired.
Well, I don't say F, but I did say you might be the dumbest person I know because she got kidnapped and she was verbally assaulting and instigating the people while they had knives and guns to her, and then they cut off her finger and she continued to verbally insult them, which resulted in her getting tortured mad. And I said that may be the dumbest thing ever. You gotta know when to be smart and when not. Know when not to. And I had a big talk with her how she's gotta know when you gotta tighten up because she's got a loud mouth.
She doesn't have
She
a
wants to
loud
go to
mouth.
the Rangers because of that.
Yeah, said she's transferred to the Rangers.
It was there an accumulation of apparently drama and bother.
What?
What does that mean, Lorenzo?
I said, why do you want to do that? And then she said, I'm tired. And I said, do you want to transfer because you're tired? And then she said, I'm tired of certain things with the county departments and I've been debating Rangers for a while now. And I said, okay, like, what do you mean? She said, the drama, feeling like a burden, feeling like a bother. I don't want to deal with it anymore. And she gets harebrained accusations, and you called her the dumbest fucking person you've ever hired.
Okay, that's insane. I gotta call back Morse because Metzger just fired him.
What?
Morse, you're not fired,
Metzger told me I was fired, and then he texted me saying you're fired, so I said, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, he sent me a text saying if Morse cries, he's not really fired. It's just fun to tell him he's fired.
Oh, okay, all right.
You know how he gets. You know how
I
he
just
gets.
respected his. I just respected.
God bless. Good work.
Okay, all right. Well, I was gonna ride down. Okay, I'm not gonna say. All right, I'm gonna ride back to the PD and get.
Do I have to re-add you to the grapes? Did you actually leave it?
Yeah, I left the creeps. I thought I was fired, sir.
All right, tell everybody you're back, okay?
Okay, can you add me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, anyways, I called Metzger to tell him that Matt Bree should take over highway.
Why? No one's meant to know about the highway thing, Morse.
I
think everybody knows. I think everybody knows.
Okay, well, I was talking to him. I was like, hey, I know Rob Miss hasn't been around, and I know you're a lieutenant colonel now, so I think that someone who would be really, really good with highway is
that's
Breeze.
good. That's good.
So I worked. He's like, okay, and he asked me a lot. I was like, he has a high state. I gave the speech, so hopefully we don't lose Everett.
Yeah.
And I talked to because Toretti called me about Matt Breeze, and so I told him about it too. So I'm working the angle.
We actually want Breeze to fix LSPD. I want LSPD better than
Hey,
highway.
If Breeze doesn't take highway, then we lose Everett to highway.
Everett's gotta be. I've gotta cut
Go.
Everett.
Harold, what the heck's happening? I was out of the car with Moose for only 5 minutes.
Bush is back. He's coming on duty. Just call him and link up with him, okay? Everything's okay.
Okay.
Everything's
I've been trying
okay.
to keep him safe all night. You wouldn't believe what he did. I don't even want to tell you.
What did he do? What did he do?
Actually, he didn't really do anything. No, he let Di drive the Buffalo. That's about it.
Oh, that's okay. I've got something.
Yeah.
Are you with Morse? Get Morse. You gotta get Morse.
Okay, I'll get Moose. I'll call you back.
He's at the station, I think. I don't know. Get Morse and then get me on speaker, okay?
All right.
Hey. What the fuck is happening?
I guess when they were brought into the medical room, I know you didn't have the opportunity to do that, but these are going to be more general questions as far as the care of patients before they enter the hospital. So generally speaking, Dr. Schilling, when a patient or a wounded individual is bleeding in any capacity, well, it might sound like a very odd question to you, but what is the immediate actions one should take to stop the wounds from getting worse?
It varies dependent upon the bleed, its location, and its source.
Okay. If it is a gash to the neck or the carotid artery, what would be the best course of action to stop the wound from getting worse?
If it is a strike to the carotid artery and a gash to the neck, it can also vary. You can apply pressure, which can then slow bleeding. However, continued pressure or
That is. Hey, Harold, I got him.
You got him?
Yeah, you're on speaker.
Boss.
Yeah.
I just got caught by Joe. Was talking to Lorenzo. You know how Rigsby and Lorenzo were attacking, and we thought they were flashing, but then turns out it was Rigsby breaking up with Lorenzo because Lorenzo's actually leaving to go to Italy, right?
Yeah,
apparently,
she's cheating on him with Mark Sampson.
Stop going around saying that. Mark Sampson that guy's a flirt with everybody, but we got a damage control because apparently Rigsby tells Lorenzo she's thinking about going to the Rangers.
Yeah, she just talked to me about that, Cap.
What? It's ridiculous. I caught her dumb because she got kidnapped and she kept on flapping her gums while they cut off her finger, and then she kept on insulting her kidnappers, and I said, Rigsby, that is probably the dumbest thing ever. You gotta keep your mouth closed and know when to instigate and when to hold back, because she got herself tortured even more because she kept on, loudmouthing it, and I said, that might be the dumbest thing a deputy's ever done. You gotta, hold it back. And apparently, like a month
That
later,
made her want to leave?
she wants to leave because I told her, doing that was stupid.
It's hard
There's a lot
when
more stuff than that.
we theoretically birth these little baby police people, and then they grow up, and sometimes they make these bad decisions to want to leave, and then that's fine.
I don't think Rigsby's grown up yet. I think she's still got a lot of growing to do,
Oh yeah, she's super not grown up. But if she wants to leave the Rangers, that's fine. I think, of course, she should stay.
She's also a
but I think
probationary deputy, so who
I
even
don't
knows
think
if
she
she
can.
can transfer?
I think
we start Lucy from them.
I think that we should tell Rigsby, like, hey, we want you to stay, but she leaves. Over that, damn.
I mean, she said a couple other things. She doesn't want me to. She wants to talk with you, Harold.
Okay, but
What else?
apparently
What
she
else?
said to Lorenzo she straight up just wants to leave. Something about county drama at the time, and I was feeling like a burden.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't want me to say specifics, and my sense of it is that we kind of poke fun a lot that she's always in this kind of teenage movie love drama, and she takes that stuff really seriously.
Well, she
Apparently,
shouldn't
and
because
it's not funny to her.
We don't care, It's because we're friends with her, because we like her, we poke fun at each other,
You can't convince people of your intent if they take things a different way. It's hard, but that's also part of the grave seed. And if that kind of thing doesn't sit right with her, then maybe this isn't the right place.
Well, that's what I told her.
I think
I
it's
was like,
difficult because it was, but now that she's changing, it sucks that this happened. But I think that if she, no matter what we say or do, is going to feel that way, then I'm not going to change.
But it gets to this point, like if people have that issue, they need to, verbalize it before it comes to, oh, I'm leaving.
True. Not our fault though. We have the biggest open door policy out of anyone. We've been so friendly. We're so close with our deputies. I mean, sure, we can always do better, but I think that if it's really at that point already, then I struggle to think that there's a part where we could have made a better open line of dialogue between Rigsby and us, because we check in all the time.
Yeah. Wow.
well, she wants to talk to you, Harold, and who knows? Maybe she'll talk to you and maybe she'll change her mind. It's happened before.
Yeah.
We should still try to fight for her, of course. I'm just trying to be the.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a hostage.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I said that with Ramona, right? You know, I fought for her once. You know, we tried for Capaments, and then the second time I was like, okay, bye bye. You know.
Yeah. Unless it's Everett, I'm always gonna favor Everett.
God bless to the day I die. He's a stone.
I'm not going
He's
anywhere.
Everett Stone.
You're Everett Stone.
Oh God. You told
What?
you know what?
What?
What? It's like another word for Iraq.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I can't. I signed an
Anyways.
NDA. I can't talk about it. Anyways.
Anyways, all
was
right.
his
Well,
name in
I got my
Troopers?
job back and
Average.
free to go.
I smoked this lie. You should have seen it. This lie was like destroying everybody because these cops, they do not know how to go on the stand. Deontay and Edmund, they were fumbling and admitted to a bunch of stuff they should have thrown Spotted under the bus. They never did. They got humiliated, and I went up and I just he tried so many narratives, and I just said nope. You know, he was like, so you shot at the people in an explosive area, and I was like, yeah, I shot at the people that just gunned down 5 cops. And he was like, I kept on going on the narrative that, you know, it was my fault. And he was like, don't you not think it's dangerous to shoot between 2 gas pumps? I don't know, maybe if you're bad at shooting, you know. I also understand more, so I said I shot down a crawler, because I shot one guy and he was crawling away, and I shot him a couple of times. And so we
God
stopped doing
bless.
that, and I said I'd do it again, you know.
Moose nipple defense.
Yeah. I shoot to kill, not to incapacitate, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going back
That's my
in
captain.
there. We're going to talk to Rigsby today after, you know.
All right. She said she's gonna be riding around off duty on her motorcycle moping.
Okay. Hey.
Look,
Good
are
luck,
you just-
Cap. Good luck.
Are you just gonna be in there all night?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
You should have seen it. It was me, Nora, Everett, Guy, and Beef.
I looked amazing.
I know you.
I had
We arrested
Nara on
the
the
deputy
radio
mayor.
being like, I'm on the highway. That's fine.
She was a little excited. Yeah.
Would you
A
arrest?
little smile on her lips. Eddie
The deputy
Concord.
mayor.
What, you arrest the deputy mayor?
Want to tell him, Everett?
We
This
baited
was
him
more-
into getting really mad, and then he called 911 like a bozo to complain about it. But then we all denied doing anything to make him mad, so he looked like a big ass idiot in front of a justice.
She won the bench trial?
Oh yeah,
Percy still wanted us to hug it out though for some reason. I don't know.
yeah. We would not hug it out.
Which
We said
man is
no.
it?
Misuse of
Oh, I see
911.
it, yeah.
Basically, what happened, Harold, is we're leaving a Karen out of tow lot, and then I got on the megaphone and I said something like, "Eddie Concord is corrupt," and then he was called 911 in tears. He was in tears, Cap.
I gotta answer this call from Dallas.
Well, he hates us and all because of the whole last thing, but yeah, who cares? You know? That's on him.
I mean, whatever. I mean, we asked him to say, so we had him in a circle and like, which one of us said that? And then he couldn't figure it out. And, you know, we all denied it. So, yeah, he got 3 months in jail.
Nice. I really got to go in there. The judge is attacking.
All right. Good luck, Cap.
Yeah, maybe.
And now on to my closing.
Are the suspects not testifying?
The state submits that the death of Deputy Stark was not just a tragic consequence, it was a foreseeable, avoidable, and direct result of the defendant's deliberate choices. Choices that began the moment they decided to commit an armed robbery and escalated it into an act of violence against law enforcement. Let us be absolutely clear. These suspects chose to rob a store. When law enforcement responded, they didn't surrender. They ran and they opened fire. In doing so, they turned a criminal act into a battlefield, one that endangered every officer and civilian present. In that chaos, Deputy Stark was struck twice, once fatally in the head. Amid the crossfire, a bullet ignited a gas pump, causing a massive explosion. Shrapnel flew across the scene, injuring others. But make no mistake, none of this happened in a vacuum. Under the law of proximate causation, it is not necessary for the exact sequence of events to be predicted. only that it was reasonably foreseeable that committing a violent felony and initiating a gunfight could result in death. Had the robbery not occurred, had they not fled, and had they not fired, we would not be mourning Deputy Stark today. We may not know who pulled the trigger that struck Deputy Stark in the head. They may not have struck the pump that caused the explosion, but it was their decisions, one after another, that lit the match and let it burn. And under the law, they are held accountable for what followed. The state contends the actual cause was the use of lethal force during the commission of a felony. The proximate cause was the foreseeable chain reaction that ended in the death of Deputy Stark. Her death is not a coincidence. It's a consequence. The defense would have you believe that this tragedy rests on the actions of law enforcement, that the decision to breach was the catalyst. But we must not lose sight of the root cause. This chain of events was set in motion by the defendants themselves through their decision to commit a robbery and through their refusal to surrender when given the opportunity. It was their actions, not the response of law enforcement, that led to this outcome. It is irrelevant whether the officer's death was caused by a bullet or by shrapnel from the explosion. The undeniable truth is that none of this would have occurred had the suspects not made the choice to commit a violent felony by robbing the store and then shooting when officers were attempting to detain them with non-lethal force. Their actions set this entire chain of events in motion. The law doesn't require that they intended for her to die, only that their reckless criminal actions created a high likelihood that someone would, and tragically someone did. Deputy Stark died doing her job, trying to protect the public from danger. The people responsible for creating that danger must now face the weight of justice system they so willfully defied. The state asks that you find them guilty of the charges presented today and hold them accountable for the life that was taken, the lives that were endangered, and the devastation left behind. Thank you.
He's about to do
My
a
good.
goated
I don't
closing.
know if I should ask that or not. Okay, I guess I'm good. All right. Gentlemen of the courts, esteemed panel, my opposition, peanut gallery, all that kind of stuff. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time. By all accounts, was not a easy thing to digest. I know this was a lot of different turns and twists and what have you. The thing that is incredibly undetermined here is so much about proximate cause, so much that it should have been reasonably foreseeable that the defendants doing an alleged armed robbery would have been a direct correlation to the defendant, sorry, not the defendant, Winter Stark passing away from injuries in the line of duty. Let us simply ask ourselves, sure, you may say their claim that might be, yeah, okay. Well, it wouldn't have happened if you did X, Y, Z. But on the same coin, this wouldn't have happened if you talked. There wasn't any sort of indication or you heard it from Edmund Bean himself. You heard it from Deontay Jackson. There was no threat. It was all cordial. It was an outside force that was going off of the experience or lack thereof, apparently, to make a choice on somebody's life. You are gambling with lives. One thing that proximate cause does bring up here, Your Honors, is, and they coincidentally forget to point out here, is the intervening of such, or a superseding cause. If another actor steps in, another action is taken in, and it is the primary cause of harm, such as kicking the doors down when there's no threat, shooting like I've demonstrated up on that TV screen, all next to those gas pumps. Actually, put another image on the board for me, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor. It would be the Danny O'Shea's projectile. 2CF7. If you wouldn't mind.
Oh my god.
What is that to the right of your, the right to that image next to that ice
No,
machine?
wrong
That was
one.
Danny O'Shea's bullet, ladies and gentlemen. Right next to not one, not two, 3 propane tanks.
But it didn't hit it.
If they were so
I'm
concerned
pretty
with,
sure there's-
with lives at stake that day, if they were so concerned that they wanted to get everybody out peacefully and this was their doing, you wouldn't have Captain Harold and Danny O'Shea and all these other people start recklessly firing in the presence of explosives. You wouldn't kick down doors, weapons drawn. What are the defendants supposed to think when people are charging at them with guns? They tried to claim it was non-lethal. Oh, I only tackled you, but I had a huge samurai, so I pointed at your neck. Doesn't make a lot of sense here, folks.
He's not helping his argument there.
Was a superseding cause. It was not foreseeable. That broke the chain. Their chain is ruined. Let's talk specifically about Eva Bashir, a person that was apprehended, did not fire a bullet. Their claim that she materially aided in the killing while watching everything happen is it's founded in no basis of law. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know how there's probable cause for something like that. Contribute to any shooting, and she was GSR negative, and the evidence showed. Now we get to the autopsy. As you previously mentioned, we've talked about it here before, Dr. Schilling among others, how there was a gash on the neck, vital artery in the neck, bleeding.
Look at this, guys. I found this straight away when I pointed this out. Hold on. It's Max gun, Max casings. Oh no, look, it's JJ's.
Just happened. The explosion was really the one that killed her, Your Honor. And I will remind you again, that chain was broken. That explosion was because the police wanted to get somebody, they wanted to get somebody by any means necessary. And you had Captain Harold and you had Candy Maple just recklessly firing, even though they're just trying to get inside of a vehicle. When you have a very small margin of error, one bad shot, one misfire, one malfunction, and the whole thing goes boom. They shot twice as much as the defendants, allegedly. You even have Danny O'Shea and Captain Harold shooting over a dozen bullets. Seem like that they have a life to uphold here. Does that seem like that they care? It doesn't seem like they care. Just wanted to kill him. They killed the wrong person, unfortunately. What I'm getting at here. That they pointed at the cops, or that they even held a real human being against their will in something like this.
That's not rendering.
Sudden quarrel, a heat of passion without any malice, just the weight of the shoulders combusting down on everybody. An explosion happens out of anybody's control. That's it. Needs to be said. thank you guys for your time and due consideration. I wish you the best of luck in your deliberations. It's going to be a while. Thank you.
We don't get to hear the song.
Yeah, I got you.
Alrighty, we're gonna place this court into recess while we deliberate.
What? One moment, Your Honor. If I have a question, my client Jeffrey would like to smoke a cigarette, but the law enforcement is not permitting him to stand outside the premises to smoke. Is it possible we could get an officer to stand out there with him while he's smoking? Because he's just really stressed about it all, and he doesn't want to smoke on government property inside the building.
It costs $25.
Holy shit, you're alive.
Yeah, dude. Not too good. How's it going, dog?
Bad.
Real bad?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sheriff, what are you rolling?
195 here.
Is Mr. Jeffries on bail currently?
I've been on bail.
I don't have a license for this.
If he says yes, we're gonna need more than one
He's not
officer.
currently incarcerated. He is still on his terms of bail
Sir,
until such
I'm not-
time as the trial is concluded. So,
They're not letting us outside,
Thank
Your
you,
Honor.
thank you for making it verbally
Just
known.
the
The
people
law
in,
enforcement didn't
in the
understand
lobby
bail
right now,
conditions. Your Honor.
Aaron,
The only person who is not free to leave on the
Jeffries,
defendant's
can
side
you
is
outside,
Paco
smoke
Vega.
a cigarette?
that would be a very expensive.
I'm gonna go
cigarette.
outside and smoke
So-
while they're deliberating.
Ready, just in case MG try anything.
Court is placed into recess while we deliberate.
She deserves
The judge said they could go outside.
That was nice, sure.
Nikki Swift is in charge while we're gone.
He was guilty of Zoe May being upset.
I'm gonna hang as long as I can. But,
Okay.
I'm very
Mr. Aaron,
Hi, how you doing?
not too bad. Are you just banking that they're not gonna find JJ's projectile on the gas pump?
They say I'm in charge.
Look, we
You
don't know
saw
what
that
this
one,
person
right?
caused. Look, I'm sorry, all right? I'm doing my job, all right?
But you saw that one, though, right?
I understand that.
Looked at all the
but-
projectiles. The only one on an explosive, so.
That we know about. There's plenty more casings indicated than there was actually projectiles collected. And even then, we're talking about probabilities at that point. It's kind of an improbable
The probabilities
to say one
is
way
you
or the
keep
other
saying
that-
that it's our one, you know. Hey, you know,
I'm just doing my job.
Fact of the matter
It's
is
all right.
that it wouldn't have happened had the robbery not had happened.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You put up a good fight, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
you-
thank
you
you
did-
guys for your time. I appreciate
It's
it.
probably the best I've seen a defense attorney argue. Except you probably would have been better doing that in civil.
I mean, that's not really our civil case to have. That's more of the
Yeah.
estate's issue. You know, and that's more of an estate thing. That's outside of my thing. So I.
But it's so long that I'm just not gonna do it. There's so much attention, you know.
Look, you know, I understand. You know, it's nothing personal. I promise. I have to do what I have to do for the people that pay.
This is something I know off the back of my hand.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Expensive one. I want to sit there and just write it out.
Yeah, but you know,
Job of a defense attorney.
thank you guys for your time. You know, I know this is a long one, and we're probably gonna be here for another 2 hours waiting on the fucking verdict. So
I stepped out shortly after Mercy. Did no one from the defense's side go up on the stand?
we wanted to call one, but she's been out of town. I got informed of that the other day. We were gonna call people. Yeah,
And then obviously they didn't
yeah.
want to shake the amendments. Yeah. they wanna-
Stephanie was not good. Like told me the day of, basically, like, hey, I can't make it. I'm like, oh, great.
Removed her because I knew she wasn't going to be able to show up. She had reached out to me.
Honestly, like I would have, if I knew that, I wouldn't have like been so insistent. Like, hey, I want to call her. You know, if you just said like,
I
she
wonder
couldn't
if they
make
would
it, I
have
would've- I
would have
would've
done
been
like an
trying.
emergency deposition, you know.
That's
I
true.
was out sick for 2 weeks the whole time that all of that was on the docket, and I really didn't want to deal with any of it. But you know,
Today when I was
No, I understand. All right.
Thanks. It's me, Mark McCann.
Look, I'm doing my job. All right. You know, it's not a virtuous one. It's not one I take pride in. It's just it's a job.
Oh, everybody
Sometimes they
needs the
correct.
right to an attorney present, sure. Attorneys are the ones that keep ensuring that areas in the DA's office don't violate and become egregious in their enforcement of the law. No?
I have a unique way of getting my points across. I'll say that.
They said I could go outside.
Yeah.
Before or after?
That's okay. Everybody's a little different. Alrighty. I'm gonna go get some food because I'm starving.
Okay.
It's all about the principle.
You guys again, and yeah, Sadi, a pleasure as always.
You too.
He's like, there's so many different things. He's like, we didn't have this many different things. It's like, all right. And today was horrible because there was so much to do. In the 5.5 hours, we did so much.
Don't worry about it.
He
Literally pointing out
No,
two
I don't
different
think any of
cops
that's
and
gonna
now
sink
they're
in.
fucking law.
You need to understand the pace and why sometimes, you know, doesn't get responses and why FTOs aren't always taking.
Sure, the cops will get their due justice for what they did.
Deal with. We just don't push check. Have more sessions. He'll slowly ease himself in.
Anything
Find his way.
people accountable for their
I just told him he needs to make his voice known. Jump up on dispatch.
What was trying to do? They ran at me with a weapon.
Waiting in queue, you know.
Yeah.
bullets in one direction. He's a choice.
Don't ride around with other departments.
That's what I said. I was
What's
like, yeah,
up?
come hang out in Grapeseed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very, very much.
We should make an anonymous Twinster account
I appreciate that.
and post the picture of JJ's projectile.
Sorry that McCat had to dip out. He just really missed Fudge Lane. So just he went back to the shelter. He likes his
Just
bed.
saying, you know.
But you know,
Leave my twins
I
alone.
empathize. Sometimes I think about sleeping in that bed too. So.
Harry, leave my twins.
Well, I'm not actually poaching. I'm a
The birds
deputy. I
starting to
don't
get rendered.
have
Just
anything.
everyone be on your toes, please.
I swear, if anything happens,
It is a choice. My choice.
Okay, that's fair. Go ahead.
Diamond Tate has terrorism and mayhem minor and major all in the same incident.
Take someone that's important to you and bring them over to the dark side.
Sure. Harold.
Eh?
So I'd love to. I'd love to. He'd never do it though. He'd never do it.
Harold, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ah, God. Ah. He's trying to poach you.
What?
Can you tell her to leave my twins alone, please?
What twins?
He's gonna poach you.
What twins? What?
She's trying to take my Viking twins.
Yeah, we got those in our scopes.
No.
They're
Can you
marked,
leave my
they're
twins
marked for
alone?
the farms.
No, they're not marked for the farms.
Yeah,
They're
they're marked for the
city
farms.
Vikings.
No. We need Norwegians at Grapeseed because the chief of police wants to hire a bunch of Swedish people to fight our Norwegians, so we gotta build up our numbers, sure?
We'll have those in,
It's your
in
chief's
MRPD.
It's your chief's
We'll have them in MRPD, and if you need them, then we can like
No.
loan them out.
They're marked for the farms. Yeah, I do.
Listen, let's not make a standoff. We don't need to do this, okay? It's city versus county, Harold.
It's not like that.
I was looking at NDW tonight. Stop looking at
They're marked for the
Fight to the end.
farms.
I'll fight for the end.
They're marked for the farms. It's
Come to
okay.
Farmers Friday. How about that?
It's okay. That'll just expedite the process. You sure you want that?
We should just absorb the city department.
I agree.
Yeah, everything.
We should
will be
absorb
Grapeseed.
everything. You know, I propose that
Yeah.
I absorb Perito, Sandy, and their payroll, and then everybody else can just be in the middle of the city, and we'll have I call it Project Magneto, and we have it looks like a helmet across the whole state. Hold on, I've got the proposal. Where is it?
Yeah.
Probably should be asleep now.
I can't share it because there's so many people here. But hold on, I can.
Okay. Amazing. We should do it.
How was your break?
Dude, it was amazing.
5 minutes of outside.
Of
Yeah.
this. Okay. This is perfect.
5 minutes.
So was it accepted?
No, not yet. It's work in progress.
I understand the name.
Yeah.
I see the name straight away. Like, but what? DPPD.
Yeah, I'm taking that.
Well, DJ called me fat.
I did not call you fat.
She is
He
not
literally
fat.
said that.
And listen, I did not call you fat. Okay, this is taking my words out of context.
He said I'm so heavy.
You can't say that.
Listen, she decided that she wanted to throw a party on my back.
That
What?
lady.
While on the bike.
If I just what was it? You said if I ate less. Oh, what did you say? I can't remember.
She said, does anyone need food? And I said, you don't need to feed her.
What?
And then you said, okay, I'll get you something. Salads only.
You're trying to be healthy. She doesn't like taking her steps. She just wants to sit in the car all day and be passenger princess.
I'm mobile. What you mean? I drive. I drove today.
When did you last run?
I see iridescent more faster than walking.
She refuses to take steps. She hates it.
Me too. You know, criminals just fall in my lap. They give themselves up to me.
Parking thing and everything.
She's working with them.
Did you park on the west side of City Hall?
The says please give
No,
themselves.
the northern side.
Ew.
I had a good question.
Do you have your lights on?
If
Well, no,
Actually,
yeah,
I'll
I
ask-
paid
I'll start with
the
this.
parking.
I'd rather not
Sierra
people
11.
around actually.
I moved your car to the police station behind the courthouse.
Oh, you're a hero. Thank you so
I'll
much.
ask this question. Have you ever had a situation where you've had to chase
Just
after
as a
a
reference,
hostage?
solutions don't have to pay a meter. We're exempt.
Oh yeah. And I
Be
didn't.
real,
Yeah.
I'm happy to let go of $10 if it means I don't have to deal with some dumb fuck thinking he's fucking right and doing it.
It's literally wrong, but that's fine.
I do it because they're fucking stupid and they will do it.
And it's a lawsuit, and then you charge them and get them their tow license.
How are you staring at me like that for?
You can't
You
tow
want
anymore.
food?
Are you
Get
trying to
food.
figure out if you
I moved it
should
because
chase after the
somebody
hostage?
bumped it, and it was on
No.
the sidewalk.
I'm just wondering
so
if Harold
just
would.
to avoid it, I moved.
Personally.
Yeah, someone reported one of us for the same reason. If you look at the info analysis, they just bumped it. You can even see the tire mark.
Tell you no.
Yeah, basically. Sounds like it.
Unless the hostage had all the money.
Well, exactly. This is why you never know the whole deal on it.
I wish I was a criminal.
Oh,
It'd
I
be
think my
stupid
illusion's
too
gone
because,
now.
you know,
You
they'd
ever
get
had
hurt.
Costa chasing me and Nike and we took him up through the Ramathon course?
What if I was left there, you know, saying there was a hostage, and then everyone broke off, and they all went, and the person left with the hostage with me was like, okay, can you be? And I'd be like, yeah, just hold on 1 second though, and then I run into my car that's at the gas pumps, and then I drive away.
Prisoner side insurance.
People will be so confused, they wouldn't know how to deal with it because people can't deal with anything that isn't outside the norm.
Again, let's not worry about that right now. Let's worry about the courthouse. We can deal with that after.
People are too scared, honestly.
Who this motherfucker that in charge of the courtroom?
Because I mean, I've got my own opinions personally on why people do things, whether it's
Hey,
right or
what up,
wrong.
Nikki?
I don't know, but I've had opinions why people just
Just right all the time, even when I'm wrong.
What? No, that you should do the opposite. That'd be hard as hell.
right. When else have you been right?
Hey, dog.
Always right.
They put Barbie Schmurder away on his song.
To like, you know, give it
He's
a
still cool as fuck.
I can't. We're in a courtroom filled
Yeah,
with
this will be-
people that are not privy to this information, DJ. You know.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm right now.
Make sure you're not lying in a courtroom.
How did Ben Affleck do?
Affleck did alright.
Come on in. I can lie as much as I
Did
want.
alright. You did alright.
I think he did.
Hey, good job, the accountant too.
This is why we're looking at an ice barrel.
I ain't seen the
Nice
account
container.
one. But you know what? If he win this, I'm gonna watch his movie tonight.
Hold on, if you see brought to by the account
Wait,
too, he has to pay us
I
for
just
like
realized that this
sponsorship, dog.
guy saw blood.
Oh shit, he do.
And okay,
Advertise, man. We go to the movie lot.
that makes sense.
That shit did yo.
Sometimes it
I'll
happens.
Give him his props where it do.
Them super sniper rifles and blowing people's heads off and shit.
This is his first case.
Them a John Bernthal, dog. The motherfucking Punisher, dude.
Good Punisher, not the bad Punisher.
Oh, he a great Punisher. I don't think the Dolph Lundgren's, he was a Punisher. He pretty good. Ray Winston, hella underrated. John Bernthal, my Punisher, dog.
Ray Winston had
Ray
so much more
Winston's
potential.
movie sucked, but Ray Winston good.
Good.
You good. I don't like the emo one. The emo Punisher suck ass, dog.
Oh, we
Yeah,
never
how
did
about
something
Kevin Nash,
remote
though?
yesterday, which I wanted to do with you,
Kevin
Eric.
Nash is the greatest, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle villain of all time.
All time, dog. All time.
Next time we're remote,
You know
I
that
need you to
Shredder
show me
was dumb
something.
as hell.
He made
Yeah,
that Shredder
remote?
good. He
Motor.
destroyed the whole pier.
The fuck
Yeah,
does that
that's
mean?
what dumb as hell, dog.
On
He had the
motorbikes.
turtles
Oh,
in his
motor. I thought you
clutches,
said
and he
remote.
fucking
And I was like, what?
fucked
Sorry,
himself up.
the accent is too
Too
British for you. Okay.
Too
Got
close to the
Spider-Man,
sun.
It's
dog.
not British at all.
Great power comes great
What do you
responsibility.
mean?
Yeah,
British?
Shredder, dog. Great power comes
What-
great
what-
responsibility.
What's wrong?
What am I?
Right.
on?
Wolverine
Speak
claws
more.
and
Let
shit.
me listen.
Okay, what do you mean
Looking
speak
like he
normal?
had
I'm speaking
fucking
normal this whole time.
Australian?
rash all
New
over
I
his
Zealand?
swear to, I
Unless
swear
he
to
didn't
God,
have
we're gonna have
vanilla
an
ice on
issue.
his side.
What?
That's how go hard
Australian.
too. People sleep on the ninja rat.
What are you saying?
Yeah, hard.
I,
Ninja
can
rat
s-
go.
I think he's Australian, maybe.
Oh, he's super
Hey, Ben
super
Affleck,
English.
good job, dog.
100%.
Really?
Ah.
He kind of sounds like Skylar to me.
You're free
Dog.
from
I don't know if that's good or a
Nah.
bad thing, because you know.
For 2 weeks.
Do I all sound pissed
So
off?
did he give you a Fusar
Yeah.
fever?
Skylar doesn't sound this.
Nah, I just respect. I
She
just
sounds like
respect
she's
the
ready
effort,
to
dog.
snap everyone she
Ultimate
speaks
for
to, even though
Fusar
she
fever,
doesn't
then
mean
you
it.
get to use the
But
report.
it's just her.
Ooh.
So you hate
She's
Skyler,
Australian.
huh?
What?
Oh,
It's
don't
kinda
That scares
rob
the shit out of me. I'm
Aaron
sorry.
Fusar, wink wink.
Harold, how tired are
I
you
got
right
money,
now?
but FIB don't know about it. All good.
Okay.
Howard just wants to do that. He
Almost
just wants to sit in
over.
a corner.
Almost over.
Just hope
on a
for a
recess.
peaceful ending.
Harold, do you want to have a little talk right now?
No, I feel like that window's gone. You know, I had good flow on the stand, and now it's gone. I did destroy the layer though. You sure that's right? That's how you do it, DNT. And you're being, you know, yeah, the two of you, you know, you get, you know, my only recommend, you should have thrown Twilight under the bus, man. So, you know, you should not be afraid to just see the truth, see what happened, you know. And if you don't want to see the truth, you dance around it in the ways that I did, and you justify it. You don't want to become like so argumentative that it was actually a mess, but you know. There was a couple of situations where it was like, you know, oh, you didn't make the decision, Deontay, right? They were really holding into that. You needed to say you didn't have the opportunity to, you know, and that's okay. You know, it was a split making decision, and it happened. You know, they kept on focusing on the breach factor. It was not a breach. No, they were not inside. There wasn't no like lineup where you passed through an entryway. It was an arrest attempt. You know. A less lethal arrest attempt, and that really should have been focused on, you know?
Yeah.
You know, they keep on blaming you and everybody else, but the fact of the matter is, you tried less lethal attempts to bring them in. They could have just resisted and got in that car. They made the conscious effort to get those guns out and shoot you and Winter and Candy and everybody else. They could have just got in the car and drove away. They could have beat you down. They could have punched you. You know, they could have, I don't know, put out a little meaty weapon. You know, they used firearms to shoot at you over $3,000.
Yeah, he was focusing on that with me, and that's when I said to him, like, if you shout at me, I can slap you. That's That's what you can do. You don't have to. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Some of you stay inside.
Outside.
Yeah.
Worth it.
I'm just running away.
You went out to try to give them tickets for that driving without a headlight. It's likely Mary was involved. Not headlight.
Has anyone got a 20 in here?
She's on Portola Drive.
North and West Harold.
Get in.
Immediately
Get that
north and
other
west.
vehicle. No vehicle on scene. We've got Zoe. You hop out, get with her.
No one's on scene yet. Members of Marabunta have been seen leaving the area.
Do you know a vehicle they would have been inside of?
Motorcycle.
And someone quickly just join me at the clothing store. We're reaching just in case.
I'm with you, Harold.
Empty chest, the power of your time in your salon!
Parking her with one.
You had that doorway right there. I'm going left, okay? Had that long highway. Empty chest, department! Hey, let's push up. If you're back there, make yourself known. Sheriff's Department. Alright, clear. Moving stack code 5. Let's get that bolo on that motorcycle. If you're not those 5 units that are around the 13, stack code 6 in Marabunta motorcycle. Everybody should be on channel 10 for this 13 Alpha.
Sam, we're gonna code 6 to the beach, westbound.
Those who are not on channel 10, it's Marabunta the suspects on a motorcycle. If we get more information, we'll update you on channel 10.
It's a light blue shirt.
We're
There we go,
76 to
perfect.
Fudge. We got a car with like 4 of us in it.
Can we get
Hang on, we're there
EMS?
with you. There was EMS inside the courthouse or something.
Yeah, you'll forward this. How is she?
Just prior to the Alpha, there was a male with a baby blue shirt driving an orange colored Sanchez in the area.
Confirm, that's the suspect we saw leaving the courthouse.
Copy.
We don't have PID that's our gunman. If you do find that vehicle, we got EMP authorization, London style, 14 and get as many units on it. I don't really care.
I got an EMP on me, so if you see it, call me over unless someone else is grabbing one too.
You get further out code section, okay? It's not going to be on this location.
I already collected evidence. No one else.
20 for the fleeing Sanchez?
He's gonna be a blue and color Sanchez, southbound Los Lagunas. Right going westbound Dorset, currently VCB. There's GSR negative, but did not want to consent to a frisk. Currently VCB. Last seen going westbound Dorset. I believe they turned off going northbound.
Alright, that's EMS to our south. Who's got evidence?
I got evidence.
Perfect.
I grabbed evidence.
Individual's gonna be Hispanic male, bald.
I'm throwing up
wearing
civilian
a
repatch.
Blue bandana, blue face mask, and a gray like body.
I can maybe
vest.
have him going East Hawick.
Good shit.
Hey, took a
76.
Rhino southbound.
Unconscious about 30, 60 seconds ago.
Took a right southbound Los Lagunas VCB.
Civilian repatch on the most recent DB.
North.
Dispatching.
North on Alta Street. North Alta Street. At northbound Alta. Eastbound alleyway. Exiting onto Power. Standby. Right southbound Power. VCB.
Southbound Power Street. Still comes east southbound Power Street.
This is the suspect with London styling.
Actually, this is yours. I'm gonna
he
go
has
show
not
some
shown any
presents
arrested
back at the car room
officers.
because there's only 2 or 3
resisting
caps.
arrest right now.
I got the repatch cap. Do you need anything from me?
Still comes east southbound Power Street, going down
no,
downtown.
I'm good. I think we're good to collapse down to.
Let
like,
us know when you're ready to
2 of
overtake
these
us.
cars here.
Yeah.
We have
Because
3
this
illusions
might
and
also
2
be
motor. I'm
distracting
gonna
us from
break
shit
off.
somewhere else.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the power
EMP,
cap back
EMP,
over.
Southbound Power
EMP.
crossing. Oh!
Oh, just missed him.
EMP negative. Still
Let
comes
them
east southbound
overtake you.
Power
Let them
crossing
overtake
through.
you.
Olympic. Entering Davis, right. Westbound, Innocent Boulevard, left. Southbound, Carson Ave.
Break for a moment.
Watch out for the garbage truck.
Break. Units at
Passing
City Hall.
Mosley Auto Service.
Break! Units at City Hall. Channel 11. Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Ready, check.
And door.
10-2.
I'm so sorry you had to hear that from me.
Okay, you
back at City Hall. Am I needed anywhere?
Negative, just show my presence. That possibly was a distraction.
I'm here for you
Okay, 10-4.
Oh, wait, I'm escorting EMS to Eclipse.
Just to ensure that they, do in fact, break their bail conditions.
Party at the block.
Oh, wait, it's
Party
23
at the block.
Eclipse.
Oh shit.
Are we needed at City Hall?
Right now, beef, just keeping my units for scene security.
What's happening outside?
We'll ask a lot of people for the IS. Hello.
I got a
We'll stay mobile around the area.
Welcome to chaos.
There's a dark purple color Dominator ASP that's circling the area. Vehicle belongs
hi,
to a
babe.
demonstrating previously flagged. I don't know if they're involved at all.
I said 41.
Why?
Oh, hello.
We might be related, homie.
Is your grandma British?
Diana, can you grab a car from the station and bring it to City Hall?
Hi, Diana.
Is the grapeseed buffalo at the grapeseed?
I'm going to surgery.
I can take a look, Captain.
No, it's not happening.
I don't see a Buffy out here. Got a Lucian though.
This ASP is just kind of circling there. I'm gonna tell them to leave.
Yeah, just bringing a lotion down and we'll link up. We got the closing for the winter merit trade. The grapeseed dip is so shit. And we've also got an OIS. And we probably about to have a transfer there, that stuff, yo.
If it comes back positive, it match.
I know where the courthouse is, and I will be there shortly.
I will not see. I'm not taking part.
We're calling Fusar CM Punk for a second.
I don't
watch wrestling.
I don't do Thanksgiving and British.
If I wanted to watch two half-naked men wrestle, there's other content I could go to.
It's every day. Don't hate it. Don't hate the legacy.
I'm saying the writing's better.
What? She thinks I'm Australian.
Back in my day,
It's not our family.
The whole side plot where some guy named Vic Venus is sleeping with someone's daughter.
Yeah. Were you both Jacksons, right?
What I'm talking about.
You thought I was Australian, okay? Anything you say is written off.
I was like 7 years old watching that, I think.
He's claiming you as relative.
You're not helping here, Erie, okay?
What do you mean?
No, this is
your family. Look at him.
no. We're not family. Look, I'm asking the man in the mirror. I'm asking the man in the mirror to change his ways, okay? If you want to make the world a better place, just take a look at yourself and make that change, okay?
So loud.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy.
They took me as a hostage for a store robbery.
Oh, you guys are both heroes in your own
It was
right.
him and
Think about it that way.
Franklin's cousin. And we were just
Okay,
reminiscing
let's
about
not start
the
claiming
various
stuff.
times
Okay, we
I've
don't want to
seen
start spreading stories. No,
cops
we,
in front of the bean machine.
what? The stories. Harry, I swear.
What's Joey's status?
I believe Zoe's in surgery right now.
Well, yeah.
Definitely don't eat Vegemite. I definitely don't eat Vegemite. That's 100% sure.
be poor taste for me
Yeah,
to put
what he said.
Twinsta up that's outside posted.
No, I'm not. I just don't like it. It's the same thing, basically, isn't it? Hate it.
Good one.
Mm.
And then Vancouver.
Better hurry up with deliberating because they've only got an hour and 10 minutes
Move here
of
like
Harvey
4
being
months
a
ago.
judge.
Los
No.
Angeles accent.
No, you don't. You have a confused one, okay?
What do you mean?
You have a
Be the
confused one.
DA, I think.
Literally Los Angeles.
Literally.
He seems
Literally.
like a
It's
junior
not.
prosecutor
Okay.
or something.
Literally is, yeah.
No.
Against or wait, you're saying 4? You want Harvey? What if someone burns off half of his face?
'23 courthouse.
Talking about paying family pasta because they do have
Diana.
and it's not at PD.
Hey, firm.
I'm at the courthouse. Someone called me fat here.
What the hell?
Yeah.
You want me to beat him up?
Maybe. He's another officer, though.
Diana, did you park legally?
You?
The
Well,
average
what
second
the
well.
hell?
The
You call iridescent fat?
No, it was the LSPD guy. You gotta park legally. The toll drivers, the.
Someone just hit this, like just.
I just said that. Was that a cat? No. This way, I'll show you the secret span. Secret span. This way, follow me. Take a look at this. I don't know if you know this, but it's legal for police guys to park around police departments. So, take a look at this.
Wow, legal.
Yeah.
Not enter, sir.
What?
Turn around the other way.
What?
Gotta turn it around the other way.
I think I gotta turn it around.
Yeah,
I
you
feel
gotta turn it
like
around.
Diana. Look what this says. Look at this.
Yeah, but look at that. Look at what that says.
I think it cancels each other out. But I think you're wise. Turn it around. Just in case. Just in case. Turn it around.
It also says keep clear, sir.
That's why I didn't go other way. I left this LSPD one here as a test 3 hours ago. Oh. Oh, get that was good, you Just,
shit.
Oh, you gotta what?
Okay.
Yeah, just back it up, slow it, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up.
Yep.
Oh,
shit.
oh my gosh, oh my,
Now, just
back it
like-
up, back it 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 up.
Right there. Right there. I
That's
think
good.
perfect.
That's good. God
That
bless.
seems legal.
God
It's
bless.
clear. We're
Yeah.
not entering.
It's
We're
right next to the
police.
police vehicles on his sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why is that car driving like that? Oh.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming around for the winter funeral. I know how close you were, but there's a fellow Grapeseed deputy and how sad you feel about it, yes.
That is, yep. I wanted to be here to support everyone. That's why.
God bless. That's so nice, Diana. She would have really appreciated that. I know that you two really, you hit it off the short time that you had each other. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Real close.
I do this with every
I'm real
podcast.
torn up about it.
Yeah. It's so
There you go.
sad.
Radio clear.
Really sad. I mean, I don't
And
own
door.
grief though, Harold. you
I've
know,
got
you
a
can be sad
fella
anyway
on
if you
a
need to. I'm strong, you know.
pulled
I got-
over.
I'm
He's
all
on a Sanchez. He's got plaid pants, no shirt, blue bandana.
Sounds about right.
Get him off the bike. Get him detained. GSF, frisk out of staff.
Hey, firm, we got, he's off the bike now. We're going to proceed.
Yeah. Oh, well, you missed it. It was last week, I know that you were
Okay.
really sad, so you missed it.
I was really sad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was last
Mhm.
Saturday. Yeah, last Saturday.
And right now is the
trial.
trial. Yes.
For the suspects,
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
the Marabunta, no?
Yes. Thought it was Mac McCann.
Yeah, that's one of him. He did it. He's one of him, you know. He's one of him.
We don't fuck with him.
No.
Okay.
No, we don't like that game.
Profess for an old guy, Harold.
I work fast.
Walking
I've
fast. You
got
usually
pep
walk
my
this
step.
fast?
No, I don't. I got
You
pep
seem
in
like
my
you're walking like
step.
Elias right now.
Well, Elias walks like me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes
Want me to watch slow?
You can walk whatever pace you're comfortable with, Captain.
It's okay. I watch slow.
Oh, Harold.
I'm sorry
This
for
is
walking so
sad.
fast.
Oh, Harold, you don't need to be. You can walk as fast as you want, Captain. You're in charge.
I want to make you feel bad, you know.
No, I don't. Nothing makes me feel bad. Only angry.
Motor 2,
I don't want to make you
GSR
angry,
negative,
but,
no
but
weapon on.
No, not
but,
you make me angry now. I
we're
just-
not doing the weekly grapes meeting tomorrow because it's Easter. We're doing it on Monday instead. Monday.
in the weekly grapeseed meeting is of course at the time
5 p.m.
of
EST.
5 p.m. EST.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're moving it to
2
Monday.
p.m.
Yeah.
Pacific.
I don't. 2 p.m. Specifically 2 p.m.
Pacifically 2 p.m. Yeah.
I guess.
If one were to feel a connection to the Pacific Ocean.
The Great Ocean, as I like to call it.
Pacific on top. Honestly, fuck the Atlantic Ocean. Could not give less of a shit about that motherfucker.
What? Thank you.
You get Jeff Hardy up the top there, dude.
It's gonna suck if it's like.
Never any cars at the Maker Mall anyway.
Yeah.
When?
This is the guy that got here
Okay, the
Destin
last
fan.
3 times I was at the Mega Mall,
Fine,
there were
fine.
cars, and they're like, damn, people already stole all these goddamn cars. Damn, no one can get
Got
out.
here Destin fan.
You're pointing at that guy.
This guy.
Yes. What about him?
Middle of the ball sack.
Pointing at me. You're pointing at that guy. You're pointing at me.
Yo.
And then you're pointing at that guy. You're pointing at me. But now you're pointing at that guy.
That's the guy that got here Destin fan.
All your decent fat.
Yeah, we're in public. Come on.
Adam. Show me Adam, Captain.
Just not the face again. Come on.
Talking to your decent like that. Are you doing that?
It talked iridescent like that, okay?
Tall or fat?
I said, okay, she was built like an hourglass. She had an hourglass figure.
You cannot say that.
I did actually say that.
That's a HR violation.
He said that today to cover it up, but what he said was, you're so heavy, you're blocking my view.
The hell?
I
No,
said
I
he has
did not.
weak
No, I
little
did not.
arms.
No, I did not. I did
He
not say
can't
you're so
carry
heavy
me
you're blocking my
properly.
view.
It's dastardly.
Yeah, I said, yeah, because she was on my back riding around like a crazy person while we all.
You should be so lucky to have a woman on top of you, motherfucker.
I am lucky. My girlfriend.
All right, and then you're gonna call her fat? Messed
Wait,
up.
that's your
That's
girlfriend?
messed up.
She's not my
This is your
girlfriend.
girlfriend. She's
She's got a
married.
husband.
No, she's married.
Married
You
to
being a home
Rain.
wrecker?
No.
The hockey guy.
So, he's not. He's more than a hockey guy.
Yeah, well, he's
He
also
really
a
likes
dog.
hockey. He really likes hockey. He's already
and bear
talks about
claws.
it.
He's also a bear claw guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he likes
And I
something
never
that's
get
more
him
than
confused for
backlash.
anyone else
And
ever.
loves his wife.
I gotta go talk to the Supreme Justice.
Mm-hmm.
Big open circle area.
Kevin. Mr. John. Mr. John.
Yep. Hello.
Who do you think I should sit down with and just recreate the Hala Aradak? I talked to Percy about it, and we were like, yeah, maybe. So maybe him, but any other judges you think would really like? I'm pretty sure I asked Percy to ask the rest of the judges like a month ago. I don't know if he did. I don't know if that.
He may have mentioned it, but he may have only mentioned it in passing because I don't quite recall off the top of my head. I don't know. I like writing stuff. Percy kind of sort of likes writing stuff. There was a guy in the mayor's office that we just hired as a court clerk. What was his name? One of the Kuzes. Oh God, I can't remember his name. But he's the guy who did a lot of the legislative stuff for Martin Pierce. He's actually pretty good. Yeah, any of those folks, like writing stuff. Sometimes Vendors writes stuff, but
Yeah,
I
she
don't know,
takes
I don't really
ages
see
though.
Vendors a whole lot.
She just takes ages.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to sit down with me at some point to go through the Herald Act, I mean, I'm sure we could probably knock it out pretty quick.
Yeah. Just want to modernize it, get a shout out, shout out some of the stuff. The main thing, we got to fix the butchering problem because it completely killed the hunting. Because they're just able to get as many calls as they want in beef. And then there's also, I don't know if you know this, food trucks, they don't use meat because vegetables are so much cheaper. So a lot of food companies, they just lie about meat products.
False advertising.
Yeah. What I want is that I think food companies should declare where they're sourcing their income, their produce. From like which farmers, which hunters, to the mayor's office, weekly, monthly. I don't really care.
Yeah, if the FTC found out that somebody was advertising a hamburger or like
and it was
beef
just a bunch of
sirloin,
potato baggers,
and it was actually like potatoes and mushrooms or something, the FTC would be all
which is why we gotta
we would
fix
be
it.
ruined. We would be financially
we've
ruined.
started
The
a police
FTC would
investigation
destroy
into
us.
it. But we can fix it legislatively and then enable more power for mayor oversight, or if needed, police oversight. But I want to empower the mayor's office more.
Yeah, that's something that would definitely be more of a mayor's office thing. And I know the mayor's office oftentimes goes through the FIB for business stuff because sometimes they do need enforcement people to handle things, and they don't really have like their own like enforcement
I
body.
talked to Martin
really.
about that. Martin was saying that he didn't want the mayor's office enforcing a lot of stuff because he didn't have like the people or the bodies or like the the presence of the PD. But he wanted to use the PD for it. But I mean, the law, we act as like agents of the state, and it should just be a bit of both.
Yeah, well, the police department is a blanket. The police department is designed to basically kind of cover everything in like a one-size-fits-all thing. For something like business legislation and regulation, you don't need a blanket. You need a scalpel.
Yeah.
And so you can, use the police or a special unit of the police therein, but it's really better to either have your own kind of purpose-built group within the mayor's office, or again use someone like the FIB where they kind of have like they're kind of already involved in business auditing and regulation already, just by virtue of nobody else is really kind of doing it, so they just kind of picked it up. So it feels like you just have them, like anytime you need actual enforcement action taken, just kind of run it by them. Because again, the only other alternative is, make your own department. But, then we run into the problem of we only have so many people around who want to act like cops. So...
Gotta condense him.
Yeah.
Do you have access to everything, like documents-wise?
If I don't, I can give myself it.
Can you see, if you go to documents, the new 3 categories, sections that Metzger made, that DPS policy procedure, DPS department policies, and DPS specialty programs?
Yeah, I saw those. I haven't given myself access to those yet to look at them.
Can you look at policy and procedure?
I can give myself access to see all that stuff real quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So basically, Metzger, he divvied up all of our documents to make it easier for people to read. So policy and procedure is instead of that one massive SOP document, he broke it up into that like category almost, and then I think it's 10 different documents with headings, because the MDW doesn't have pages for documents, right? There's no way to break it up and look through it easily. So he did this as a system for better documentation. I'd like to pass you a little bit about it. This might be something the DOJ would want to do for some of that stuff, So like the legislation section is massive at the moment, with loads and loads of different stuff and loads of stuff inside of those stuff, Might be easier for you know, know people to find and get acquainted with all these documents. And just for our people to be able to find it quickly, you know.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's something that I was always kind of worried about, is because we kept always we wanted all of our legislation in one place.
Yeah, I know it's massive
but
with like, what, 14 sections?
yeah, the problem
maybe even
is
more.
when you want it all in one place, you end up scrolling through this massive document. And
Yeah,
so,
17
for
sections, yeah.
Yeah, so getting to, section 14, you gotta sit there and scroll for God knows how long.
Yeah, so instead it would be like documents, and then you would probably have DOJ legislation, DOJ constitution, DOJ case laws, DOJ MISC, and maybe that's where you would throw like expungements, and the ordinance. Maybe you'd have like DOJ acts, that's where you would put the fish game agriculture code and the aviation, so you'd have the codes in there, and then the legislation one would probably just be just 17 straight up different documents. Or you could just break it up into groups of 5, right? So it's 5 different ones, and it's like 1 through 5, and then 6 through 10, and then 11 through 15.
Yeah, the other thing is, I feel like we're doing it this way, we're inevitably going to run into the same problem that we had with applications, and then we're probably going to need to go back to IT and get IT to give us document folders.
I thought about asking for that anyway. I feel like you probably could. I asked IT for application folders, and they responded within 3 hours, and they said, you've got it tomorrow, so...
Okay, well, if it's not that big of a
ask.
fix, then yeah, I think documents would probably be a lot better if we added a document folder system, and then we had each document split up like y'all have it in your DPS documentation, to where it's a lot. You're not having to scroll through one document for 15 seconds to find what you need, or your headings, and the headings basically jump to where you need to go.
I'll ask
before you go in that courtroom, please.
Yeah. Everybody's getting fish before they go inside, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I first
Okay, sure.
You're good to go. I'm gonna first.
Am I gonna get asked to be freezed again when I walk in? Like,
Tell me
in
you
this
walk
doorway?
in. A doorway, no, because I just did you. I'm gonna have to frisk you before you enter, please.
Fucking Malibu's on top.
Here we go.
All right, well, I'm gonna go back to the office and I'm gonna figure out how to get all these documents squared away.
We might get
Farm Act-
categories, or I'll let you know what IT say. Because there's a possibility we get a
Gotcha.
categories, and then you don't have to it, sure.
Yeah. And then as far as modernizing the Herald Act, I don't know, maybe sometime later this upcoming week, we can sit down and do that. I'm going to be busy probably for the next 3 days or so, but
Yeah, me
after
too.
that, I'll have a lot more time to sit down and pour over legislation.
Yeah, I'm busy until Monday, but also kind of to the 25th, because we're shutting out a lot of stuff internally,
All right. I have to frisk you before you enter.
Before you go enter.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Paso, what's popping, you
Ready,
two?
state- are we
Oh
ready
my
for the
god,
verdict
he's
now?
another one over there. Oh my god, it's everybody. I'm so sorry. Triple kill.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, defense, are we ready for the verdict?
Ready no matter what it is, Your Honor.
You know, I mean, sometimes, like,
So they're
you
gonna
strike
shoot,
gold
huh?
once in a
Alrighty, in
while.
that case, bang bang, calling the matter of the state versus Eva Bashir et al. Back into session. So there are two key things that we considered during deliberation. First off, the cause of death was...
Unable.
I'm sorry?
I was unable to hear you. Apologize.
Are both of the defendants able to hear me? Are all three of the defendants who are still
Pepto-Bismol
present able to hear me?
Damn
Yes, Your Honor.
Some drugs again. Holy crap.
Cool.
In the alleyway, come
The
on.
cause of death
Need a
was
little
brought into
bell.
contention. The defense is arguing like, hey, the Winter was bleeding from her neck. That could have been why she died. That probably was why she died. However, Upon review of the
Here's how, at least she's dead.
autopsy report, as well as consideration of Chief of Medicine Mercy Schilling's testimony, this court finds that the cause of death was, in fact, the bullet wound, the GSW to the head.
Ooh.
Bullshit!
That a main artery, she's gonna die or anyway.
With that in consideration, looking at what happened here, evidence presented and the testimony heard today, the key point is that a decision was made for the individuals, the suspects inside the store, to be placed under arrest. The officers went to carry out that order, that decision, and the suspects responded. There's an asterisk here. The suspects asterisk responded by resisting and opening fire on the police. Here's the first one. However, actually, I'm gonna cover something slightly simpler first.
What's this?
For the robbery and criminal possession charges.
Thanks. Is this from
These were not really contested by the defense, and the state has presented enough evidence and testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. On the robbery and criminal possession charges, all defendants are found guilty as charged. Let's keep talking about murder and attempted murder.
Harold, you know this
So
is
again,
your fault.
like I said,
Which
police
gang?
went in
You did
to
this?
arrest the suspects. The suspects asterisk responded by shooting. However,
I like that the evidence.
per testimony,
They were arguing that we cast the
Bashir
explosions.
was
They're really. It was JJ's projectile
either
in the gas pan.
incapacitated and or taken into custody.
So was it you?
No, it's
essentially
JJ.
immediately
His projectile's
after
in
the
a gas
decision
pan.
to enter was made.
Interesting.
I just
Meaning
like
at
it.
the point
No one
where
mentioned that.
shots were fired,
You should mention that.
Bashir
Yeah.
was incapable of
It's a bit
shooting.
late.
Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe.
It's a bit
This is
accurate
also
for
shown by the fact that
JJ.
she was GSR
Imagine
negative.
go from no record to this within like 2
So
weeks.
as a result, this court
true.
finds Eva Bashir not guilty of
Oh,
accomplice
nice.
to murder of a government employee
Oh,
or
that's
accomplice
good.
of attempted murder of a
good one.
government employee.
It's good for Eva. That's nice.
I'm talking about.
A note on sentencing, because that drops down where the only charges that we're finding Eva Bashir guilty of are charges that are
Yeah,
already
she's
have
free to
time,
go.
fine, and everything outlaid within our penal code.
Paco gone beard.
A time, fine, and everything that
He violated
Eva
it
Bashir
yesterday.
has
Oh
already
God, he
served
violated
in
beard.
Bolingbrook.
Oh, he did.
That's so expensive.
This court finds that
It's like
Eva
70
Bashir
grand.
has served her time and
I think he was
once
like
is
play
awake and
fighting,
able
like
is
Kelly
to be released from
Banana,
Bolingbrook.
and
Oh.
it was a real fight. So
Moving back onto the starting side of
Still
the
don't be
suspect's asterisk. The suspects responded by opening fire on police. In that course, Winter Stark was shot in the head. Winter Stark died. When you draw your firearm, you point it at someone, and you pull the trigger, you're attempting to murder that someone. Someone dies as a result of it. Murdered
Harold,
that
be
someone.
honest, was that a big loss? Did you guys even like her?
I loved her.
As a result, this court finds Paco Vega,
She was
Mac
my
McCann,
deputy.
and
She
James
was
Guthries
Graveseed.
guilty
she was
of murder of a
Graveseed?
government employee
Oh.
and guilty of attempted murder of a government employee.
Radio check.
Need somebody
I don't know, he just threw something. I thought it was a Molotov. I got scared.
One moment.
This is the security channel.
Yeah, but, go to channel 11, Diana. I get reactions. Very good.
Additionally, this court finds Paco Vega guilty of contempt of court.
I'm with ya.
13th is the front door.
I mean, what does it matter?
The courthouse.
So,
The one's throwing something else at the judge.
Can we
Stop doing stuff!
Another one!
Stuff at the judge.
Just inside the door.
You throw
So,
stuff
Aaron,
at the judge, you're gonna get there, or
take a moment, confer with your clients.
you put that down right now, you're
Deliver
going to jail.
sentencing now.
Bro.
Confer with
That's
your
a
clients.
brick,
Give
not a
them
back.
your
Cool,
sentence
dog.
now.
I remember when you were
Would
cool,
like to
dog.
schedule
What happened to you?
Let's wait another 2 months.
let's just do it right now.
Room here, officer. Why are you standing here right now? Why are you standing here? It's not enough
Let's
room.
wait 2
Just
months.
rag on me.
They're tackling Harold.
Throw it, dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Put the brick down.
I get it.
It's
Upon
so
full
sorry.
consideration,
Fuck you. Let me get this guy.
God.
Get that guy, beat him down, he's trying to throw a brick!
Piece of shit, you didn't do
Sir,
shit.
Ah!
fucking hit
I'm
Harold.
throwing caps at him! I might be capping him, I don't know. Hey, the guy with the face tattoo, he threw a brick at the judge. Get back here! The guy on the bicycle! He went to throw the brick, but he dropped it. He's currently going eastbound. Let's get a 77 to outside. We got one suspect on, tried to interfere. Pretty sure he punched me. Hey, step back, everybody. Keep a distance. Do not approach the victim or the suspect. I didn't get him up. Well, he punched me, you know. You don't get... Ah! Help!
Piece of shit, asshole, you fucking asshole.
Beat the guy in green!
Oh, yeah.
We got a fish fight outside. It's a big brawl. Get out of here and stop beating people. Hey! Stop! Oh, that guy is fucking spam bunches like crazy. Am I dead?
Okay. Harold?
No, I got punched
Jesus.
like crazy. I'm stunned.
Jesus fuck, bro. I'm gonna go kick some hunting.
What? I think I'm... Oh, I'm knocked out. Hold on, guys. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Guy on the pink bike, if you see him.
Oh my god!
off it. Or Mayor Boone's are punching people outside the courtrooms. Careful with the batons, they're garbage.
That was so scuffed. Why did that happen with the knockdown thing? I think if I didn't pick myself up, I would have been able to pick myself out now.
Mayor Boone's are punching people outside the courtroom.
Yeah, we're
There's
beating
one
them
individual
down.
at large on a pink BMX bike. I think all the Mayor Boone's are down at this point.
Yeah, there's individuals running around outside the courthouse.
I think there's one
I'm back up for round 2. Where are they?
What's going on?
Anybody in?
Individuals fled the courtroom and were tackling Harold.
Oh my god.
They beat people down.
They're all down except for one on a
Pink bicycle. Fire.
Yeah, it's a BMX bicycle. It's eastbound.
Last seen headed eastbound toward through the Rockford Plaza.
Hey!
I got it.
Do not get back up and stop fighting. Stop crawling away. Do not get up. Stop crawling away. I got a curfew. Stop crawling. Stop crawling.
bicycle violent.
Stop crawling. The suspect. Yeah, the suspect in the bicycle is the instigator. They try to throw a brick. They punched 1 or 2 officers. We've got most people down apart from one crawler. You can't. You can't crawl a crawler. You can't cuff a crawler.
Lucians on one bicycle. We don't need any more than that. Get back to the
He's behind
scene.
you.
It's the 5th and 6th Lucian.
Sorry, did the guy in the blue shirt punch you or just the guy in the gray shirt?
Gray shirt punched and the blue shirt was like running in the way.
Okay, so he's still an accessory.
I think the bike
Yeah,
in the
accomplice.
train tunnel.
Yeah. Lucy, you okay?
Train tunnel.
Yeah, Ashley hit me with a baton.
Average.
Let's come back to the car.
Ashley,
We got enough people
gotta
here.
apologize to Lucy. That's accurate.
We can head to MRPD to intercept.
Yeah.
Average. You're
You guys have photo for the bicycle?
we don't. Suspect in the motorcycle. Bicycle. He's got a face tattoo. That's the biggest thing you're gonna be
Coming out
able
to the
to see.
freeway. We're in the Del Perro Freeway tunnel coming out towards Del Perro Freeway right now.
I volunteered to be a
from
parole
MRPD.
officer.
Alright,
What
be
do we
quick.
do when an officer incites the violence first? We just take it on the chin. Yeah?
Probably have to pass through DOC.
By knocking this person off their
but if they
bicycle?
approve something in their absence,
Listen,
that would work
if
out.
you ever see
North
lights
Sound,
in
he's
there,
playing Frogger.
I've been making changes and I ain't even been in there long.
There is nowhere to hold them.
Photo attached.
Why bother do it at all?
Hey, am I beating this guy off? What?
Pink bicycle.
Standing in here.
Watch the sentencing
Wait,
to go into a
Harold? I
brawl.
don't know about with the car, but like if you can get him physically,
But
yes.
I think it.
Bye, everybody. Make sure you spend all of my music while I'm locked up forever.
25, and they're getting
Thank you,
extra
Sati.
time on top.
If they going away, we should hear the song, man.
Thank you, Sati.
Yeah, you want to hear the
You know,
song?
you know,
Play the
you
song.
have this be a slam dunk, you know. We really appreciate that, you know.
Don't let me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might actually be the person to speak with about this because I know you do a lot of community service with the Friday stuff with the farming. Do you think that you could correspond with the DOC because apparently these gentlemen are having issues getting a hold of correctional officers to do their community service?
I'm not against LEOs doing like the DOC community service. It's a resource management thing. Sometimes we got so many units that we could do it, right? But sometimes it's just simply not possible.
Sometimes
to
there's
have
4
someone
store robberies happening at
Yeah,
one
and
time
sometimes
and
there's
only-
5 cops on duty. But right now, you know, you've got 30 cops on duty. We could justify having 3 or 4 of them doing a community service, you know, for an hour or two. So, opposite to the rest of the team, I kind of want to create like PD community service SOPs anyway, because I'm kind of the only one that does it. I don't know if you see the application thing. There's not a lot of other people in PD that do it. So, yeah, I'll get on that, and this gives me a good, like, you know, reason to do it, sure.
Use they're
the
sentenced to
guinea
15
pigs.
in and 15 out, so use them as guinea pigs for your assignment here.
I'm back on radio. Just had to talk to the Supreme Justice. Is there any questions in regards to what's going on outside?
Harold, we got the guy on the bike. Can you call Jason and let him know what charges? Otherwise, we got the guy, beat him up, so he's
That's
secure.
going pretty good. How are you?
Good, great.
Okay.
Fantastic. Mind if I ask you a quick tow question?
I'd hate to.
What do you think?
people checking radio
What do you
channels
think
during
for the suspect
One of the
pulling out a
95s
brick
being
in the
taken to the
car keys,
hospital, we need
aiming it to
officers
throw at the
to that one.
judges, but then he slips and drops on the ground? I'm just disturbing the peace and
I mean, he tried to injure
resisting.
somebody.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Get a second call time?
Well, he had the intent, but
Attempted,
you know,
right? Yeah.
well, it's just he dropped it on the ground because I think there was too many people. Like, you know, imagine he's like this, and then he just
People
like
standing
that,
in
but with a
front of
brick.
the courthouse
Yeah.
ask them to leave the area unless they're witnesses.
Disturbing the peace, I guess.
Yeah, I tried to apprehend him, tease him, he resisted.
Alright, they're
One of
beating
his friends beat me. Oh my God.
Verdict.
He'll be
Verdict.
How are we looking at for the transport? A guilty. 15 hours.
Transport could be on channel 9.
Alright, I'm leaving.
You hop out with a transport? Channel 9?
Dog walking around seems.
9 is a transport, sir.
Are you okay, ma'am?
Let's try to move all these 95s out of the center of the khaki house. Just either put them to the east side or the west side. Just not in the main walkway.
Just get you up and over, out of the way here.
Come on, let's
How you doing?
Is there anyone?
Someone's got hit by a car.
Beat down.
Anyone a part of the original scene available to take a 95?
Possibly. We're just dealing with trying to do the transport as well.
Oh, you got him.
I also don't have a lawyer, right?
We could just give him to someone else if we got no context. Someone could just double it
It's
or.
just gonna be he just punched a cop. I think that's all he did.
Motor, we're taking the bicycle
Get the transport, I shut him out. Did you take anything from him?
Take anything from him? I checked his radio channel and GSR negative.
23 EMT. Tier 12, I'll get back
Again, boss. Did you get this time, sir? Anything I need to poke Roger Carmen in any way?
Don't move. You being in the shaft gives liberty if you try to run away.
I've got a 95.
I'm just gonna put you in the handcuffs, okay?
I'm gonna be taking it.
Stay there.
I thought we was going somewhere.
No, you stay there, okay? Can you just be with the 3 suspects there so it's not one alone?
Yeah, sure.
So I collected evidence. Did someone get photos?
Can you move him so he's with the rest of the 95? So
Yep.
we're
You changed,
together?
Harold. You changed, dog.
Okay, well, your friends murdered my deputy.
Well, good. I hope they do it again.
Okay, let's just mark time in prison, you know? I got knocked down, but I was standing up, and I walked in, and
Bobby Jeffries.
Get nervous parts again, bro. Get nervous parts again, bro.
stand in front of you then.
You okay?
I've been searched already.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, arresting person later. They had other stuff to do, so I gotta just search in my way, you know.
And no, you good.
Been searched, sir.
Fuck you, Captain asshole guy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna double check. You got nothing
Who's
on
that
you?
one over there in the blue jacket?
Oh, this one?
Motor 2's back. Mobile
Who
words.
this?
Need
Man, we got
additionals.
funky ass breath, dog.
Well, the good news, fellas, is that, you could go to prison and hang out with your friends while they're in there for a couple of years, you know.
Sounds good.
This dude's name in front of me.
Everybody out okay with DMS? Anybody need the transfer?
Copy that.
DMS?
Motor
We're all
2,
okay,
76
right?
Eclipse.
I'm all good. I just want the name and badge number of this car in front of me.
Me? Oh, Ola Rigby. Oh, sorry, Trooper Ola Rigby, 3 Highway 82.
Cool.
Ah, bish. We could give you guys probably the red charge of riot, but I think, we'll just probably hit you out with a blanket of maybe a charge. Use it first.
I would be pretty sick.
Riot is a red
What room am I
charge.
at,
Kind of, Carol moment. And it's only
Wait,
5 more
we did-
months over,
Fuck
Right,
it, let's. I don't have riot on my fucking.
I think we're just gonna give them. I think we'll just give you a riot, okay? Nice and cut and dry. All right, we got like 5 or 6 95s. I think we just hit them with a blanket charge of riot and send them up. We could transport them to downstairs instead of having to go to a station. I would just transport them straight to Bolingbrook. I don't think it really matters. What's up, Caddy? Yeah, they've all been treated. They all seem pretty, like they got that out their system. We'll just bring them downstairs, add them to the incident repair catch room moment, and then, we'll just get them with a charge of riot to get them back, okay? Stevens, are you on video?
You're just taking them downstairs.
Yeah, may as well, you know.
Sorry, can you repeat what they were talking?
If I'm. That's to save you all the time. We're just gonna work you downstairs to the stairs down there and we'll get you back, okay?
you escort him
who's
and I'll
your
just follow
arresting
you.
officer? Who's yours? I'm just,
Me.
you can work. I get you two shouted out, it's okay. You're so aggressive, mister. What's your name?
I name
Yeah.
is
Yes.
Mateo.
Oh, I'm Mateo. Unfortunately for you, what's your friend on the bicycle? He went to throw a brick at the judge, but then I think he got scared and he dropped the brick to the ground.
He's a nice guy. He didn't do anything wrong. He got scared.
Yeah, luckily for him, because he dropped it because he got scared, he's not gonna get charged for a charge for the deadly or attempted murder. So, and it works out, Because then you would have got a accomplishment, and then you would have be looking like 50 months instead of like 15. No, riot is only 15 months in prison. It's not a lot.
That's crazy. I feel like it's because once you do riot, you do other crazy shit.
I'm gonna
Yeah. Oh, hi everybody. We brought you your friends. We thought we'd bring you your friends.
Hey, how's everybody
There's
doing?
not a lot of room in here. You gotta go somewhere else.
Yeah,
We're gonna charge riot.
We'll just do like the Howie. Fellas, hop in here. Come on, you two come with me. Yeah, we're just they're all occupied. We can just do it here. It doesn't matter.
We'll just do it here, I guess.
We'll just do it.
Oh,
here.
yeah, man.
Okay.
We're gonna do it live. Fuck it, let's do it live.
Yeah. Okay, I've got you two.
Bobby Jeffries, I'm just gonna go ahead and find you.
Lock the door on me.
Guillermo, you're looking
Just slam
at
the door in my
looking at the
face.
riot. It's gonna be.
Ow.
Hold on.
Okay, there you go.
You've already got
$400,
seized.
15 months.
Yeah, but yes,
Do you
FC's
plead
now,
guilty
okay.
or not guilty?
Oh, fucking
Yeah.
guilty as fucking. I do it again.
Oh my god.
See.
I gotta get your state ID because I forgot it. 16601.
Bobby Jeffries, how do you plead to the charge of riot?
Dave, how do you
Is it
plead
a
to the charge
felony?
of riot? No, it's misdemeanor E.
Sorry, what? You said guilty?
Is that it? Yeah, I'm guilty as fuck. I'm guilty.
Just making sure. The acoustics in this building are horrible.
Well, mate.
Alright, I'm gonna send that fine through now.
Just 1 second.
You
And I
take your
forward
time,
dollar
dog.
back.
Yeah, you're all good, mate.
State ID.
Your breath doesn't really stink. I was just trying to hurt you, okay?
His breath does stink.
Well, I mean, you could use a refresher, I guess, right? But I mean, I probably could too, right? It's midday. I haven't brushed my teeth since this morning. Ooh, that'd be good.
Female put in the hospital, white dress.
What flavor?
Running straight in.
Just mint flavor.
Mateo, how Pete
So
right?
the guy in the light blue shirt is the one that
It's
paid
Mateo
by
Hernandez.
Nice.
Yeah, how do you
in this
plead, Mateo?
hallway. Yeah, I
Oh,
can.
guilty.
I just want to make sure everything's okay at the DSC because sometimes they get weird if things are in here. What's seized?
Okay, you fellas ready to go up with the look at DRC?
Sí.
Okay.
All right. Ready to go absorb again?
Don't do it again.
Yup, I'm good.
All right, mate. Have a good
Yeah,
one.
I might do.
Yup, you too.
We're bringing the Eclipse 95s back to the courthouse.
Yeah, we're just gonna be giving them a riot and sending them up for that.
Hey, I mean, we gave them police justice. That was a good brand. I don't know if you noticed. I was out the picture for it. I felt really bad. You saw me. I said I was woozy. I was for all intents and purposes knocked out, just wandering around like sleepwalking. I was not in a good shape. I was not in a good shape. And then I tried to get up, and then I just hit my head and I fell down in the air weave. And that was crazy.
Go free JJ instead of go for JJ.
Bye, JJ.
They're pretty
I believe the other 95s are getting processed at the courthouse.
They did get guilty.
Yeah, they've been processed. They've all pled guilty. It's courthouse moment. Just add them to it, and we're just gonna do a blanket charge of riot for all of them.
10-4. Are all units at Eclipse free to break
I
off?
just found. I just had a.
Yeah, once
chat
the
with Mossberg as well.
95 has been transported, then yep. Yep.
10-4.
Good lord.
Let's try to focus units on the transport of JJ. We're not transporting one of the 95s that got found guilty of murder. So now that we're clear of the processing, we're going to get people moving with that, okay? Who's the arresting officer of the last 95, the one from Eclipse?
LiDAR. And Jason Mark.
Cover that. What's the name of your 95?
Arturo.
I got Tony Baloney.
Stay safe, JJ.
Arturo Quintero.
Oh,
This is all
these
your
two.
fault, Harold.
Hey, fatties.
It's all your fault.
We just sent up the other for we're just doing a blanket charge of riot instead of throwing like a bunch of assaults. It's only 15 months and a rare charge, so we can all go up there and have fun together in Bolingbrook, okay? I think the real punishment is that, you know, you tried, but, you know, the law prevailed.
Alright, you guys ready to go?
Right.
Out 3, I did pretty good considering.
Someone knocked me out, but I was sleepwalking. I felt so weak I couldn't punch. I grabbed my head. I was just walking around and like. This is the instigator. This is the guy that had the brick.
Me? Yeah, I got those.
You got the wrong guy.
Well, he went to throw the brick, but then I think I scared him, so he dropped it to the ground. So
I didn't throw any bricks. Exactly.
No one's.
He did throw bricks. There's nothing wrong with that.
You maliciously.
Bricks aren't illegal.
You maliciously dropped the brick.
Maliciously dropped the brick.
Yeah.
Is that like code name for poop?
Yo,
I think
drop
so.
something.
Yeah, maliciously. Yeah, that sounds like pooping.
All right, get in the cell.
Didn't know you had that in you, Tony.
All right, Baloney, I'm gonna seize the other 2 bricks. You're getting 1 charge of riot.
No weight training.
Yo, don't take it out on the other brick.
I
They
think
didn't do anything.
I think Tony should get one of the charge.
What's that?
Resistance 10. No.
15 months.
Shot?
$400 fine. No points on your license. What do you play?
Is it even evading? Is it a?
No, he didn't evade.
motor.
You can't evade on a bicycle.
Yeah, it's not even a motor. What the hell?
I think let's do resisting. Technically, he resisted from littering a brick, and then he caused the riot. But we'll just have.
Yo,
He's
just
the
give
main
me causing a
instigator.
riot. I want the biggest riot charge you got. Okay.
Well, you are. Yeah, the riot instigator. We'll put that
Yeah,
documented
I'm
on.
guilty. I started the riot.
Yeah. There we go.
All me.
All
right
right.
here.
So one count of riot and one count of
How
resisting
many of them have been sent
arrest.
up already?
Gonna be a total.
I did it.
How many are remaining?
2 on the transport, I believe. I believe Mac was instantly sent up. I believe there's currently a transport with 2 of the murder 95s. And then we've sent up 5 of the rioters, and we got 2 more rioters about to go up.
Should we GSR test them? They might have been involved in the shooting about.
It would have taken too long for the GSR. That goes real quick.
Copy.
How is Zoe?
I see you.
I see you. She's stable and fine.
God bless. God bless. I just wanted these rioters sent up real quick so we can focus units on the transport. If you're at City Hall, we're officially collapsing this. Everything is code fire. We're all collapsed. Where'd Diana go?
I have no clue.
Diana, you ready to go?
Yeah, I haven't yet.
10-9, Harold?
Are you ready to go?
Ready to go where, Harold?
Away from City Hall?
I'm not. I ain't at City Hall. Someone took my car, Harold, so I got a ride.
No, our cars are friends. It got moved.
Oh, I thought someone stole it or impounded it because it was very legally parked.
No, it was legal. Someone did impound a grapeseed car, though.
Yeah.
She hopped into our 5-stack.
And I just blindly believed them. I ain't
God
gonna lie.
bless. God bless.
Our car did get, Gracie car did get impounded. I thought it was the one she was tagging.
Bless for you guys that she appreciates you.
What? What was that? What are you talking about?
So happy.
Keep up the good work, Iridescent. Where are you?
They're just a mother trying to be a friend all fucking time.
Transporting.
What is your desert talking about, guys? What did she just say?
Does everybody that's at City Hall have a vehicle?
Oh,
Can't
do you
park
think Diana
there.
doesn't appreciate you? You're an
Can't
asshole.
park.
For repairs, I thought you'd be.
Oh, not me. Not me, no. Who was the catch?
Who called for it?
Alan speaks volumes.
At the courthouse.
Guy got 3242.
Did anyone call for a mobile repair at the car toss?
Wow. It is Iridescent's fault.
Not my fault that you hate me.
They say like a full illusion.
I would just count it back, sure.
It's all because of that one thing at the
Someone that
commune,
called.
isn't it?
I can
Okay,
pay
go.
for this to get fixed too if you want help.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to get out of here. Lucy Elias, you got to ride out of here?
Hi, my car's over there.
Hey, perfect.
My car on the back.
I'll let you know on the Grapeseed radio if it's still there, okay?
Thinking
Because,
about it, okay?
Lucy, Grapeseed car got impounded from back there.
Motor 1 clear of the courthouse. All the 95s have been sent up from downstairs.
Yeah, there were people. We called it out earlier. There's a grapeseed car that got impounded.
Yeah, Lucy, your car's
It
gang.
was in a spot. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Yeah, someone rammed it and impounded it.
All good. We'll pay for it.
Gemini towing.
Hello, can I get a Grapeseed lotion put out of the impound?
Which impound, sir?
The Gemini wine?
Yeah, no, that's fine. You'd be surprised at how many people, think it's steel and Gemini are all the same thing. We will be at the lot very soon. Do you want to text me through the plate of the illusion?
Okay.
No worries. See you shortly.
Hey, bye-bye.
Bye. Hello.
I misread it, it's steel.
It's steel.
Yeah.
I kind of figured.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'll cash someone from Steel.
No way, sir. Best of luck.
Sorry for wasting your time. Bye bye.
No.
Pardon me. This is
Hello.
Ermin. I got the best pork in the south side, or I can tell your shit how you want it.
All I want is my car out of impound at the Steel.
Hell, I'll be there in just a minute.
All right, thank you.
Yep, be there in a minute.
All right, bye bye. I'm getting the car from Steel if anyone's tapping it up and can pick it up.
We can come grab it.
Yeah, I think Riot, they failed, and we smoked them. That's punishment in its own. They didn't use any weapons. One guy tried with bricks, and he failed. It's 15 months to get to be with the boys a little bit. It's a rare charge. Who cares? Why do I have access to this? Do I have permission to enter?
Yeah, you get
Thank you,
your car out,
son.
man. I ain't gonna bust on your balls.
Okay.
All right. What is the plate number, senor?
Zebra, Spain, Romeo, 5, Pad, Herod, Bluetooth.
What was that? Well, hold on. I
Four.
got Zebra, Spade, Romeo 5, Papa.
Herod,
Can you use a different word?
that's my name.
What's your name?
Herod,
Oh, hear me. All right.
Herod, and then Bluetooth.
Would that be like as in bingo?
Bingo.
Okay.
Four.
And then and 4.
And number 2.
So 4 then a 2.
No 5, just 2. No number 5.
I got Zebra, Speed, Romeo 5, Papa Henry, Bravo 2.
Yeah.
What your estate?
1, 5 each.
I'm gonna try and read this back as good as I got. You got 1158.
5, not 5. Like 1, 2, 3, 5.
Oh, 4. Okay,
Yeah.
4 8.
Yeah. 5 each.
The shipping gone to your phone then. Hell yeah, there you go. And there's your police car. So.
Yes, you can. There you go, Loshi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Hey, Desermin, I tell your shit and I'll make it best food in the South Side. What can I get you?
A lotion recovered. I think that's a good success for winter. For those that missed it, I think it was $25,000 to $30,000 in fine, 15 years in prison, 15 years parole. A murder, crime of passion. I don't know. I think we're gone from the era of you murder a cop, you're going for 60 to 70 to 80. That was left with a lot, you know, like 3.0 and whatnot. And I think that's pretty standard for what we could expect for ONX. 15 years is a lot of time. Endorsed. I can't believe Twilight got away with that. Alright, everybody, let's collapse channel 11 and go back to channel 1. For those that missed it, they threw like 15 years out. You know, quite a hefty punishment for him. Big fine, you know, and we were able to get out of the riot. So pretty good result. And that was fantastic from everybody. You should all be proud of yourself, okay?
God bless.
God bless. Now we just gotta find the shooter of Zoe. That's the only loose end from this saga. Yellow.
Hey, Cap, I was about to go 42, but I realized today that I made a decision that I'm at peace with, and I thought you should know.
Yeah, what's that?
You know about the whole highway thing?
Oh, yeah. I'm on the way to Grapes. If you need a touch, be a pest. I'm just around the corner.
Okay, yeah, do you want to just pick me up in the lot?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm at Sandy right now. I guess I should say that.
I did see a red blip here, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll see you in a sec, Cap.
Hit me. I hope he hits me with that. I'm not leaving. Hello. What ended up going? I really should have spent time with the DA or the witnesses because the other cops did not get prepped, and they got smoked. I smoked them. The DA had like a open and shut case, so pretty easy to just. The defense was useless. Good lawyer, but
Approaching you.
brought a public
how
opinion.
do I put this, Harold?
Oh god. Okay.
You know, I thought about it all last night. And I thought about the station, and I thought about Grapeseed, and I thought about everything we've done so far. You know, I was also thinking about, you know, when I left or tried to leave or was thinking about leaving Divinewood is because I was thinking about creating a little something, right?
Yeah.
Good night, Grapeseed.
But you know what? I think I got that out of my system. I don't really think that that's something I'm really looking for. Or I think I'm already doing that. And I don't need to have a department of my own to do that. I think it might actually get away with some of my, it'd probably get in the way of some of my goals. And I think I'll just end up being bummed out and lonely. Because I'd be away from y'all. But I got one big caveat. However, Harold.
Yeah.
One big caveat.
What's the caveat?
The caveat is the only condition that I would go to highway or another department is if you ordered it because you wanted to have shadow puppet control of another department.
No, that would be really nice. But the way I've been thinking about the last couple of days is you truly are a stone. You know, I love that word. It's so good to describe you. Like when I made Ramona the lieutenant, I made it because she was the yin to my yang. That's what I call her, right? You know, she balanced out what I brought. She balanced all one most part, but unfortunately, she stopped balancing us very quickly. And well, since the oil fields, the oil fields happened, and she came back involved, and I talked to her a couple of times during that saga. But
She hated the poop.
It was, yeah, she hated the poop, and I mean it's a pretty messed up thing, but she got blinded by that hatred, and that was, she wanted Robin fired, and she wanted this and that, and we definitely, punishments need to happen in these situations, but it was. You can look at the Shift 3 situation with the trying to punish, I think it was Harriet and someone else for most letting them drive the Buffalo, and then when we were going to Grapeseed Command meeting and Di showed up with a warrant, and she pointed a
Harold,
gun
are
at
you on
him.
frequency?
I know.
Not
I
right
talked
now.
to Di about that today, and he didn't even remember it. But
What was that?
I told him he should be
That's
offended.
right now. It just. She lost a pot of grapes a long time ago, and during that time, you stepped up. You're the one that fixed the oil field stuff. You bridged that gap with P&T. You're the one who helped build up, and you're probably the reason the cadet show happened. Not me, not Morse. You're the reason it finally happened in the end, right? It took a while, but we trusted in you, and you were able to build up towards that, and you were able to make Grapeseed facilitate and do what it does right perfectly, and you're a fantastic part of it. And right now we've lost Ramona, we've lost Robin, we're losing Dallas. It really is just like you, me, Morse, and Casey on the day-to-day running this thing. And while we might be the most quote-unquote stable department, we're the most consistent with our growth, we're still in a very volatile state. And that's why when the chief yesterday said every sergeant getting demoted, I said, demote me too, because I don't want to be running Grapeseed without any of you, And I talked to Gemma. This is not a joke. I really think that if they go through with these demotions, or they're somehow able to do it, I think I stepped on. I don't think I got it in me to rebuild Grapeseed after like 16 months of it, like we've had an uphill trajectory for 16 months, and to try to make us lose 7 or 8 months worth of progress because the other departments have struggled. It's
too much.
It's too much, it's too much to redo. That can shepherd out into whatever the new thing in the new era, and that's okay. I don't want to. I do not want to step down. I think we built something amazing. We've somehow captured lightning in a bat 16 months ago, and we're still riding that wave, and I want to continue to do so. But also, it's like, oh, the wider DPS. Highway should not be the priority right now. Would it be nice to get a leader in highway like you, Atari, Breeze? Sure, but picking one of those people is taking away either massively from Grapeseed or massively from LSPD. And they would be really stupid to do that. I think it's okay to let it have no leadership. Let it be like Perito, Maybe it will die. Maybe there'll be a department without leadership for a while. As long as the rest of the DPS licks over them, there's nothing stopping you as a sergeant being there for other people in highway every single day. There's nothing stopping me as a captain being there for them, Same with LSPD. But if we try to just put people in all these positions in other various departments, it means we need a sergeant for 6-7 different departments for 3 different shifts. It's not feasible.
We don't have it, no.
So I don't think we're done with Grapeseed, Like you said, what we're building, I think there's still more to do. We got that Main Street to build up. We still have a completely dead Shift 3. We've still got an issue with the middle positions with seniors and whatnot. We still got units and certifications that we got to get shouted out. We still got cadets that we got to build up, and job's not done.
Well, that's what Moose said. That one thing Moose said to me actually really stuck with me when I was thinking
Bubble,
about
thanks for
it.
17
It's
months.
just like
Thank you.
everything that's good always gets ruined because someone gets shiny eyes and starts looking in a different direction. Now I'm thinking maybe we just keep this going. And I think the one fear that I do have is that when it comes time to push for rain, that people are going to say, well, you got a shift 2 lieutenant, a shift 2 sergeant. Why do you need another? And then we're going to say, well, LSSD doesn't have one. And then Joe's going to throw a fit. And, you know, someone's going to try to gatekeep rain.
I'm worried about that. Yeah.
It's like if we could expand our influence by spreading out and taking over smaller departments, then
That's right. I think we need to take over Perito completely. You know, I don't think like George was just like, I'm gonna have this jurisdiction with Perito. I think we need to do that. You know, I think we're strong enough to be able to fully take that jurisdiction, that town, have that power, and then we can justify having that further reach. You know.
do we do it all under the banner?
We don't do a Perito station until I don't know. Let's see the numbers. There's 25 to 30 people that can attach to it, but you know, active and kind of similar. You still have 30, 40, 50 with Grapeseed. Like it needs to be very down the line. You know.
Well, Harold, I just had a brain blast.
Yeah.
What if we get the governor to gerrymander things, and we get the
Diana?
Grapeseed County Sheriff's Department?
That's what I've been trying to think
Bree
about.
says he wants an
Polito
apology.
into Grapeseed
He's
County.
lashing out at you for turning against him.
I think we could also do it with Sandy. We could press call out.
I ain't apologizing
Joe is
for
like
the
a
game
breaking
show.
point.
He said that you
leave her
turned on her.
behind. I think you left him. I think
Joe
you left her
asked me
behind.
what Sandy could be doing better, and I
He
brought
said
up
you
Cole,
picked
and he was
people
like,
calling
"Yeah, I
you
get
a
it. Enough
cousin
of that
fucker
shit."
over him.
I was like, "But Joe, really, Lieutenant Cole has never
he
checked
talking
in
about
with
when I
me. The
picked my
last time I
first
tried to
FTOs
talk
and
to him
didn't know that
earnestly,
they had called me
I
that,
tried to
like
do
in
a
the very
baton
first
pass
day?
where I was going 42, he was going 41, and it was a bloody day. And he just put me on speakerphone and made fun of me in front of Twilight.
I was just picking based on vibe.
And so I've
Quite
never
frankly,
seen,
Breeze, you
he's
got an
never
awful vibe, and
interacted.
I
It's
was
like
right.
how you probably felt with Bush. You know, you all just exist and you guys are in the same chain of command, but they just never talk to each other.
Yeah, I failed Bush. We tried to fix it in the end, you know, but it was only like 3 to 5 weeks, and it was too late, you know.
You know, I don't like Cole, but I wish he'd come have a chat with me sometimes.
Yeah, especially there, the quote unquote unification, and there's a lot less sergeants, you know. I don't know who's gonna be left in sergeants. It's pretty probably just gonna be just you, and I don't think anyone else is shift 2. Maybe back.
Well, if they make me do that thing where they demote me and then they offer me my job back in 2 weeks,
I taught them.
Just gonna...
Yep. Well, if they do that, I'm demoting myself with you. You know?
Good, and I probably just will never take it back.
Yep. North Sandy.
Because I feel like it's
North
I feel like it's such like a trap. Like if you get demoted and then told, okay, well you can have your job back in 2 weeks.
TBSO.
Keep proving yourself, and then if you get upset about that, they'll be like, hey, why are you so pressed over rank? Huh?
Yeah. Why do you care about
why are you so
your
mad we demoted you?
Why do you care about your job so much? Or why do you care about your position that you worked hard for an end, and then we took it away from you because other people in your position aren't fulfilling their duties? It's so out of touch. You know?
What do you mean? It makes you mad when we play games with you?
Yeah. That's right. You know, I sure what did the most, because you know there were times where I was like, oh yeah, you're this and then you're that. You know, just he was getting to a point of just like me, you know, just breaking pain with the hard thing. So it's not good, you know.
I mean, it's one thing when it's Moose and it's you, but like it's even worse because it's someone that we don't really. I mean, we know of. I know who they are, but they just, you know, they're ivory towers, Harold. They're off in their ivory little towers. And I still think Mesker's mustache is too small, and I'll continue to say that publicly. Would it kill him to let it grow just a little bit wider?
It is a pretty smart, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Why is it so smart like that?
I don't know. And Toretti's eyebrows freak me out, but I don't want to talk about it.
I don't like Toretti's laugh. It sounds like he's like a little freak by, you know. I don't like it. You know, he's always so nervous. Like,
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard him laugh like it's always a nervous laugh.
Yeah.
Like, he caught me in the locker room. I don't know.
Oh my
I
God,
get what you're saying.
we caught that cadet yesterday. Were you there when he had the notes? I know Moose was there. I know, like, you and Casey.
No, Moose told me about
Yeah,
it.
I was grilling him. I was grilling him on RS and PC, and then hold on, let me find. Hold on. In the glove box. Hold on.
That's crazy.
I'm not kidding. I'm like, you know, watch Probable Cause, and then he just goes.
That's so crazy.
I just walked out. I said, "How dare you? I don't know how. You got a lot of experience, FTR, and you know, so do I. I always quiz people, and normally I say like, don't cheat. That's the only time I didn't. And this guy's reading the notes.
Well, yeah, and then you'll make them do push-ups or run around in a
Yeah, like you make them run
circle, or-
around. So yeah, you know, the one time I got a guy sat down, you know, and he just. I just had this piece of paper from his pocket. He just turns
My
the
favorite
page.
is I give them like 5 hamburgers and I say, keep building a pyramid and then take it down and then build it again while you're talking to me. Little hamburger pyramid.
Wow.
Who is that guy? I didn't recognize him. He was at the game show?
He's the guy that used to be the dispatcher that hung around Grapeseed, and I made him do an accent. What accent did I make him do? It was like Southern, Minnesota. Remember, I made him do a Minnesota accent. He had like a really dry accent, and then I made him do a Minnesota one because he was like, I want to join Grapeseed. And then he did it, and then he disappeared, and he showed up after a month, and he was suddenly an LSPD cadet, and he said he joined the LSPD because he didn't feel like worthy for Grapeseed, and that he would bear up towards it down the line.
Well, he was right.
He's right, Joe.
He should give up hope.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe
he's
you
not a lucky bastard like
Ellie thinks it's the prime.
Ricksall or whatever.
Yeah, the bastard. Probably not too bad, though. I've talked to him. I think he's got what it takes. I just feel terrible because there's just no command, like leadership from us in Shift 3, you know. I wish he would do what he said and actually show up in late shift too, you know, like now, you know.
I was hoping he'd be late shift too, yeah.
You should reach out to him. He might schedule it, sure.
Yeah, I might be able to accommodate him too on the weekends.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty.
You see the new restaurant to the right? Bangers and Friends.
Oh, that's what they got going? That's cute.
Yeah, they closed down the food trucks and they got a physical location, so, you know, hopefully we'll see a lot more of that, sure. And then casual move to here instead of down that way.
How come Gemma hired so many sirens?
I don't know. She hired Lottie and then I think I just snowballed. You know,
Mark Johnson was working the food truck and he had an active warrant.
What?
He was on the runway.
Did we get him?
No, because I didn't know he had a warrant, but they caught him like an hour later. Well, I gotta give Veronica a call because I gotta figure out why she's eating my lunch and how to stop it.
Okay, I'll drop you off so you can count it, you know?
Because we want to Twilight's writing a list of paddy wagon duties for cadets, and the forensic stuff's gonna go in there. So I gotta talk to Veronica and figure all that out. Oh God!
Oh my God! Yeah, just don't let them steal your forensic thing, you know.
I won't let them. Oh God! Who put
Hey,
that rock there?
I don't know. Okay, most now I'm on radio.
Hello. I'll call you in a minute. We're responding to the thing that Diana's at, and then I'll call you. I got a call from Joe, so I just wanted to relay it over to you to ask you something about it.
This thing's got weird lighting on it. What's up, Red? I believe in Rory Rixel. The long con. I really like the whole bastard and grapeseed thing. It's so funny. How many cars do we have out? There's no way we have 6 out. We might have 6 out. I don't know how the general public is like PD aren't getting accountability for the shootout, and that they're blaming the PD. Should the PD have tried to tackle and arrest them? No. Could the criminals have just resisted and evaded? Yep. Did it need to turn into a shootout? No. Did it because the criminal shot? Yes. I think it's Bean's fault when you really think about it. Bean is so lucky that Beyonce didn't go to the mall. It's just a grapeseed! Oh! Oh! God, if someone like Mickey one of your bikes.
Put you on
I
speaker.
came as fast as I could.
No,
Oh, good.
no,
oh,
no,
good.
no. That was me.
Oh, you got
Real.
you got lockpicked out of your own bike.
Well, someone's
Oh,
bike
that's
is here.
fine.
I didn't know who it was. The yellow and green one?
OSC
Don't like
34,
Mickey. Just
76.
give me a car next
60 in your
time.
park.
All
What
right,
is this?
It's Remy's. Remy Dutchwood.
Oh.
That beats me, man. I was gonna figure out who it was and then try and give him a call, but
What is this? They're probably out on. Do they work at Patchwork? Yes, they do. They own.
that explains
They
it.
own this.
yeah, I know Becca was just trying to know Remy worked there as well.
I
Good
think
night, Tubbs.
they're the owner on paper. Patrick
See ya,
is
buddy.
his owner. So
Oh, okay.
Coming from the
this might be
60s,
facts falling.
weren't able to spot him at the vehicle.
Yeah,
so
my
you're currently
bad.
following the suspect vehicle, waiting for them to heck up. 34 to
You just
58,
you just
suspect
lockpicked
vehicle
like the
leaving
bike lock
60s.
they had, and then
Sequoia, dark
see if there's
colored,
papers on it.
at least 3 times extra. Missing a license plate.
yeah, they get just just get his, cause then. What if I'm not on duty, huh? What if the LSPD show up and then they get you for tempering, or?
I thought I'm surprised you're on duty right now, Harold. I've never seen you around these times.
We had the cat case for Deputy Winter, who passed away.
Oh, condolences.
Not good. Not good. Marabunta.
Are you good? You wrecked the bike, man.
I do not have a motorcycle license. I gotta put this back at the station before someone realizes. I just car
Alright.
for the Coomer, and
yeah,
you probably
it's,
noticed, but the main street's locked on traffic-wise because we're gonna do the market tomorrow. The main event will be much earlier, but the house street will be closed down. Businesses will be invited, so I don't know if
I hope to make it.
Oh, well, should be nice. Easter up, so who knows? Hopefully, gonna be setting up a little Easter egg hunt before it, around Grapeseed, and people will be able to do it well after the event, for the next couple of days, so.
Okay.
Just see
Well,
some
good luck.
people around the town, it should be nice.
Good. I hope it goes well.
Hey, well, you stay safe, okay? Hey, bye-bye. That's just the Grapeseed go far. Guys, I know how to ride a motorbike. Harold doesn't. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. I was tempted to set stubble on Moda on ONX, but I just don't like how the bike looks. And the bike uniforms. That was cool. That was like one day, wasn't it? Yeah, I know how to ride a bike. Do we have any crops? A little bit. Not a lot, though. I hate this outfit for Harold. It's so professional. The Harold, long sleeve drip. I do like the short sleeve one.
Yeah, I know. Or hiring themselves.
That one. I don't mind this. This is what we used to wear with Harold. Hey! I think that's the people go decorate the main street.
Smash Lima 0 operating under Sierra 11.
Copy.
Whiskey 3438 code 4. Thank you for the backup.
No worries. Grapeseed 37, 10-8.
Is Moose ever gonna call me?
Dispatch Sierra 401042.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Grapeseed 37, 76, the latest 60, El Burro Heights.
Sierra 176, latest 60s, El Burro Heights. Seven oh one 23 on the 60s. El Burro Heights.
Grapeseed 37, same traffic. Code 6 in the area.
We're gonna call it code 4. There's nobody here.
And 4, Grapeseed 37, 10-8.
And 4.
Grandma 0, channel 2 collapse, channel 1. Any.
Radio check.
Into.
Hey, Kendrick.
Into.
HP 13 back 10, 8, 1041.
Yes, Kendrick, we love it.
Keep up the good work, Kendrick. He's not even on the creeps video to hear it.
Oh, God.
Someone let him know that I said that. Hello.
Hey, Kendrick.
Hey, so I was calling you because I got a call from Joel, and he's got a
Harold
point.
said, keep up the good work.
Apparently Kendrick just seems a little
Okay, tell him thank you very much.
lost
I try
and
my
like
best.
not, we got to get him in some stacks and
Thank you
get
very
him
much. I
around
try
more.
my
He's kind of
best.
just doing his own thing.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
100%.
I'm gonna spread that. I didn't know if you agreed or not.
100%. Well, that's the hard point. We greeted the
Dispatch,
probation
Lima 95,
deputy.
1042.
We should
See
have
ya.
a sit down with him. Tell him,
Good night.
what's going on,
Good night.
what we want, how we want to get him involved.
Well, because before he was solo, now he's not solo anymore.
Well,
so
now
I
he's
didn't
a
know if you agreed
probationary
or he was
deputy.
doing something.
So,
Kendrick, you on Grapeseed Radio?
All right, perfect. I just want to let you know, see if you agreed, see if something was going on.
You got
but
room
yeah,
on your
Joe called.
stack?
Yeah, we do now. Diana hopped out because
get
I'm
it.
with Breeze, and Breeze said he was going
QC
to punch
2776
me
of our station with the 60s.
Oh my God.
All right, well, I'll see what he's doing.
Dispatch, 771.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey,
Got
bye-bye.
a Quimbley's flagged and abandoned vehicle off of Cypress Flats here. We're gonna return to her home.
Do you need backup, Elias?
We got Lucy going on, but, we'll let you know just in case. We might get shot, you never know.
Shooting for
I
the
sure
carjacking.
hope not.
It's happened to me multiple times at this point. It's really sad.
Grapeseed 13 from Grapeseed 88 Direct.
10-4.
Kendrick, can you go on channel 69 on your secondary for me for a quick second, please?
10-4.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, it's Kendrick.
Hi, Kendrick.
I have a question for you. I don't know. I need you to confirm for me. Did you
34, 23.
Did you
60
call
airport. So I go to Perth,
somebody
though,
in the
never
lost?
been ramp-
No, that's clause.
comrade?
That's clause. We don't need to bring that in.
What?
Be advised,
Yeah,
Breeze isn't even talking to these people. He's in my car right
You
now,
can't
and
just
we
say
haven't
something
even.
and then cut it out, man. You gotta tell me what you...
Did you
I know
not
that
hear what
this
I
means
said?
nothing because
No.
I
We
can
don't
never
need to
find
go
out
into
who
it.
you
That's
are.
a clause.
But
It's a
if you
clause.
already
It's a
come
clause.
back by
We don't
being
need
a
to go.
fucking
We don't need
idiot
to go to that.
anonymously, I
so-
will find out who you are. So stop fucking texting.
They're in a gang? To
Let
address
Breeze
the
do it to
allegations,
himself,
I've evolved as an individual, and I have gone through sensitivity training and therapy sessions. And I've
We don't need to. We don't need to go on. Kendrick,
Support you, big
I
ass.
got your results back from the drug test. Someone set it up the teen, and it's negative. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay, thank you. Can I start taking the P versions now? Because I get lightheaded after each test.
Wait, what are they making you do?
They take my blood. I asked Paltrow a
She's
couple
based
days
on 23
ago.
to 60s. I don't
He
see
could
Oh
tell
my
you
God!
that
Yeah,
anyway.
you don't have to do a drug test at least for 2 weeks, okay?
Really? Not every time I get on duty?
Yep, you're 2 weeks clear. If anyone asks, I've approved it, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, 10-4.
God bless.
Welcome aboard.
Kendrick, if anybody fucks with you, you tell us, alright? Grapeseed's got your back, brother.
Sure thing.
Maybe it's because I
Harold?
made him do a drug test every single.
I gotta
Keep up
call
the
you
good
right
work,
back.
guys.
There's so
Keep up
much
the good work,
yapping. I gotta
Grapeseed.
call you
Love
right
y'all.
back.
No, I'm going to bed. You and Jay,
All right.
you yapping.
Lovely.
All right,
Bye-bye.
all right, bye-bye.
Hey.
The 60s, the power station. What are they code for?
K34 attempting to pull over a
Is this
teal
true?
Harold.
Is this
blue
true?
light
Do you ever said
car.
this?
Replace
Yeah, they
plate.
said that on the stand just
When?
now. This came
Just now. What?
One
like
time's
like
occupied.
10 minutes ago on the stand.
Who was it? Which FIB?
Place in Trump Street. Final destination.
Anastasia Moore.
Need backup?
Not good.
She said-
This is fine. I'm gonna have to get this. The transcript. I'm gonna have to get the transcript.
You have to get the trend. It's
I'm gonna have to get
Judge
the
Van
transcript.
Dorst.
Thank
Judge
you so
Van
much.
Dorst is the one doing it.
Thank
You're
you so
welcome,
much.
Harold.
I gotta go to bed. Thank you so much, Chip. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sierra 11, same traffic.
I gotta do my Angry Harold post. This should get a lot of likes.
Harold, I know you're a great photographer and all, but that really scared me.
Isn't that a really good photo?
Really good photo, but my God, I almost shit my britches.
Yeah, like so angry, and I don't even remember what I took that. Oh, I know what that was. Me fighting the full trick owners at
Whoever's on
Twin
this
Star.
38 on Rockford, did you want me to help you chase this?
Yeah, it's a 80 now. It's a pink and colored Sultan, 3 times occupied, all wearing masks. Unknown the occupant.
There you go, guys. 9,000 likes.
He's on Vespucci Boulevard.
Alright, I'm off duty. See you in a couple hours. It's
Oh,
Easter. Happy Easter, Grapeseed.
Happy Easter, Harold.
Buffalo on it. This thing's fucking quick. We're coming up on it, Elgin now. Someone want to call this?
Do you need a third car? Or you're good with 2.
Bye-bye.
Hold tight.
Also, Harold, you need to film a
Keep up the
film a nice
good
little video
work,
for me to
Diane.
watch with your camera work.
We'll take.
Thank you, Harold.
We'll take one.
Okay.
I got it. I'm here.
North Brighton Olympic.
Channel 2 for this.
Thank you.
Okay. Little 14-hour stream. Guys, I do so long streams. It's not good. I'm rating sophomore. He's 400 bucks away from his goal. All right. Bye. Go give subs or primes or whatever. So we get more Moose Maple because we like Moose Maple. All right. Bye.